A powerful wizard used a spell that tore the ground towards a group of youngsters. Their leader, however, used a spell to block the attack. Despite being tired, the young man confidently declared, "Now it's over, Labyrinth Master." The youngster extended his wand and a glow appeared at its tip. The magic turned the tip of the wand into an energy cannon. The power traveled toward the Labyrinth Master, who created 3 protective magic circles. The youngster's magic broke the magic circles and continued advancing. The Labyrinth Master was caught by the attack and swept away by it. A large explosion occurred from the impact of the magic. Thus, the achievement notification was received, along with thanks to the players for participating in the labyrinth abyss up to that stage. In the chair in front of the computer, the player stretched, celebrating having passed the increasing difficulty on each floor. Still, being a mage, he managed the completion. The player obtained the achievement of overcoming the master base. After passing the dungeon, he wondered if he should upload the video online. As he was thinking, a notification popped up on the screen. "Would you like to challenge the final difficulty? Developer?" As soon as the youngster accepted, the screen before him changed. A special ability, a turn-based hourglass, was unlocked because he had passed the turn-based master difficulty. Never having seen the ability before, he decided to use it, as his character Caleb was a mage. He began the new difficulty by distributing 10 stat points into wisdom and started the game. As soon as he clicked the button, a blinding flash erupted on the computer screen. The light was so strong that it illuminated the entire room and the window outside it. Caleb was awakened when he heard someone shouting at him. Before him, someone was yelling, "You criminal bastard, aren't you going to sober up?" Confused, the protagonist wondered if the man was talking to him. Caleb smiled, thinking it was a dream. It couldn't be that he was a criminal if all he did was play video games. Seeing the young criminal smile, the man became irritated. He violently threw him to the floor. Since everyone would realize it anyway, he left the crazy young man behind. Still wondering if it was a dream, Caleb questioned why he felt pain. He couldn't understand why this dream was so vivid. As he was thinking, a magic circle opened before him and many other prisoners. A man with a large mustache spoke loudly. "I know everyone has received magic wands. You have committed crimes and been imprisoned. The labyrinth is the last chance for you to change your destinies. If you survive and return alive, you can be set free with the money earned inside. If you wish, I will give you the opportunity to become students at the Magic University." Hearing the old man, Caleb looked down and saw the magic wand in his own hand. He thought about everything the old man said and was incredulous to realize he was inside the game. Shouting, the Master of Mages ordered everyone to enter the portal in an orderly fashion. Caleb and his group entered the labyrinth, a place resembling a dungeon. He looked around, not understanding what was happening. His appearance was that of the character Caleb. The protagonist knew that if they were truly in the game, no matter what monsters they encountered, it would be even worse if they didn't understand the situation they were in. He then decided to check his stats and those of the people who had entered with him. The last member of the group was trembling and smiling. "Guys, it's okay. Don't worry so much. The prophecy has arrived. We will all perish in its name." "Ha ha ha ha!" The man laughed maniacally, startling the others. Caleb watched as everyone panicked and went crazy. He hurriedly tried to control them. "Calm down! If we think together, we can survive." However, another group member began to scream, "Get me out of here! Please, get me out of here!" He ran out and abandoned the group. Caleb followed him with his eyes and saw an attack happen. Something red flew past him. The man had fallen to the ground, and behind him, a goblin appeared. The crazy fanatic laughed and cried at the same time, raising his hands. "It happened exactly as I said." An elf who was with the group cowered in fear, seeing what happened to the man. Next to her, the fanatic stopped screaming when a spear hit him. Another goblin, maliciously, had reached the labyrinth corridor. The young woman fell to the ground, frightened by what happened beside her. The protagonist clenched his teeth, terrified. Before he could realize it, 2 goblins rushed toward him. Caleb felt his end was near. The goblins' attacks traveled in his direction. But as soon as one of them struck inches from Caleb, the turn-based hourglass ability was activated. Time would stop for a turn of 60 seconds. In the meantime, he could perform 4 actions. In the protagonist's eyes, the hourglass and gears appeared. Caleb's turn began, as did the 60-second countdown. Seeing the hourglass pass time before him, the protagonist was surprised. However, he soon realized that everything had truly stopped. He discovered how the turn-based hourglass ability really worked. As seconds passed, Caleb hurriedly tried to think. The first thing he decided was to raise his wand to block the sword. However, just raising the wand already cost him 1 action point. Since he had only raised his arm slightly, he knew it wouldn't be enough to block or deflect. Caleb ended up sighing, which made him realize he could speak without spending actions. This led him to understand that speaking was only considered conversation, not an action. Thus, Caleb made a decision. He raised the wand a little higher, spending his second action point. He spent the third point when 5 seconds were left. Using the fourth and final action point to complete the arm movement, he used the chat option for a spell, Fireball. The turn ended, and the turn-based hourglass ability went on cooldown for 60 seconds. From the tip of the wand, the fireball formed while the goblins were still stopped. As soon as time returned to normal, the fireball engulfed the goblins attacking Caleb. The frightened elf stopped crying, surprised by what happened. The fireball cast by Caleb only extinguished after eliminating the goblins. The protagonist felt a heat in his throat, sweating intensely after the scare. He didn't understand why he was there, but he refused to perish before finding out. Although not entirely certain, Caleb hoped that if everything was the same as in the game, there would be no better mage than him in this world. Since the location of the labyrinth exit was unknown, as was the amount of time they would be there, Caleb decided he would gather resources while searching for reliable companions. While rummaging through the pockets of the men who had been attacked, he noticed the elf staring at him. She flinched when he suddenly turned around and asked what spell was on her wand. Stuttering, she revealed she had the electric shock ability. In tears, the young elf, however, confessed she had never used a wand before. The protagonist sighed. Still, some help was better than nothing. He quickly swung the wand and instructed her, "Even if you've never used it, you have no choice. If a monster attacks, don't hesitate to use it." Having instructed her, Caleb invited her to search for the exit. Caleb didn't know if a developer or a divine being had thrown him there, but he swore he would survive such a mess. A few years ago, a labyrinth appeared. The monsters that came out through the labyrinth portal covered the entire surface. As a result, countless adventurers and mages perished. Caleb had discovered that, to train the labyrinth-exploring mages, humans threw prisoners inside and trained those who survived. That was the game's story. Caleb couldn't guarantee that everything he knew was correct, so he decided to be cautious. While following Caleb, the elf thanked him for being saved and introduced herself. "I am Yurnil." The protagonist also introduced himself to her, and they both continued walking in silence. Yurnil observed the protagonist and commented, "Caleb is quite calm and quiet, but during the transport, you spoke quite a bit with the others." Caleb was surprised and gritted his teeth upon discovering that other people knew the original owner of that body. Yurnil told her story to Caleb. "I lived in the fairy forest and worked at the errand center, which, disguised as delivery service, actually sold illegal goods." She revealed that she was imprisoned and, unable to pay bail, ended up in this situation. Despite understanding that she continued to speak because she was scared, Caleb asked Yurnil to be silent. At that moment, unexpectedly, the turn hourglass was activated. The protagonist realized too late that they had stepped on a trap. Trying to stay calm, Caleb first ensured there was nothing in the surroundings, as traps usually emerged from the walls. He didn't find any holes in the wall aimed at Yurnil, so he looked the other way. Despite the risk, he decided to spend an action point to turn his head. Looking the other way, he saw no trap holes. Spending another action point, he checked the ceiling. Everything above him was clean. Caleb remembered that on the first few floors there were 4 types of traps. There was the spike trap, where a spike rose vertically to hit the foot of the person who activated it. There was also the explosive pressure trap. If this one was activated, both would be caught in the blast radius. There was also the poisonous gas trap and the sleeping gas trap, ideal for turning intruders into monster food. Finally, there was the pitfall trap, which dropped whoever stepped on it to the second floor. Since the hourglass had been activated, indicating he was in danger, Caleb ruled out the first option. As there was no time to prepare for the others, he became extremely frustrated. "If I lift my foot now, I'll be in danger too, so I just have to keep stepping on this." The protagonist used his third and fourth action points to step on the tile Yurnil had stepped on and activated the trap. With all points used, the turn ended. Yurnil ended up stumbling over Caleb's foot, falling forward. Surprised, she hurriedly asked why he tried to knock her down. The protagonist reprimanded her. "Yurnil, you stepped on a trap. Because it was activated the moment you stepped on it, I had to step on it too." Yurnil became extremely frightened and, apologizing, asked what she should do. Caleb reminded Yurnil that they had seen some barrels on the way there. He asked if the elf could bring one of them back. Yurnil nodded and hurriedly ran back the way they came. Caleb believed that a heavy object could press down the trap. He expected Yurnil to return in 10 minutes, but 30 minutes later, she still hadn't returned. The protagonist bit his lip, wondering if Yurnil had stepped on another trap on the way, or even encountered a monster. He blamed himself for the insanity of stepping on a trap to save someone else. While chastising himself for not being selfish, he heard Yurnil's voice. "Caleb, I brought it." Yurnil, upon seeing him, asked if he had waited long. "I'm sorry, it was too heavy." Thanking Yurnil for returning, the protagonist asked her to place the barrel on the tile he was stepping on. After stepping away, the protagonist took his wand with the telekinesis ability. He wanted to move the barrel to activate the trap and test it. With the power of the magic wand, he used the move spell. The barrel was shifted to the side, and immediately an explosion occurred. As soon as the path was clear, Caleb called the wide-eyed Yurnil to continue advancing. That was a pressure plate trap. Luckily, it was within the range he had predicted, only about 2 meters away. Despite having several things to pay attention to, Caleb still had hope. He had distributed 10 attribute points into wisdom, and thanks to the hourglass, possessed the initiative. Since he was on the first floor, his firepower with 10 wisdom points was sufficient, but he still hoped to confirm if he could activate the hourglass whenever he wanted. Caleb also wanted to find out if spells in any way cost action points. As they advanced, another goblin appeared. Caleb smiled upon seeing it, as he had been waiting for this moment. Immediately, the hourglass was activated, starting Caleb's turn. The protagonist initiated combat by using Fireball, which cost 1 action point. While the fireball was being cast, it entered a 5-second cooldown. He immediately used a second fireball, spending a second action point. This confirmed that the casting cost was 1 action point. Soon the turn ended, and the 2 fireballs traveled toward the 2 goblins. Upon hitting the monsters, the fireballs exploded. The goblins fell without even managing to attack. Caleb, who could theoretically cast 4 fireballs per turn, surprised Yurnil. The elf's eyes lit up. Caleb seems to have the talents of ultra-fast casting and spell animation removal. Having just one is incredible, but having both is unbelievable. Looking down, Yurnil, however, revealed she couldn't cast magic. She apologized for being useless and returned to accompanying Caleb. Although Yurnil was neither a good warrior nor a mage, Caleb had expectations because she was an elf. Curious, he asked how many meters she could jump. Yurnil tried to recall her time living in the fairy forest. About 4 meters, I think. The protagonist was surprised. This meant Yurnil's agility was at least 5 points. Caleb hurriedly ran and retrieved a bow a goblin was holding, asking her to try using it. Holding the bow and playfully pulling the string, she revealed that she actually felt comfortable with it, as she had used bows a few times in the fairy forest. Since she was at ease, Caleb asked her to help him with rear attacks. He looked at the wand she possessed, wanting to take it over. Yurnil handed the magic wand to Caleb, stating she would buy him time to cast his spells. In possession of 4 wands, the protagonist had become a 1-member party. Suddenly, Yurnil's ears twitched. She heard something and hurriedly warned, "Caleb, something is following us." The protagonist quickly turned around and stared into the darkness of the labyrinth corridor. However, nothing appeared. Caleb complained to Yurnil, but she swore she had heard something. Thinking about it, the protagonist told Yurnil to close her eyes. The young woman was confused, not understanding why she needed to close them. The protagonist bent down, and after she closed her eyes, gathered some stones, asking if Yurnil could identify them. Yurnil thought for a moment and stated there were 3 stones on the floor. Caleb was surprised as Yurnil's hearing functioned like a mapping system through sound. The protagonist hurriedly asked how many people were following them. Yurnil, worried, revealed that there were 4 people approaching rapidly. Considering the worst-case scenario, Caleb knew fighting a full team wouldn't be easy. Therefore, he made the decision for them to hide. The pair ran quickly down the rest of the corridor until they found a large puddle at a fork. Before the enemies arrive, "Let's hide over here and wait." Caleb and Yurnil hid behind a wall and watched in silence. Caleb was tense while Yurnil was trembling with fear. As soon as the group approached, the protagonist shouted, "Stop! Why are you following us?" Caleb raised 2 wands while Yurnil raised her bow and arrow. In front of the group was a bald man hiding behind a shield. He lowered the shield and smiled maliciously. "Hand over that elf to us." The group of 4 had stopped over the large puddle and shouted, "Hand over the elf and we will spare your life, kid." The bald man confidently stated that low-level magic would not penetrate his shield, nor would poorly made arrows. Caleb and Yurnil felt pressured upon seeing the shield. The bald man confidently told them to stop wasting energy and make things easier. He made one last proposal, to join them as a team of 5. Yurnil was scared. She was on the verge of tears as she looked at Caleb, hoping he would make a decision. The bald man told him to think carefully. The protagonist was indeed thinking carefully. He knew that with just him and Yurnil, he could sleep peacefully, but with 4 other strangers full of malice, he couldn't even close his eyes. Thus, Caleb warned, "Cut the bullshit and leave or it will be the end of you." Caleb's words cheered Yurnil up. However, the bald man thought he was joking. Caleb, though, showed he was serious. The bald man sighed and ordered his group's archer to shoot. At that moment, the hourglass was activated. Caleb's 60 seconds began. He had given the bald man and his group a chance. Holding 2 magic wands, as he had been on alert from the start, he exploited the enemy's arrogant mistake. That group was standing in a water puddle. In one of Caleb's hands was the magic wand with the electric shock spell. Such a spell would normally only stun the target, but with water involved, the story was different. The protagonist spent his first action point casting electric shock. The electric shock was aimed precisely at the puddle the group was standing in. Knowing that the bald man would drop his shield when stunned, Caleb planned to target each of them. The second action point was spent on a fireball. Only 10 seconds had passed. The first fireball aimed to hit the puddle and catch everyone. Another fireball casting was used, aimed at the bald man. Finally, one more fireball casting was used. As soon as the 4 action points were used, time returned to normal, and the bald man's group was met with the launched spells. The electric shock hit the puddle beneath their feet. The entire group was electrocuted. Their shields and swords were dropped. Before they could react to protect themselves, the fireball was already approaching. The fireball exploded in the puddle, creating steam due to the heat. The group's vision became blurry, and the bald man shouted, "Scatter!" However, as soon as he shouted, a second fireball crossed the water vapor towards him. The explosion hit its target, creating a smoke curtain amidst the mist. Caleb hurriedly shouted for Yurnal to attack as well. Yurnal used her super hearing to locate the enemies amidst the smoke and steam. She confidently shot an arrow upon locating them. Amidst the smoke, a high-pitched scream was heard. Hearing that the first attack hit a target, Caleb shouted, "Shoot all the arrows!" Since Caleb's magic was still on cooldown, the protagonist hoped Yurnal could take down at least one enemy in the meantime. Since the bald man had been hit by the fireball, Caleb wished she could at least take down the other three. Only a few seconds remained for the hourglass cooldown to finish, but to Caleb, it felt like hours. Telling Yurnal to focus on the warriors first, Caleb warned that he was almost ready to attack too. Yurnal was confused by Caleb, as she had already taken everyone down. The protagonist was puzzled, as he only heard 2 arrows being shot by Yurnal. When the smoke and steam dissipated, Caleb could see the 4 enemies fallen on the ground. One of them had an arrow buried in them. Another enemy had been hit. The arrow passed through him, hitting a third. The protagonist trembled as he commented to Yurnal, "You are a scarier elf than I imagined." Almost starting to cry again, Yurnal defended herself. "No, I was scared too. I really put a lot of effort into shooting those arrows." Suddenly, one of the enemies coughed, revealing he was alive. The bald man woke up thinking he had fainted. However, upon looking at his hands, he realized they were gone. Seeing how he was still alive, the protagonist stared down at him. The bald man's voice trembled as he asked, "Who are you?" "Someone who can cast without an incantation." "Why would you be in a place like this? 3 spells without any delay?" Blaming the world for being so unfair, the bald man feared the human and the elf before him. The protagonist almost laughed upon hearing the bald man call the world unfair. "You were the one who came to the labyrinth with evil intentions." This time, the bald man became irritated. "Do you think anyone ends up here by choice? I was exiled and imprisoned for having no talent for magic." He gritted his teeth and bit his lips. "If I had half your talent, my life wouldn't end like this." Blaming a life of bad luck, the bald man fainted. The protagonist looked at him one last time before ignoring him. At that moment, Yurnal approached, apologizing to Caleb for saying earlier that she had finished everyone. However, Caleb didn't blame her and asked her not to apologize. "Thanks to you, Yurnal, we are safe." Curious, the protagonist asked if it was her first time hunting. Yurnal hurriedly replied that it had been her first time using a bow against someone. The protagonist revealed that it was also his first time casting a spell against someone. However, he reminded her that they had done this to survive. Changing the subject, Caleb called her to check the items the enemy group carried. Caleb internally didn't understand why he was so calm. "If this were reality, I would be going crazy, but this doesn't feel real enough for me to be shocked." With this in mind, he approached the first man hit by Yurnal's arrow. While collecting, he thought about the previous fight against the goblin. At that moment, Caleb truly thought he was going to perish. It seemed, however, that he had become mentally stronger after that. Still, the awful stench of bodies was not something he believed he would get used to. While Caleb checked one side, Yurnal ran to him, showing a backpack she had found. When the elf threw the backpack on the ground, Caleb wondered what was inside. Yurnal guessed the items belonged to other adventurers who had been attacked. Inside the backpack were countless items: handkerchief, Bible, frying pan, bread, knife, rope, wallet. The duo also found an ID card for a person named Abison, an F-rank adventurer. Looking at the young man with white hair in the photo, Yurnal commented that he looked different from all 4 they had eliminated. The protagonist replied that he must be the original owner of the backpack. They didn't know what had happened to the young man named Abison, as there were countless ways to end up having your hit points zeroed in the game. Caleb recalled how the bald man seemed to know basic battle positioning, but because he hadn't expected him to use abilities, he ended up being tricked. Caleb wondered if, had the positions been reversed, he would have anticipated the possibility of what he himself did. He reached a conclusion. It was impossible to predict. He would end up just like the bald man. In frustration, Caleb gritted his teeth, as without the hourglass ability he would have already been eliminated. Relying on power and luck in this way was not the protagonist's player style. He didn't want to depend on anything. Frustrated, Caleb took the lead, calling Yurnal to continue exploring the labyrinth. With a sharp gaze, Caleb set an objective. "I need an impeccable and complete strategy that allows for no variables, because this involves, above all, my life." Following the new path, the protagonist would face the next challenge. This was clearly a world within a game, but for him it had become reality. Walking without stopping, Yurnal was panting heavily. 12 hours had passed while hunting goblins, so a state of exhaustion was natural. As soon as Caleb suggested they take a break, Yurnal's eyes lit up. A bonfire was lit. The pair set up camp where they stopped to rest. Yurnal warmed a piece of bread and passed a slice to Caleb. While Caleb was eating, the elf lowered her head. "Thank you so much for saving me twice today." Even with Caleb saying she had put in the effort, Yurnal trembled with fear, imagining what would happen if Caleb had accepted the bald man's offer. But upon hearing that Caleb would not abandon a companion, Yurnal's eyes filled with tears. Determined, Yurnal Urnil told him to sleep first while she kept watch. Caleb covered himself and accepted the offer. As soon as Caleb entered a resting state, experience points were received, and he leveled up to 3. This made him discover when he received experience rewards. In Caleb's stats, he had the 10 points distributed into wisdom before transmigrating, plus 2 extra points provided by the wands he held in each hand. As he thought, Caleb discovered he could check Urnil's information. Urnil had also leveled up to 3. She had 8 points in agility with 1 extra point totaling 9. She also had 2 points in dexterity. The high agility was due to her elven race. Caleb could also see the sound mapping ability Urnil possessed. Since he was the one who could distribute points, Caleb increased Urnil's agility from 8 to 10 points. As soon as he exited the rest state, the protagonist woke up in the labyrinth. It was obvious he wouldn't return to reality. He quickly told Urnil to sleep. The elf was standing, using her bow as a crutch to avoid sleeping. She quickly threw the bow away and curled up to rest. However, before sleeping, Urnil saw Caleb pick up the shield. The protagonist muttered while looking at the shield, "I'm doing a check." After putting down the shield, the protagonist picked up a magic wand. He cast the fireball spell, attacking the shield and causing a large explosion. Caleb felt his power had increased, and by successfully destroying the shield with magic, he realized that what he saw during rest was not just a mere dream. Urnil was impressed by Caleb's attack but soon fell asleep while speaking. Caleb was about to explain what he would do from then on when he realized Urnil had already fallen asleep. When Urnil woke up, the pair extinguished the bonfire. Urnil was curious to know when they would find the exit. Since the exit location was random, Caleb believed it depended on luck, and his was the worst. Sighing, he believed it would take a week for them to get out. However, it didn't take long before, upon reaching the end of a corridor, Caleb found a large iron door with an exit sign above it. Some adventurers were guarding the door. Looking at the group's equipment, in Caleb's eyes, they were an experienced party, so they needed to be careful. The group noticed Caleb and Urnil. The dwarf in front of the group shouted to them, "You there! Are you from the Magical Academy prisoner group?" The protagonist nodded while Urnil hid behind him. The elf called the group's priestess Emma, asking when the academy had sent groups to the labyrinth. Emma thought for a moment and revealed that it was at 10 o'clock the previous day. The dwarf was speechless upon seeing that they had reached the end of the labyrinth in a day and a half. However, he frowned when he saw that the elf had given up on magic and picked up a bow. Upon hearing someone talk about her, Urnil flinched. The dwarf analyzed that the human holding 4 wands was quite confident in magic. Hearing the human agree, the dwarf asked if he possessed a fireball magic wand. As soon as he saw the human nod, the dwarf looked at another companion, Zikal, asking what they should do. The beast man just didn't want to stay there any longer. Since the human seemed confident, Emma wanted to recruit him. Still, the dwarf didn't want to accept a prisoner. He reminded them that based on Abyssin's level, he would be disappointed. Still, the priestess reminded him they had no options. Upon hearing the name Abyssin, the protagonist remembered that he was the owner of the backpack they found and asked, "By any chance, did you lose a mage companion?" The dwarf confirmed, "We lost him to a black wasp on the first floor." The dwarf recalled Abyssin, someone who was a great friend despite his terrible abilities. The priestess told the dwarf to stop talking nonsense. "He's still alive! I cast a soul preservation spell on him. We can revive him with a resurrection scroll." The 3 in the group continued to argue, while Caleb stared at them. Although the protagonist had found the exit, apparently there was a boss there that couldn't be defeated without a mage. Since there was a priestess, Caleb didn't believe they would face an undead. Trolls and salamanders should fit the group's combination better, as if it were a flying monster, the group would have been interested in the archer Urnil. Since the group needed a mage with fireball, Caleb became confident. Is the exit boss perhaps a poisonous spider? The group was surprised and stopped fighting upon hearing the question. The dwarf asked if the human perhaps knew about the labyrinth. Caleb smiled confidently in response. Poisonous spiders were monsters that shot poison in webs. The exit room should already be covered in webs, so specialist users were needed to face it. The spiders would rush between the team members, shooting their webs and trying to inflict slow and blind effects. The moment they were caught, they would no longer be able to move. There was only one way to prevent this, with a mage using fire magic. The mage would set the ceiling on fire, burning the webs and forcing the spiders to come down. Knowing all this, Caleb was certain that the group ahead of him needed him. Emma was comfortable accepting him, as was Zikal. The dwarf still thought for a moment before making a decision. "All right, you two will temporarily join the team." However, Caleb refused, surprising the trio. Urnil was shocked to hear Caleb refuse such a great opportunity. However, he countered, "Certainly, it's a good opportunity to defeat the exit boss and finally find a chance to escape to the surface. However, there is something extremely important they didn't tell us. The number of people who can pass through the gate is only 4. Urnil was surprised to hear Caleb. The protagonist revealed that only one person could pass through the gate at a time due to the risk of collapse. With each person passing, the disappearance speed slowed down, reaching 5 minutes, which is why the number of people in each team was limited to 4. Since there was only one spot left in the team, Caleb revealed that they were basically telling them to abandon her. Upon hearing Caleb, Urnil was stunned. The dwarf was truly surprised to see Caleb know so much. Stating that he hadn't intended to hide the information, he apologized. However, he asserted that they only needed one mage. I want to give you a chance to leave alive, but unfortunately, how can you abandon your elf girlfriend? Yrnil shivered upon hearing the dwarf. Thinking Caleb might abandon her, Yrnil looked at him worriedly. For Caleb, the offer was tempting. However, if he couldn't escape the prisoner status after leaving the labyrinth, he would simply be thrown back in. The important thing to ask was whether those people would continue to form a team with him. Obviously, the answer was no. Since he would never find someone with Yrnil's abilities again, Caleb replied, "Yrnil is my companion. I will never abandon her." The trio was surprised to hear the answer, as was Yrnil, who expected to be abandoned. Smiling, the protagonist decided to make a proposal to the trio. "How about you hire us?" The dwarf raised an eyebrow. "So you won't pass through the gate but instead demand payment?" Becoming interested in the proposal, the dwarf asked how much he wanted. The protagonist asked for 10,000 gold coins, which made the dwarf's expression turn grim. Yrnil was also shocked by the demand. Obviously, Caleb knew the amount was exorbitant. The magic stones and backpacks the pair had collected on the first floor of the labyrinth could sell for a maximum of 2,000 gold coins. The value of Caleb himself and Yrnil would amount to 3,000 gold coins each. He was basically asking for an amount to free themselves and secure emergency funds. The group quickly started debating whether or not to pay. The protagonist knew that because they had a priestess, this group probably possessed a large amount of money. Since they were tired, they wanted to escape. The most important thing for the decision was Abyssin. Time was running out because they needed a scroll to resurrect him before his body or the preservation spell was damaged. Caleb was confident they would accept. With Zakal urging him to accept quickly as there were no other mages, the dwarf frowned. Caleb interrupted anything else, stating that for trust reasons he wanted the priestess to swear a contract in the name of the deity Nathaniel. Emma reassured him, but this only made the dwarf even more irritated. Finally, the dwarf thought and proposed, "How about 9,000 coins?" The protagonist entered negotiations, asking for 9,500. The dwarf offered 9,300, but Caleb held firm at his price. With so much trouble, the dwarf had a headache, but Caleb informed him he wouldn't regret it. In the end, when they agreed, the priestess laughed at how much the dwarf was worrying and called Caleb and Yrnil to approach. With everyone together, the priestess took the oath and the contract. Birtanen, Zakal, and Emma promised to hire Caleb and Yrnil for 9,500 gold coins, on the condition that they help Birtanen's group pass through the gate. If the group is eliminated, the contract is voided. She asked the representatives to swear in the name of the contract. The dwarf Birtanen and Caleb did so. Birtanen placed his hand on the door and pushed it open for them to enter the boss room. They encountered a new corridor filled with spiderwebs. Caleb couldn't see clearly due to the darkness, but he discovered explosive barrels in the area. As they walked, the dwarf warned about web traps on the floor. Caleb already knew it was difficult to get out of them once stepped upon. The dwarf reminded them that they needed to find the boss's location and questioned Caleb about why he wasn't burning the webs on the ceiling. As he was still asking, the dwarf felt a tremor. The group hurriedly looked up. A ball of web was launched towards Birtanen. The dwarf managed to reflect the web attack with his axe. He then quickly pointed to the ceiling, telling the mage to shoot fireballs to force the spider down. On a web on the ceiling, the spider was throwing web balls toward the ground. With the spider so exposed, the protagonist believed it would be easy to defeat it. Since there wouldn't be many chances, he needed to deal a ton of damage at once. As expected, the turn-based hourglass ability was activated. The protagonist quickly used his action points to cast 4 fireballs. As soon as the turn ended, the fireballs flew towards the large spider on the ceiling. The spider was surprised by the fireballs and couldn't dodge in time, being engulfed by the explosion. Zakal was shocked, asking how the mage could have cast 4 fireballs at once. Birtanen thought he had gone crazy. Amidst their surprise, Caleb shouted, "Stay focused! Now is our chance!" Immediately, Yrnil raised her bow, launching a rain of arrows that crossed the fire. The arrows hit the spider but couldn't pierce its carapace. Caleb asked Yrnil to wait a moment, as her attacks weren't being effective. Amidst the fire, the spider fell to the ground. The protagonist requested a magic shield from Emma. Emma cast the shield on Zakal, who was ordered to advance. Immediately, the beastman charged forward. The spider was still covered in smoke. However, before Zakal could reach it, the giant spider dispersed the smoke and encountered him. Zakal didn't stop advancing. His gaze was fierce. Aiming for the spider's legs, Zakal agilely moved to tear off 2 of them with a sword. The spider hissed in fury as it took damage. Unexpectedly, the spider lay on its back. Birtanen quickly warned, "Get ready, it's going to explode." Immediately, Emma extended her hand, using the Constellation Shield ability. A large shield appeared between the group and the spider. Caleb realized how well the group knew each other and was prepared for everything. However, more than finding a method to stop the poison sack's explosion, Caleb intended to do something before it happened. Extending a wand, he used a spell, Ice Stone. Immediately, an iceberg was created and thrown against the spider's poison sac. With the touch of the ice stone, the entire spider began to freeze. Announcing that he had frozen the poison sac, Caleb shouted for the priestess to retreat and the dwarf to attack. They were skeptical, yet Caleb yelled for them to follow his command. The dwarf didn't want to obey, which made Caleb extremely irritated. "Do as I asked, please." Mocking Caleb's temper, Bertanen advanced. He jumped towards the spider carrying an axe. As if cutting firewood, the dwarf attacked the giant monster. As soon as the cut was made, a large curtain of ice spread out. Bertanen had made frozen spider fillets. On top of the spider, the dwarf raised his axe, celebrating. Caleb, however, realized that this group didn't know that a second phase might appear. Looking up, he was met with hundreds of spider eggs on a web. While everyone was celebrating, Yenril observed Caleb. She approached him, curious to know why he was still holding the wands. Yenril was then ordered to look up. The elf was shocked by what she saw. "What is that up there?" Upon hearing the elf's cry, everyone looked up at the ceiling. Zikal, who had better vision, gritted his teeth in concern. The entire ceiling was filled with spider eggs, hundreds of them. Worried, Emma reminded Bertanen that no one had mentioned a second phase. It was a first for the dwarf as well. The protagonist quickly asked Yenril to bring the barrels they had seen earlier. Soon, Yenril knocked down the first barrel of explosives, which rolled toward the group. Stopping the barrel, the dwarf questioned, "You're not telling me to throw this upwards, are you?" To help the warrior dwarf, Caleb asked Emma to place a light weapon on Yenril's arrow. The priestess reached out, and with an incantation made the arrowhead glow. Yenril aimed upwards, illuminating the ceiling with her arrow. The light arrow was shot, flying towards the eggs on the ceiling. Seeing it hit the nest, the dwarf got a good view and immediately threw the barrel upwards. The barrel, however, failed to reach the eggs. Before it fell, Caleb saw that this was his chance to act. The protagonist activated the hourglass ability. He conjured 4 fireballs and ended his turn. The fireballs flew towards the barrel. As soon as they hit the target, the explosion occurred. Bertanen's group was surprised to the point of disbelief by the silent conjuration and high-speed spell activation Caleb used once again. They wondered if the hunts were always this easy. Recognizing Caleb's talent, Bertanen wondered where he had come from. As soon as they destroyed the eggs, the protagonist noticed a change. A large exit portal appeared. He sighed as everything was over. Being with an experienced group made things easier, but not being in control of everything like in games was frustrating for Caleb. Before leaving, Zikal gritted his teeth. "Hey, rookie, what exactly are you?" He smiled like a kitten that found an owner. "In the beginning, you used too many spells. I thought you were trying to destroy us all." Impressive. The protagonist blamed himself for not doing it, as the portal could have become his. Seeing that this was a joke, Zikal smiled. The dwarf approached, revealing how impressed he was. That's not the kind of skill a prisoner should have. "What did you do before?" The protagonist was just a gaming addict. So not knowing what to answer, he said anything. Just a prisoner from the Magic Academy. Noticing that Caleb seemed unwilling to answer, Bertanen still accepted the response, as everyone had their own stories. Yenril approached, relieved that they defeated the boss without even taking damage. Bertanen shared her opinion. "To be honest, I only agreed to the contract because I thought you guys wouldn't manage." Concealing the furious Yenril, the protagonist revealed he had already imagined Bertanen's thoughts and calculated the requested value based on that. Stating that he would pay the required amount, Bertanen swore that it wouldn't end like that. The protagonist agreed. "Exactly. It's not over yet." The group was confused as the gate was right in front of them. However, Caleb reminded them, "We still need to establish the contract in the village." Yenril was surprised to hear about the village. Emma then reminded her that the contract stated they needed to exit through the portal. Yenril was shocked as the portal had already appeared. She pointed at the portal, asking if they couldn't just go through it. Emma explained that, unfortunately, contracts sworn to the goddess of justice had to follow exactly what was written. Therefore, both Yenril and Caleb needed to pass through the portal for it to be fulfilled. The elf was shocked and asked what would happen if they couldn't manage it. The answer was simple: the contract would be voided. Yenril seemed frustrated and confused. Caleb didn't expect to receive the money up front, as no one would carry 10,000 gold coins into a dungeon. Yenril hurriedly asked if Caleb knew about this. The protagonist nodded, revealing that high-value contracts made in dungeons were always finalized back in the city. Zikal was surprised and now understood why the stingy boss had haggled. Bertanen, irritated, stated that he was taking care of the team's money responsibilities. Excited, Zikal asked Caleb to manage to return alive to take the dwarf's money bag. Emma, however, reminded him that the wallet belonged to everyone. Before the group passed through the portal, the protagonist stopped them and picked up the backpack he was carrying. "This backpack belongs to your companion. It belongs to Abyssine." The group was surprised to hear his words. The dwarf ran toward the backpack. Checking it, he realized why it looked familiar. He hastily asked where his friend's body was, but Caleb revealed they had obtained the backpack after fighting another group. Emma was surprised. For Zikal, this was a huge coincidence. Frowning, Bertanen believed he wanted something in return. The protagonist only asked them to leave the backpack so he could use it. Bertanen was surprised not to hear any more money demanded. The dwarf did not disagree with the request. He quickly took all of Abyssine's items to hand over the bag and some rations to Caleb. Seeing the dwarf hand over all the food, Caleb asked if he didn't plan to return to the labyrinth soon. The dwarf revealed that it took time to obtain a resurrection scroll. They had already used one. Emma explained that Abyssin had already been attacked once, which is why they needed to spend what they had. Seeing how unlucky Abyssin was, the protagonist inwardly wished for him to stop going into dungeons. Sighing, the dwarf admitted that Caleb was 1,000,000 times better than Abyssin. Laughing heartily, Zakal imagined they could have recruited him from the start. While the group talked and had fun, Yenril became downcast. She suddenly raised her hand and unexpectedly asked, "Could you take Caleb with you now?" Everyone was surprised by the elf's question, including Caleb himself. Yenril asked if at least one person from their side could receive the reward. Everyone watched the elf become increasingly melancholic. Downcast, she continued, "Caleb can receive the reward, become a free citizen, and join your group. He could even use the leftover money to buy equipment." Shocked by Yenril's words, Emma asked what she would do. Even a mage like Caleb hardly survives in dungeons alone. "You wouldn't last a single day." Yenril already knew that. She clasped her hands, gripping her bow tightly, as her voice became shaky. "Honestly, I don't think we would find the exit again. If things continue this way, we will meet our end in the dungeon. Caleb, please don't stay here because of me." Remembering how she had been saved by Caleb against the goblins, the pressure trap, and even against the bald man, she thanked him for getting them this far. The protagonist was dumbfounded by the melancholic thank you. Yenril sobbed with every word. "Thank you so much for everything, Caleb. I will never forget. Please live well, for both of us." The dwarf was concerned by Yenril's words. "Miss, recruiting members from other groups inside the dungeon is considered misconduct." Yenril was surprised, recalling what they had been discussing. The dwarf scratched his head, revealing that he only considered them useful because they had defeated the boss and had never thought about what would come next. Correcting himself, the dwarf stated, "It's different now. I want to treat you as an official group, not as prisoners. That's why I will make an offer to both of you. Caleb, if you accept, I would like to officially recruit you. You will receive 25% of our earnings, in addition to the reward of 9,500 coins." Thinking she would be left out, Yenril hung her head. Caleb was surprised by the generous offer. Yenril then tried to push him to accept, stating that she would manage somehow. Holding his hand, Yenril said he couldn't be left behind because of her. "Please, let's part ways with a smile." At that moment, as Yenril's tears fell, the protagonist received a notification. "Hourglass expansion opportunity. If you stay by Yenril's side now, her trust will reach 100%. With time paused, the protagonist looked at the notification. There was more information in it. If Caleb kept Yenril's trust above 80%, he would be able to give her commands during turns, and she would execute them of her own will. Returning to his thoughts about the game, Caleb remembered that skills were enhanced based on level and different progression paths. The path he was following might allow him to give commands to group members. While Yenril was crying, the protagonist reread the information. He knew this wouldn't work for extreme or impossible commands, but simple things might work. He didn't know how many action points each command would cost. This could be a crucial change, as Yenril's actions would happen immediately. Faced with all these thoughts, the protagonist smiled. Having made the proposal, the dwarf waited for an answer. Caleb gritted his teeth at being rushed by him. Activating the hourglass to think better, he analyzed all the options. He could stick with the hourglass expansion, as well as Yenril, or he could escape the dungeon and join a veteran group. As soon as the minute was up, he made a decision. Caleb grabbed Yenril by the wrist and replied, "I appreciate the offer, but the answer is the same. I am escaping the dungeon with Yenril. Please go ahead and pass through the portal as planned." Crying, Yenril was left speechless. The dwarf and his group were shocked by the response. Caleb showed that he was serious and firm in his decision. Thinking long-term, making Yenril more useful was more profitable. Obviously, he was also not heartless enough to abandon her. Yenril, despite staying with him, thought he had gone mad. "Caleb, why aren't you going?" Suddenly, Zakal surprised his group by walking towards Caleb. The beast man cried like a child. "You are such a nice guy. I called you a rookie, but it seems I was the rookie." Emma was quite excited, as the Magic Academy seemed to have found a gem this time. Burton felt he wanted Caleb even more in his group. Breaking the emotional mood, Emma asked how the two planned to defeat the next portal boss. Remembering the subject, the protagonist asked if they could keep the spider's body. The dwarf quickly got annoyed, refusing the request. The protagonist then asked if he could buy it. He offered 1,300 coins, but the dwarf haggled to sell it for 1,500. Changing the subject once more, Burton asked the name of the elf accompanying Caleb. "If I recall correctly, your name was Pretty Nil?" Even while crying, the elf got irritated. "What? My name is Yenril." Winking at the young woman, the dwarf gave a thumbs up. "The sincerity you showed was even cooler than 4 rapid fireball attacks." Asking both of them to return alive, the dwarf approached Yenril, handing her a small gift. 4 potions. Since he had nothing to give, Zikal stated he would buy the duo a drink when they got out. The dwarf wished Caleb and Pretty Nil good luck, who corrected him one last time. "It's Yenril!" Emma reminded them that upon reaching the city, they should go to Nathaniel's temple to look for her. Before leaving, she also cast a spell. "May Nathaniel's blessing be upon you." A divine power fell upon Caleb and Yenril. They would receive 1 point in all stats for 12 hours, in addition to immunity to curses and rot. Thus, the trio headed to the portal and said their goodbyes. Zikal asked them to remember him, and Emma wished them good luck. The dwarf thought for a moment before leaving and picked up a stone. "This is the farewell for now." That stone was an E-rank mana stone. Using a mana stone counts as one person passing through the gate. In dungeons, using mana stones helps portals appear faster. It is the proper etiquette toward the next group. As soon as the mana stone touched the portal, making it turn red so only one more person could pass through it, the dwarf instructed, "If you return alive to the city, meet me at the Adventurers Guild. My name is Berdanen. I will be waiting for you." As soon as the dwarf passed through the portal, it closed. At that instant, Yenril fell to her knees on the ground. Frustrated, she questioned Caleb. "Why did you do that? How can both of us defeat another portal monster?" Caleb looked at the girl but didn't seem as worried as she was, because he, who had been shaped by years inside games, had already calculated everything. Touching the elf's shoulder, Caleb asked her not to cry, as they could manage it. He asked her to get up so they could start removing those spider fangs. At that moment, Yenril's trust reached 100%. Although she was doing what Caleb asked, Yenril complained, "I'm not saying this to avoid work, I really meant it when I said I would do anything. You could even use me as a shield if you wanted to. But wouldn't it be easier if we collected the fangs together?" The protagonist watched Yenril pull out the spider fangs and asked her to trust him. He asked her to continue, as he had his reasons for telling her to do that alone. Although Caleb wanted to help, the success rate of the extraction depended on the dexterity stat. Yenril possessed 2 dexterity points while Caleb had none. Furthermore, Caleb intended to review the expansion skill. He wanted to create plans in advance for future fights. The protagonist checked the skill information again. He focused on the part that said difficult actions or commands against natures might not be executed. Caleb wondered if, should he order Yenril to attack the uncooperative dwarf, she would actually do it. There was also the possibility of ordering her to shoot 10 arrows at once, something physically impossible. Although he could imagine the limits, he wanted to test them. Caleb continued to watch Yenril until she finished collecting all the fangs, cheering. The protagonist then took the bag so they could keep moving. They could also craft poison arrows on the way. With all the spider fangs in hand, Yenril celebrated discovering a new talent. The protagonist was satisfied with Yenril's change in mood. She'd been crying just minutes ago, but in a place where the end was lurking, seeing her smile was the best that could happen. Sometime later, the protagonist explained to Yenril that she just needed to combine the goblin arrows with the poisonous fangs to create the poison arrows. Having explained, Caleb handed the mission of making the arrows over to Yenril. Yenril, however, didn't know if upgrading the arrows would really be useful in battles. The protagonist revealed that in fact, she wasn't dealing damage because her equipment was horrible. Equipment was important for archers. Since they couldn't obtain a new bow, the protagonist hoped they could at least get better arrows. Creating new arrows wasn't that difficult. They just needed to stick the old arrow into the poisonous fang. Caleb showed Yenril that even with a terrible bow, she could demonstrate great power. The protagonist left it up to Yenril once again to make the arrows. Success in crafting generally depended on her skill attribute. Before Caleb expected it, Yenril had already embedded the arrow into the giant tooth, perfectly completing the upgraded arrow. The protagonist was shocked. "How did you do that?" Yenril revealed that she had just gently inserted the arrow, and it worked. It was easier said than done. If Yenril had pressed harder than necessary, the poison at the base of the tooth could have exploded and hit her. The poison arrow dealt 7 damage, but the poison could deal 60 to 68. It also created a cloud of poisonous gas. Caleb instructed Yenril to use the poison arrow only when he instructed her to, as they were few. The pair continued to explore the labyrinth corridors. As they walked, the protagonist decided to use the hourglass expansion function. Activating the function, he ordered the elf, "Yenril, take the water bottle from your bag and give it to me." Unexpectedly, as soon as he ordered, Caleb didn't see any action points used, probably because he himself wasn't performing an action. As soon as the turn ended, Yenril took the water bottle and approached Caleb. The protagonist feigned surprise. "Why the water so suddenly?" Yenril looked thoughtful and answered somehow, "You looked hot and thirsty." Having discovered how one part of the power worked, the protagonist wondered how it would function in battle. To Caleb's delight, some goblins appeared at the start of the corridor they were in. The protagonist immediately activated the hourglass power and spent 1 action point to cast a fireball. Immediately after, the protagonist ordered Yenril to shoot an arrow at the goblin in the rear. As soon as the turn ended, Yenril raised her bow and arrow, firing one of them. Yenril's arrow hit the goblin exactly in the leg, while the protagonist hit the other with a fireball. The goblin hit by the arrow screamed in pain. When he realized it, a magic wand was already in front of him. The protagonist used a fireball, finishing the monster. Having eliminated both goblins, the protagonist asked Yenril why she had aimed for the goblin's leg. She replied after thinking, well, the leg looked easier to hit. The protagonist understood that, when giving a command to Yenril, she would execute it in her own way. Caleb felt that the function would indeed be useful, as it would help deal with things he couldn't handle. Caleb, however, remembered there was a note about the target not being able to perform super difficult actions, or those against their own nature. He intended to test this next time. Activating the hourglass once more, Caleb ordered Yenril to perform a male dance. As soon as the turn ended, Yenril ended up staring at him, confused. Activating the hourglass again, Caleb ordered Yenril to do a simple dance. Immediately after the turn ended, Yenril began to dance. However, upon seeing the look Caleb was giving her, Yenril stopped dancing, feeling embarrassed. Sighing, Caleb understood how the ability worked. He avoided looking at the embarrassed Yenril and told her to keep walking. The pair continued advancing, passing by forks in the path. The protagonist watched Yenril and decided to ask a question. Activating the hourglass one more time, Caleb asked her to tell him everything she knew about him before they entered the dungeon. As soon as the turn ended, Yenril began to speak. Now that you mention it, I remember hearing something on the prisoner ship. You became a prisoner because you eliminated someone, didn't you? While drinking the water, the protagonist nearly choked, coughing. While Caleb recovered, Yenril commented, I thought you would be terrifying, but it turns out you aren't. What a relief. You probably had your reasons, Caleb. The protagonist just nodded, realizing that everything had been a mess from the start. Yenril continued to ask, you attacked a half-fox companion, didn't you? The protagonist recalled that in the game, foxmen were cunning and good at magic. They were also attractive enough to charm people easily. Yenril displayed an angry expression. That woman probably did something horrible. The Caleb I know would never do something like that without a reason. Caleb felt that Yenril was acting like a fanatic. The protagonist commented that a lot had happened, which made Yenril continue. You used to be a dungeon explorer, right? In a city to the east. Yenril remembered that, in the Magic Academy, they placed one person in each group of 4 prisoners, always someone with dungeon experience. Yenril felt lucky to have teamed up with Caleb. The protagonist discovered what the original owner of that body was like. As the pair continued walking, they quickly found a new exit. Caleb was surprised to find the second exit so quickly. Yenril ran towards the door and halfway there encountered a person. That person looked exactly like Abyssine. That body possessed a golden aura around it, soul preservation magic, which made it look as if it were just sleeping. Abyssine possessed a noble appearance, as if belonging to a rich family. Looking around, Caleb commented that the magic looked super expensive. Yenril agreed, as it was the first time she had seen such magic. Caleb imagined that if they took Abyssine's body with them, the family would reward them greatly. However, they could see that Abyssine's body was missing one leg. Hastily, Caleb asked if Yenril heard anyone approaching. Yenril used her hearing and commented, trembling, it sounds super disgusting. Caleb asked if there was a wing-beating sound, but the elf denied it. Caleb frowned, as the dwarf's group had said a wasp had attacked Abyssine. Wasps don't leave their prey behind and go hunt other things. With that in mind, the protagonist decided they should check where the sound was coming from. Yenril, however, went to a corner, revealing that the sound was coming from the next corner over. Caleb followed the path Yenril indicated and discovered a larva egg. Caleb was quite confused to find that the wasp had left its offspring alone. If adventurers had eliminated the wasp, there should have been signs of battle. To Caleb, there was a possibility that the wasp had fled from something even stronger than itself. Suddenly, the protagonist thought of a frightening possibility. The protagonist quickly asked Yenril if any adventurers had been disappearing on the first floor recently. Yenril didn't know, as she wasn't an adventurer to know the details, but revealed she had heard that a thief had gone missing. Caleb discovered that the thief's name was Mr. Back Attack. Yenril revealed that this thief supposedly defeated a black wasp alone after his entire team had been defeated. When asked why he was curious about this, the protagonist gritted his teeth. A thief was basically a natural enemy of mages. The protagonist realized he was in danger. Confused, Yenril asked what was happening. Caleb then asked, Yenril, have you ever heard of possessed adventurers? Yenril tried to think about it, but stated she had never heard of it. Caleb wasn't surprised, as they were rare to appear in dungeons. Even after completing countless dungeons in the game, Caleb had only seen one case of a possessed adventurer on the first floor. There were adventurers whose souls were taken by the dungeon master, and they became his servants. These adventurers were affected by an incurable state of madness. They still continue to use their physical and magical abilities even stronger, making them a nightmare for regular players. Seeing how worried Caleb was, Yenril drooped her ears, apprehensive. She was starting to tear up. Are we screwed? The protagonist realized he had let his emotions show, and reminded himself that he couldn't let Yenril realize he was panicking. Quickly, Caleb reassured the elf, stating that they could handle the situation. Raising a wand, Caleb showed confidence so that Yenril would trust him. In a tavern, the dwarf Bertanen was pounding the table. table, irritated because no one believed he had met someone capable of casting spells without a casting time. The bartender reminded him that this was something only seen once every 100 years. Changing the subject, the bartender was happy that Bertonen had returned alive. He suddenly brought a drink, surprising the dwarf who hadn't ordered anything. The bartender chuckled, joking, "Didn't you order it with no casting time? Drink up and stop talking nonsense." Bertonen, annoyed, drank the entire tankard of beer in one go. Changing the subject, the bartender asked about Zikal. The dwarf commented on Zikal's lack of experience, but noted how good his skills were. The bartender was pleased, since it was he who had introduced Zikal to Bertonen. If he gains some experience, he'll become the next Mr. Back Attack, right? Bertonen chuckled, remembering that the thief was a legend among first-floor adventurers. Zikal is far behind compared to the hero who carried a two-person group to the second floor. Remembering Back Attack, both were saddened that he had been captured by the Tower Master. While they were talking, someone hastily opened the bar door. A noblewoman screamed, "Bertonen, you're here! My son Abison." Is what they said about him true? The dwarf apologized to the crying woman. He walked ahead alone looking for an exit and was bitten by a wasp. The white-haired noblewoman was shocked to hear what had happened to her son. She was about to faint but was supported by a young man accompanying her. "Mother, the soul preservation is still there. Calm down and listen to Bertonen." The young man stared sharply at the dwarf. Surely he's not to blame. No way a Bertonen family member would end up like this. So foolishly, right? You already have a rescue plan for Abison, right? Stating that the magic lasted a week, the dwarf said there was no problem in resurrecting Abison. Revealing that they would get a resurrection scroll in 2 or 3 days, he stated that they would leave as soon as they had the item. Abison's brother questioned whether they would be able to find him. Holding a card, the dwarf explained that they would use tracking magic. The young man asked how he had Abison's card, and was curious to hear the dwarf say that a genius mage had found it. The bartender chimed into the conversation. "Yes, a prisoner mage who has no casting time." Irritated, the dwarf asserted that he had told the truth about it. Abison's brother didn't believe the story and asked them to stop telling jokes. The mother, however, intervened. "Clarence, perhaps this mage can recover Abison's body." The dwarf agreed with the woman, revealing that the mage's group consisted only of him and one other person. Clarence didn't want to hear more, but his mother insisted, "No matter what the cost, we need to put a reward on Abison's body." Hearing the woman, a lizardman smiled maliciously. He hastily got up. "Madam, how much will you pay?" The lizardman asked her to hire them, a team that operated on the 3rd floor. Clarence glared at him with a sharp look, telling him to shut up. The lizardman felt a terrible pressure and quickly ran away. Clarence sighed, asking his mother not to try to solve everything with money. She, however, asked how they would solve the situation. Clarence stated that he would go to the labyrinth with Bertonen. The dwarf was pleased to have the company of a 5th-floor mage. Despite his disinterested look, Clarence stated that he would bring his brother back, as well as find this genius mage. At the same time, in front of the fire, the protagonist affirmed, "Yenril, we must not give up." Standing in the room with lava, the protagonist explained that it was the offspring of a monster that acted as the 1st-floor leader. The smell of the lava kept other monsters away. However, if the smell disappeared, they would start moving. Worried, Yenril asked if they should wait for the next exit. The protagonist denied it. If Back Attack is really here, a 1st-floor group wouldn't be able to defeat him. Waiting for the next exit will be impossible. Thinking deeply, Caleb believed that the best plan would be to capture Back Attack with Yenril and then flee. Despite such a mission being difficult, Caleb believed they were not weak. Downcast, Yenril asked if they could really defeat Back Attack. Smiling, Caleb affirmed that there was a way, although very difficult. Hastily, Yenril stood up. "What is it?" "I'll do what you say." Hearing her, the protagonist smiled maliciously. "All right, then we need to use a terrible strategy. Get ready." After some preparation time, a large explosion happened. Goblins nearby were startled, but before they realized it, an arrow and lightning struck them. The protagonist held 2 wands and stated confidently, "We are going to start a goddamn training now." He smiled maliciously, scaring Yenril by claiming they would hunt 100 goblins. The protagonist began running through the corridor, casting spells against the goblins. Yenril followed him, shooting arrows at the enemies. Arrows and fireballs united in the hunt that was the training, decimating dozens of goblins. As level 5 was almost the limit on the 1st floor, the group had reached level 4 after defeating the poisonous spider. Caleb imagined that if they hunted for 2 days, they would be able to level up. The protagonist hoped to reach level 5 during the hunt, as he would then obtain a special skill. While hunting, they also collected valuable magic stones, throwing away everything else. While Yenril was already tired, Caleb stated that they would hunt a goblin shaman. He hoped to find scrolls by hunting the shaman goblins. He quickly ran through the corridor, leaving the tired Yenril behind. Who knows how long later, the duo returned to the region where they had set up camp. Caleb praised Yenril's good work. Having obtained a scroll, the protagonist believed the preparations were ready. Distraught, Yenril stated that the larva's breathing was becoming as weak as hers. The protagonist revealed that he believed the larva would not last more than a day, as it hadn't eaten for a long time. Starting to go crazy, Yenril asked if they should feed the larva with abyssin. Hearing Yenril, the protagonist stated that damaging a soul-preserved body was a serious crime. They already had all the items they needed, so there was no need to do anything. Seeing Caleb go to a barrel, Yenril asked what he was doing. The protagonist showed that inside the barrel there was melted ice. He was filling the barrel with water. Yenril was surprised and imagined that this was part of the plan. The protagonist confirmed the suspicion, stating that it was almost ready so she could rest. Excited, Yenril stated that they could take turns. Caleb thanked her, covering himself to rest first. Unexpectedly, Yenril sounded quite somber in her voice. Right, Caleb always has a reason, right? The protagonist needed to sleep first to level up and be able to use his plan. However, with some fear, he quickly stated, Yenril, I'm going to stand guard for 30 minutes longer than you this time. The elf was extremely happy and thanked Caleb for the extra time. Yenril thanked him and wished him a good rest. Still afraid, Caleb realized that Yenril had a scary side. Thus, he asked her to wake him up in 2.5 hours. The protagonist soon entered a state of rest and while sleeping leveled up to 5, as did Yenril too. Upon reaching level 5, the protagonist unlocked the option to choose a new special skill. As they approached the exit once again, Yenril showed concern about the clothing Caleb was wearing. Caleb reassured her, reminding her that she hadn't seen everything yet and expressing confidence that they would defeat the boss. However, Yenril did not display the same confidence. Caleb smelled bad because he had put on the larva's eggshell. As soon as they entered the boss's room, both saw someone sitting on a stone throne. That person with red hair stood up. Caleb promptly grabbed 2 wands, staring at the former player with a darkly malicious look. The boss disappeared from the throne and reappeared behind the duo. With a dagger in hand, he smiled as he attacked. The hourglass was immediately activated. Having already expected back attack to use ambush leap, the protagonist pointed the wand over his shoulder. The plan was simple: use 4 shock spells and then use water while Yenril recovered from the surprise. As soon as the 4 action points were used, the turn ended. Electric spells rained down on back attack, pushing him backward. The red-haired rogue gritted his teeth furiously. As soon as he fell to his knees, Yenril dumped a barrel of water on him. With back attack in a wet state, Caleb used an ice spike spell. However, before being hit, the rogue zigzagged to escape with the shadow leap ability. Knowing the cooldown time for the abilities, Caleb smiled, formulating a plan. Warning that he would take care of the barrels, the protagonist instructed Yenril to shoot arrows. Caleb lifted a barrel with levitation magic, and Yenril immediately fired with her bow. The barrel exploded over back attack, spilling water onto him. Caleb promptly used ice magic again. The magic froze all the water between the duo and back attack. Back attack gritted his teeth as the field had become difficult to move in. The protagonist smiled mockingly for restricting the enemy's movement skills. However, he suffered a ranged attack. Something hit Caleb's chest, breaking the eggshell that encased him. Yenril rushed to check if he was okay, and Caleb reassured her. Seeing the dagger on the ground, which had been thrown from a long distance, Caleb was surprised. The magic dagger immediately returned to back attack's hands with a nod from him. Smiling maliciously, the corrupted one disappeared into the wind. Caleb recognized the invisibility skill and quickly ordered Yenril to locate the enemy. Yenril used her ears to search and located back attack on the ceiling. She immediately fired an arrow. The arrow flew towards the enemy, who was still invisible. He was negatively surprised at being found. Emerging from invisibility, back attack used his dagger to deflect the arrow. He dropped from the ceiling toward the duo and grabbed something on his back. Caleb recognized the grenade in back attack's hand. The hourglass was still on cooldown, but Caleb had already formulated a plan to deal with it. Pointing the wand at the larva, the protagonist used ice spikes. The larva was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Putting away one wand and picking up another, Caleb leveled up and used a new special ability, Slaughter Frenzy. Promptly, the hourglass's ability was reset. In the game, Slaughter Frenzy was an ability that restored 2 action points upon defeating an enemy, but now Caleb used it with a different condition. The frenzy granted Caleb 2 temporary action points to use in an extra hourglass. Having prepared all this time to tame the larva and bring it to the lair, Caleb froze time, aiming at the grenade in back attack's hand. He concentrated as much as possible, aiming precisely. Caleb even pleaded for it to hit and used the electric shock. Having used 2 lightning attacks, the time freeze ended, and they moved towards back attack. Mid-air, the rogue could not dodge. The shock hit the grenade in his hand. A large explosion occurred in the cave, engulfing the maddened man. Caleb and Yenril were surprised and excited by the result. Caleb promptly asked Yenril to check back attack's location. The elf pointed toward the smoke curtain, and without thinking, Caleb used ice spike spells. While still falling, back attack was hit by the magic. Part of his body froze, and he slowly groaned in pain. Knowing that back attack would not be able to dodge, Caleb firmly asked Yenril to use her bow. This time, Yenril equipped a poison arrow. The arrow was fired and struck back attack squarely. Caleb sighed, believing that this would be the end of the enemy. The poison gas bag exploded, and the enemy would soon meet his end. With 20 damage points being dealt for 20 seconds, back attack fell to his knees. Even without being able to see a health bar, Caleb hoped the enemy would be finished soon. However, before Caleb's eyes, something happened. An energy explosion erupted from back attack. Immediately, Caleb raised a wand, warning Yenril that they would move to Plan B. Although frightened, Urinal nodded affirmatively. Caleb was about to see why no adventurer had managed to get past back attack, because he could still use the abilities he possessed in the past. Caleb had already anticipated this moment, so he didn't feel much pressure. Before entering the boss room, Caleb had instructed Urinal to fire only one poison arrow to find out what would happen. Urinal believed they should use more than one, but Caleb had something in mind: the fact that back attack had defeated the Black Wasp alone. This meant he possessed a way to neutralize poisonous attacks. It was very strange that he, despite being agile, had not suffered from the Wasp's large stinger. Caleb considered a scenario where back attack would be poisoned but remain alive. Caleb denied Urinal the possibility that back attack could cure poisoning, as he was a rogue. Besides bombs, potions, and scrolls, he must also have a special skill. Caleb pointed out that they needed to find out if he could detoxify himself. This possibility filled Urinal with extreme fear. However, he reassured her, if he possesses something like that, it means we will move to Plan B. Before the duo, back attack exuded an energy that pushed away the entire poisonous cloud. He had used the Adrenaline Surge ability, a skill that regenerated 50 health points, restored the cooldown of one ability, and removed negative effects. Back attack's heart pulsed in gold. His eyes shone because the Careful Steps ability was used. Back attack managed to run over the ice, advancing maliciously. The protagonist was startled because there were still only a few seconds left on the hourglass. Urinal hastily raised her bow, asking if she should shoot. Caleb told her to wait. With a movement ability active, back attack would dodge. To use Plan B, Caleb needed to create distance between himself and Urinal. The protagonist advanced, sliding over the ice. He managed to get close to back attack and used Thunder Shock. Back attack managed to dodge and smiled mockingly. Zigzagging, he instantly appeared before Caleb. The rogue grabbed the protagonist's hand and twisted it as he squeezed. Caleb ended up dropping his wand and cried out in pain. Back attack threw him to the ground and raised his dagger. At that moment, Caleb shouted for Urinal. Hearing him, back attack diverted his gaze to the side. The elf was pointing an arrow at him. Immediately, back attack retreated, dragging Caleb with him. As Caleb screamed for them to start Plan B, he felt a stab in his stomach. The protagonist staggered backward after being hit. Placing his hand on the wound, he felt a throbbing pain. The protagonist quickly grabbed one of the potions the dwarf's group had given him. However, at the same time, the rogue stole a potion from him to use as well. As soon as the potion was consumed, back attack brandished his dagger once more in the face of danger. This time, Caleb was the one who smiled maliciously. Back attack had fallen into his trap by getting close. Caleb had planned the exact situation they were in. The protagonist intended to endure all the damage caused with potions. The first potion used cost him 1 action point. Back attack would not eliminate him with the dagger strike. Grabbing a scroll, Caleb spent the second action point. Its use consumed the third. He ordered Urinal to shoot an arrow and finally spent the last action point. As soon as the hourglass time ran out, back attack's dagger fell onto a shield. He was surprised, which gave Caleb time to hug and hold him. "This is magic armor, bastard. You didn't expect this, did you?" The magic scroll Caleb used nullified 5 attacks that dealt less than 100 damage points. While holding back attack, he shouted to Urinal once more. The poison arrow flew, arcing down onto the rogue. The arrow hit him successfully, and as the poison bag activated, Caleb mocked, "How does it feel to be hit a second time?" While taking the potions, Caleb saw the real battle begin. The poisonous fog engulfed both of them, worrying Urinal. Back attack coughed constantly, but Caleb had the potions to keep healing himself. Back attack managed to grab Caleb's shoulder, trying to push him away with frightening strength. The rogue recovered his dagger and prepared a low attack against Caleb. However, the dagger soon fell to the ground. Back attack lost his strength and collapsed. The protagonist sighed when he saw that the persistent bastard had fallen. However, he also became weak and fell to his knees. Urinal quickly ran to him. In tears, Urinal fed Caleb a potion. "We won! We must cross the portal together." Even using all the potions they had, it was still a gamble. Caleb could still perish from the poison affecting him. Tears streamed down Urinal's face as she continued to feed him the potions, the only thing she could do. Sometime later, the portal appeared. Caleb managed to get up, and after resting, his breathing stabilized. He praised the arrow Urinal had shot. Crying, the elf stated that the high ground had blocked her vision, and that she had shot without seeing the target. Since archers suffered when attacking from lower ground, Caleb understood that back attack had deliberately moved him far away to make Urinal's actions difficult. However, thinking about this in advance, Caleb had given her the special ability Curved Artillery, a skill that ignored obstacles by curving the fired arrows. Being praised, Urinal continued to cry with emotion. At that moment, Caleb remembered they had something to do before leaving. Caleb reminded her that there were 2 empty slots for the exit gate. The protagonist had decided to take the bodies of Back Attack and Abyssine with them. In the Barrel Rats Tavern, someone who didn't usually frequent it at night was present. Upon seeing Clarence, the dwarf Burton questioned if he was there to check if they had obtained the scroll. Clarence's sharp gaze confirmed that, as Abyssine's life was at stake, he wanted to verify it personally. The dwarf stated that the scroll should be ready by the end of the day, so they would enter the labyrinth the following morning. Since the soul preservation magic was running out, he knew that if they failed to rescue Abyssine, resurrection would be impossible. Suddenly, Suddenly, Emma opened the tavern door, drawing everyone's attention. She held up a scroll. I brought the resurrection scroll. Besides the scroll, she informed them that they needed to leave for the labyrinth management office because the main entrance to the first floor had been opened. The group was shocked. Clarence, raising an eyebrow, asked if she was sure about the information. Confirming what she had heard, Emma urged everyone to hurry. In the management room in the basement of the Labyrinth Guild, a portal opened before a young woman. She yawned, waiting for someone to come out of the portal. She was shivering from the cold, wondering why she had to do this waiting job. Suddenly, the girl was startled by a shout. "Has anyone come out yet?" Dwarf Bertinen's group entered the room. Clarence greeted the instructor. Upon seeing him, she revealed she had heard the news and asked if he was expecting Abyssine to come out somehow. Clarence, however, did not have much hope. Suddenly, the portal glowed, indicating someone would emerge from it. The instructor asked Clarence not to worry too much, as they would be able to handle the situation involving Abyssine. It was then that she looked at the portal and was met with a corpse. The instructor was startled and jumped back upon seeing someone fall through the portal. The dwarf's group was shocked to recognize Abyssine. Clarence quickly ran towards him. The portal glowed again, changing color, and another person was thrown out of it. Emma and the rest of the group were shocked. They recognized Back Attack. Seeing that half of the group that passed through the portal were just bodies, the instructor wondered what was happening. Did a two-person group defeat Back Attack? Immediately, Clarence remembered what the dwarf had said in the tavern about someone with ultra-fast casting, with no incantations. He swallowed hard, wondering if that was true. Anxiously, Bertinen waited for Caleb to pass through the portal. However, Urinal came out first, disappointing him. Still, she advised that Caleb would arrive soon. Emma became extremely excited upon seeing the elf. She and the group were sure that the pair would manage to get out alive. Trembling, the instructor hastily asked, "You are from the Magic University's prisoner group, aren't you?" Smiling, Urinal asked if there was any problem. The instructor was shocked because if a two-person group defeating Back Attack was impressive, having them be two prisoners with damaged weapons in a team formed only a few days ago, it made her wonder how they had been captured in the first place. When the portal turned red, indicating a final person would pass through it, Urinal saw Caleb begin to emerge. Tired, the protagonist carried a backpack on his back and walked slowly out of the portal. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zikal became extremely excited. "Did you really get Back Attack?" Because they had also brought Abyssine's body, Emma was deeply moved. Seeing the stains on Caleb's clothes, the dwarf became worried. While still trying to process the noise, Caleb staggered, muttering, "Priestess, I want my gold." Caleb fell into Urinal's arms, who quickly held him up. The next day, at the Temple of Nathaniel, the protagonist woke up to the sunlight. Asking what had happened, he looked at Emma, who replied, "You fainted as soon as you arrived." Emma revealed that he had passed out from taking too many potions. Scratching his head, the protagonist stated that he needed to do that to survive without an antidote. Changing to a more important topic, Caleb asked where his money was. Emma reassured him and pointed to a bag. "Do you want to check it?" Upon checking the coins, however, Caleb only found 7,850 gold. Asking about the missing 150, Caleb heard Emma say that she had deducted the medical fees. Frowning, the protagonist stated that he hadn't asked for help. Smiling, the priestess revealed that it was Urinal who had done it. Curious, Emma asked if he was going to seek the freedom status from the Magic University. However, Caleb changed the subject, asking about Abyssine and Back Attack. Emma revealed that Abyssine was being treated and would revive soon, while Back Attack had been sent to a morgue. Caleb asked if they couldn't resurrect him too, but she refused, reminding him that he was not under soul preservation magic. Soul preservation magic trapped a soul to its body. For 1 week, resurrection was possible thanks to this magic. There was, however, a loophole in Back Attack's case. It was possible to extract his soul and, using a soul's resting place to put it in a jar, resurrection would be possible, but nobody knew where this resting place was located. Caleb had only discovered it in the Strategy Lord's dungeon, on hard difficulty. After recovering, he left the temple and said goodbye to Emma. The protagonist went to the Magic University, a large complex of buildings forming the institution on an island. Urinal, who was already there, ran towards him upon seeing him. The protagonist showed that he was fine and held up a bag of money, stating that they could now gain their freedom. Urinal's eyes lit up upon hearing the news. However, she became frustrated upon hearing, "According to the calculations, Urinal cannot gain freedom." Surprised, Caleb showed that they possessed plenty of money to free her. The man before them stated that, for the freedom status, 3,000 gold was required. But, based on contributions, Urinal was only worth 2 gold, so she could not be freed. Since the pair did not understand the contribution system, the Academy mage preferred to show them. He magically created a scale and revealed, according to the testimonies from Bertinen's group, Urinal's contributions are worth 2 gold coins, while yours, Caleb, are worth 27,848. Confused, Caleb asked why Urinal's contribution was so low. The protagonist stated that Urinal had been the one who personally created the weapon used to defeat Back Attack. The man questioned if this was somehow related to the contract with Bertinen's group. Caleb was direct, stating that the plan was to obtain a poisonous arrow and clear the next exit. If Urnil hadn't had the skill to create the poison arrows, they wouldn't have even made the contract. Urnil was surprised to see Caleb defend her so much. The man thought for a moment and adjusted the scale. With that in mind, he moved to the next step, sizing up the value of their adventure. However, before that, the man pointed his wand at the pair, using the lie detection skill. The magic hit Urnil and Caleb. It amplified physiological reactions when someone lied. The man soon apologized, asking them to understand that he was just following the rules. Asking them to put their backpacks aside, he instructed them to recount their adventure and how they had contributed in the labyrinth. The protagonist placed his backpack on the table and looked at Urnil, worried, internally begging that they would manage to escape. The value obtained from recovering several magic stones, as well as the reward for back attack, amounted to 14,600 gold coins. This value was equivalent to the profit of a 4-person group on the first floor of the labyrinth. However, when looking at Urnil's share, he discovered it was only 20% of that amount. Even with this sum, Urnil had not managed to reach 3,000 gold. The protagonist gritted his teeth as he felt she had worked much harder. He did not understand why she only reached 20%. Urnil's total value was 2,925 gold. Seeing the elf with her head down, the man asked if she was disappointed. Scratching his head, he revealed that, normally, prisoners only managed to profit an average of 500 gold, while only 10% of them survived. Hearing the man, Urnil was frightened. His voice sounded grave in her ears. "You didn't achieve this because you are amazing. You just followed Caleb's words. Frankly, all you did was lose 2 poison arrows. Anyone could have done that in your place." With a serious look, he commanded, "If you have any complaints, speak now." Urnil lowered her head, accepting his decision. The instructor turned to Caleb, asking him not to show mercy, as sending prisoners into the labyrinth was also a form of punishment. Since Caleb was the only one who could buy his freedom, the instructor asked if he would do so. The protagonist, carrying a bag of money at least 5 times larger than Urnil's, agreed to secure his release. The man then used magic to break the lock on his neck. As soon as he congratulated him, he put away his magic wand and ordered the guards to enter. They approached Urnil from behind and promptly led her away. Unable to do anything but watch her being taken, Caleb internally swore he would rescue her later. The instructor, before Caleb left, asked if he intended to join the magic university. With a smile, he showed that they didn't want to lose a mage with talents like his. Caleb noticed how the man's attitude had changed after he became a free person. The protagonist knew how often mages perished in the labyrinth, so the university did not want to miss the chance to hire a new one. Still, Caleb asked what he would gain by accepting. The man began to think, but was interrupted when the doors opened. "Jacob!
Is this the friend from the rumors?"
Upon seeing Professor Meldini, Jacob was surprised. The short, big-eared old man showed irritation. "This is the genius mage with invisible and ultra-fast casting. Of course I came here to confirm it with my own eyes." The protagonist greeted Meldini, quickly introducing himself. The professor got straight to the point, stating he liked his look and questioning him about what he thought the mission of a mage was. The protagonist thought and quickly replied, "Isn't it developing new magic or hunting labyrinth monsters?" In response, the old man stated he was wrong. "There is a nobler mission, exterminating the incarnated from the other world." Caleb was surprised as Meldini also referred to him. Meldini stated that, from time to time, several eruptions in the labyrinth happened, and to prevent such a thing, mages needed to track them. According to investigations, the monsters' movement patterns could only be related to the incarnated, the possessors from other worlds. Meldini was clear. "We discovered that if they don't return to the labyrinths in 2 weeks, the monsters emerge to eliminate them. And that's why we need to eliminate them first, for the sake of peace." The protagonist realized from Meldini's words that a peaceful life for him would be impossible. Meldini revealed he had investigated Caleb's origin, coming from the city of Wandam, in the Far East. "You tried to attack someone, right? You believed the reason was possibly because she came from another world?" The protagonist was surprised by the question. Laughing heartily, Meldini invited him to join the Possessed Hunters Club. "Surely you are not a body possessor, are you?" The protagonist remained silent, making Meldini curious. Caleb could not answer. It would be a disaster, as he was still under the effect of the lie detection magic. Meldini raised an eyebrow, curious. "Why aren't you answering?" "That's not a difficult question." The protagonist felt extreme pressure, wondering how to get out of that situation. Having just escaped the labyrinth, he blamed himself for not gathering more information before going to the academy. Seeing how long he took to reply, Meldini frowned. "You are not a possessor, are you?" At that moment, someone unexpectedly opened the door. It was Clarence. "Excuse me, Professor. He must be disoriented from just having escaped the labyrinth. Isn't it too early to recruit him?" Upon seeing Clarence's arrival, Meldini stated that it was never too early to reap good fruits. Clarence's arrival also revealed something. Professor Isolov was also interested in him. Clarence questioned the professor. With his talent, wouldn't he fit better with labyrinth exploration than with eliminating the possessed? The protagonist stared at Clarence in surprise, while Meldini became irritated. Clarence smiled for the first time at the professor. There is no rush to decide that now. Caleb is now a free citizen. He extended his hand to Caleb, asking him to consider joining the Labyrinth Exploration Club. In the light streaming through the windows, Caleb followed Clarence through the corridors. He couldn't hesitate. Sighing, he felt relieved to have escaped. However, he thought of something that worried him. If a convenient magic like lie detection existed, perhaps a magic to discover who was a possessor also existed. Since Meldini had decided to question him, Caleb wondered if there were any restrictions on the lie prevention magic. Faced with so many questions, the protagonist became quite irritated. After walking for quite a while, Clarence stopped, commenting that the lie prevention magic should have worn off by now, apologizing for the late introduction. Clarence introduced himself as a final-year academy mage. With a deeper introduction, he stated he was the older brother of Abison, whom Caleb had saved. The protagonist didn't give the matter much importance, as he had also benefited, since it would be easier for him to become a citizen. Apologizing for not introducing himself sooner, Clarence commented on how speaking under lie detection magic was not polite and was considered rude by many. Thinking for a moment, he recalled that they could not legally use anti-lie magic on just anyone, only on prisoners lately. The protagonist gritted his teeth upon hearing this. Remembering how Meldini tried to force him to answer, Clarence himself apologized for Meldini, revealing that not everyone rejected the famous otherworld possessors. Being at the academy, Clarence explained that there were 3 factions there. The third faction, led by Meldini, prioritized eliminating possessors. The second, led by Professor Isolov, aided possessors and managed labyrinth explorations. Lastly, Professor Dahlstream's faction revered possessors. The protagonist became curious about the last one. Speaking more about Dahlstream, Clarence revealed that he conducted research on ancient texts. Dahlstream's research stated that the possessors were at war with the Labyrinth Master and were using it as a battlefield. The Labyrinth Master could capture human souls and drive them to madness. Normally, no one could resist this, except for a single mage, a mage whom Dahlstream believed was among the otherworld possessors, the turn-based mage. The protagonist was shocked to hear the revelation, even more so when Clarence continued. It is said that the turn-based mage can freeze the physical world. However, Clarence was unsure what exactly turns meant. Such texts were legends, full of incomprehensible words, so the faction barely had 3 members. While following Clarence, Caleb asked if a group with 3 members could truly be called a faction. Clarence revealed that the faction survived only out of courtesy, as the professor was a respected senior. Arriving at Professor Isolov's office, Clarence opened it for Caleb. The professor, upon meeting Caleb, explained how the club worked. It researched the strange phenomenon in the labyrinth, as well as secret rooms, ecology, and the monsters of that place. Currently, we are focusing on possessed adventurers, not the otherworld possessors as they call them. We focus on those like Back Attack, who are half-alive beings. The professor believed something was hypnotizing their souls inside the labyrinth. Caleb, hearing the professor, understood that they still did not know the soul's resting place. Isolov thanked Caleb for bringing Back Attack out of the labyrinth, as now the traces of his soul could prove a hypothesis. Praising Caleb's talent, Isolov stated that he would be of great help to the team and invited him to join them in the search for Back Attack's soul. The protagonist smiled, as that seemed easy since he had done similar things in games. Recovering the souls of possessed adventurers would allow him to recruit them. Caleb wondered if he could do such a thing in this world too. Since avoiding Meldini was a priority, and Dahlstream's faction seemed unbearable, the protagonist thought of something. Can I form my own club to do activities? Isolov was surprised as he had never heard that before. Scratching his beard, he commented, "Normally people join a senior, but you are free to do anything." The protagonist thanked the professor, stating that he would join his faction. Upon arriving at the dormitories that night, Caleb was introduced to his room. The assistant accompanied him and wished him a good rest. Upon opening the door, Caleb was surprised. The dormitory was incredible. 2 luxurious red sofas facing each other in a room, a golden chandelier on the ceiling, and some bunk beds. This place was much more spacious than where Caleb lived in his past life. Caleb asked if, once he managed to recruit members for the team, they could stay in that room. The assistant replied that officially no, but she didn't want trouble, so he could do as he pleased. As soon as the protagonist said goodbye to the assistant, he took a bath in the tub. The hot water made him feel like he was melting. That morning, he had escaped the labyrinth with Urinal, completed a mission, gained his freedom, entered the Magic University, and joined Professor Isolov's faction. Tired, Caleb couldn't believe everything had happened so quickly. He began to list what he would do the next day. Go to the library for information, go to the admissions office, and pick up Urinal. Although what seemed like a tutorial had just ended, Caleb still had a long way to go. Relaxing in the tub, he fell asleep. The next day, the protagonist went to the classroom. He was still tired from spending the night at the library. Someone appeared beside him. commenting, "You must be the new student everyone is talking about." An old elf smiled at him. "Pleased to meet you. I am Dalstream, the university's old hermit." The professor got on the platform, explaining the memorize ability, a magic that summons a memory book. It was like a special ability obtained after making a contract with Weezus, the Lord of Wisdom. The professor showed a contract, stating that anyone who signed it could also receive a memory book. Extending his wand, the professor used the magic, which, with a golden glow, summoned a book. The professor instructed everyone to do the same. The protagonist followed Dalstream's instructions. The number of slots in a memory book varied depending on the caster's level. Being at level 5, Caleb possessed 3 slots. The professor revealed to everyone that they could only store spells according to the number of slots, but they could also create new spells by combining the ones they already had. The professor then called the assistant, Scarlet, asking her to give a demonstration. The assistant was surprised because the professor had given his back. Pain as an excuse for not doing it himself? Scarlet sighed upon seeing how the professor kept handing her tasks even though she was so tired. After everyone followed Scarlet, they arrived at the demonstration field. The assistant repeated what the professor had already said and gave an example. By combining 2 grade 1 magic slots, the number of slots would increase and they would receive 1 grade 2 slot, but the created spells depended on the magic book. The advantage of using this method was that they wouldn't need a slot to register the spell. The assistant also stated that it was possible to combine 3 spells, although it was difficult for them at that moment. Combining 3 spells had a low success rate, but the created magic would inflict damage from the sum of the 3 attributes of the skills. Giving a demonstration, Scarlet extended her wand, using the 3 attribute shot. A sphere of ice, electricity, and fire traveled toward a scarecrow. The scarecrow exploded upon receiving the attack, creating a shockwave that startled the students. Proudly, Scarlet asked what they thought. The assistant opened a scroll, showing a list of spells they could choose from. They could obtain the spells by buying their books at the store. She also advised that anyone who wanted to learn about skill construction should follow her. Sometime later, upon discovering that someone was attempting a triple combination, Scarlet was shocked. Before her, Caleb was asking if doing such a thing was prohibited. Upon seeing the list, Caleb chose Cloud Dust, Heat Wave, and Humidify, 2 combat spells and 1 utility 1. Scarlet wondered what spell he was trying to create by combining them. Scarlet became quite angry upon seeing he wanted to learn Humidify, an ability that only increased the humidity in the surrounding air. Amidst the complaints, Scarlet was surprised to see the professor approach. She showed the combination to the professor, stating that it made no sense. The professor, however, smiled and told her to try it. Scarlet completely shivered, but the professor concluded, "Research is the greatest virtue for a mage. The Magic University always welcomes new methods." The old elf smiled, stating he was eager to see the results. He wished Caleb good luck. Later, after class, the protagonist returned to the dormitory. Caleb had registered the purchased spells in his memory book slots. Now, while studying, he wondered if he should start with fusion. Caleb began the fusion by adding Cloud Dust with Heat Wave, creating Dust Explosion. The first ability was cheap, and by fusing it with Heat Wave, it created an ability dozens of times more powerful than something like a fireball. By performing reverse fusion, Caleb created Heat Wave, a magic that caused a debuff, a pain in the heart. Lastly, Caleb fused the 3 grade 1 spells he bought and created Cumulus Nimbus. Possessing 3 registered first rank abilities, the protagonist could register 3 more second rank ones. Remembering that it had been a long time since he used such a strategy, Caleb recalled that it was during his first time in the Strategy Lord difficulty. Cumulus Nimbus was a cloud ability that created lightning. Caleb intended to test this ability quickly using the hourglass. However, he did not yet possess an electricity wand to use in one hand. Thus, the protagonist hid his skill information and decided to go to the temple the next day, in addition to stopping by the shops. But Caleb remembered he had something even more important to do. The next day, Caleb went to the Adventurers Guild. In a prison wing, someone opened a cell, calling out to the one inside. A young woman with her head down emerged from the cell, while the guard announced, "This was the one transporting illegal substances, Prisoner Yernil." The elf left the prison with eyes full of dark circles, due to continuous crying over the last few days. The guard informed her that a client wanted to buy her for labyrinth exploration, so she should follow him. Yernil wondered what kind of person would buy her so quickly. Such people always treated them like worthless objects. Yernil followed the guard to the second floor, head down, wondering if she would ever meet a good person. Fear dominated her as she thought about returning to the labyrinth, as she didn't even know if she would return alive. Biting her lips, Yernil wondered what would happen from now on. With tears returning to her eyes, Yernil murmured the name of someone she missed. "Caleb, I miss you." In the middle of Yernil's words, she looked up, and her jaw dropped in surprise. Yernil's startled scream also frightened Caleb. Yernil's teary eyes widened upon seeing him. "What are you doing here?" Did something happen at the Magic University? The protagonist stood up with a smile. I cannot abandon a companion who risked her life with me. The protagonist extended his hand to Yurnal. Let's go. I will make you a free person. As they left the Adventurers Guild,
Yurnal stated she had no money to repay Caleb. The protagonist replied that he already knew, and commented to her that there were 2 ways to make her a free person.
the first method would be for him to collect the reward for rescuing Abysson's body. Yurnal was surprised, as she thought this had already been done. The protagonist, however, revealed that he had only received 100 coins in advance, because Clarence, Abysson's brother, had said it would be safer to receive the rest later. The protagonist also intended to receive the full amount later, as Yurnal would also receive a part, but for that, he needed to keep her as part of his team so she wouldn't be dragged away by anyone else. As Caleb explained all this, they arrived at an armory. At that moment, Caleb explained that the second way to free her was for her to go to the labyrinth with him. If we pay the debt with the expedition reward, we can make you a free person. Picking up a bow, Caleb extended it to Yurnal as a gift and a request for her to make a choice. Yurnal, even trembling, extended her hand. The protagonist realized she was still scared by everything that had happened. He intended to let her go immediately if she wanted to leave the team at any point. Afraid, Yurnal lowered her head to ask if Caleb would continue adventuring in the labyrinth. The protagonist affirmed that he certainly would. Contracting, Yurnal stated that she might not be much help, but asked if she could continue to follow him, not just one last time. Yurnal grabbed the bow, as well as Caleb's hand, and shouted, "I want to be your companion." The protagonist was relieved. Internally, he had been scared of the possibility of her saying she wouldn't join him. With an awkward smile, Caleb thanked her. "Then let's continue getting along well together. Actually, I've already found other team members." Yurnal became excited to meet the new companions. Caleb didn't expect her to become so excited that her eyes shone like stars. Upon arriving at the academy dormitories, Yurnal excitedly asked if she could really stay there. Caleb showed her the place, stating that she could feel right at home. Humming, Yurnal walked through the corridors. She had gotten new equipment in addition to new clothes. She couldn't imagine being any happier. Reaching the room door, she tried to hide her happiness about being in a hotel-style dormitory, as well as the excitement of being able to explore the labyrinth with Caleb. Thinking about taking a hot bath, Yurnal opened the room door, intending to go to the bathroom with animated eyes. However, as soon as the door was opened, Yurnal was startled to see a skeletal person with red hair. Caleb quickly calmed her down. Nevertheless, Yurnal couldn't understand why that person was there. The protagonist revealed that he had brought back attack from the temple that morning. After using a necromantic scroll provided by Professor Isilov as a zombie, Bakatak couldn't even speak properly. Even so, Caleb interpreted that he was happy and greeting Yurnal. The elf lowered her head and, looking at Bakatak again with a frightened expression, stated that she wanted to leave. According to Professor Isilov's writings, 12 years ago, in a labyrinth in the city of Sohan, a massive loss of life occurred due to a labyrinth eruption. The number of monsters totaled about 3,000, and a significant portion of them consisted of abyssal creatures. Research indicated that the person responsible for the large eruption had been a possessed individual named Henry, who lived secretly in the south of Sohan. Traces of resistance against the monsters were visible, but he was eventually found lifeless. In Henry's hand was a note. "To all the possessed, beware of the Magic University." Since the message was written in an otherworld language, only the possessed could read it. This might not have been just a warning. Perhaps there was an issue with the Magic University itself. Even more suspicious was the fact that the place that suffered the most damage from the eruption was precisely the Magic University. They might have suffered heavy losses by fighting on the front lines, or perhaps by trying to deal with Henry. The monsters might have swarmed the university looking for their next target. If Caleb's hypothesis was correct, it meant that countless possessed individuals were hiding their identities within the Magic University. To Caleb, they could represent an even greater threat than Meldini. He needed to hide the fact that he was also a possessor even more. As the protagonist was thinking, a startled elf carrying a pillow approached. "Caleb, can I sleep with you tonight?" The protagonist was startled as Yurnal's hair was completely standing on end. Yurnal blamed Bakatak, who had tried to eat her hair. The elf gritted her teeth, wanting revenge by shaving off Bakatak's hair. The protagonist agreed to let Yurnal sleep with him, but warned there was a condition. Several scrolls were thrown onto the floor in front of her. He stated that those were illegally purchased scrolls, smiling maliciously. He approached Yurnal. "I have many things to test. Would you help me?" In a tower of the academy, a conversation about Isilov was taking place. Maldini raised an eyebrow upon hearing that Isilov was in the middle of a project. "Are you not talking about tracking a possessor's soul?" Professor Isilov confirmed what he intended to do. Maldini believed the topic had been brought up by a new person. Isilov did not deny it. "Our sensation of a new student is forming his own team." Frowning, Maldini questioned if he didn't find such a thing suspicious. Is he truly a talent that can simply be explained by the word genius? Maldini recalled the records and commented, "Before the spider burst its venom sac, he shot an ice spike to stop it, didn't he? Is that all?" Two prisoners with poor supplies managed to defeat Back Attack and escape. Everything points to him being a possessed being. We have a duty to verify if he is or not. After finishing his notes, Isilov put away his quill and questioned what they could do in that situation. Are you telling me to lose a great talent based on uncertain speculation? Maldini shook his head negatively, not wanting to go further, but asked Isilov to remember the reason why there weren't that many mages currently at the university. Remembering the misfortunes and the heavy losses, Maldini prepared to leave Isilov's room, but reminded him, it was by letting one person go 12 years ago that happened. Therefore, I will continue to observe him. Professor, Isilov was left alone in his room. He understood Maldini's feelings, but he knew they needed someone willing to constantly enter the labyrinth to help the university. Thinking of other things, Isilov wondered if Caleb would succeed in forming a team. Sometime later, a poster was written, Team Member Recruitment Interview. One member needed a skilled warrior in close combat, capable of protecting the front line. Caleb received more candidates than he expected. Helping with the interviews, Yernil led a hungry person. While Back Attack was attracting a lot of attention, she was trying to keep him out of the way. Yernil couldn't handle Back Attack well, who out of hunger kept trying to eat her hair. With everyone gathered, the protagonist began. He pointed at Back Attack and announced, our objective on this expedition is to find Back Attack's soul and resurrect him. He reminded everyone about the announcement, stating that they were looking for a warrior for the front line. Placing a barrel in the center of the room, Caleb asked everyone who met the requirements to step forward. Since he couldn't check someone's stats without being in a party, he would require a demonstration of strength. It wouldn't be something simple, like just throwing the barrel, as Brittaven had done. Revealing the first test, Caleb stated that the second would be a skill check. They should demonstrate any warrior skill such as shield or taunt. Then, the protagonist asked who would like to participate in the challenge first. Many found the requirements difficult. Some didn't even possess skills, while others doubted they could lift the barrel. Caleb saw people starting to give up. Warriors, archers, and thieves gained points by using a source in the labyrinth. Possessing skills proved they had survived it before. Yernil approached Caleb, whispering that she herself didn't know how to use skills. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Don't make me laugh! Why are you being so selective?" Another warrior reinforced, "That's right. Just because you've been to the labyrinth, you think you're superior?" Someone stopped the man who was shouting. When he looked up, he was faced with a lizard man. "If you're done complaining, get out of the way." The man was surprised to see. Bernard, everyone was dumbfounded. To recognize the lizard paladin from the temple of Nathaniel, they remembered that Bernard operated on the second floor and didn't understand why he was trying to join a first-floor team. Caleb expected someone stronger to be interested, but it being someone from the temple of Nathaniel surprised him. He knew that a place that rejected necromancy wouldn't fail to monitor Back Attack in his current state. Suddenly, Bernard started crying. "Oh, Nathaniel, was this what you desired? I can't handle these pathetic beings. Please use my hands to purify him!" Someone interrupted him, correcting, "Isn't the goal actually to revive the zombie?" "What are you doing?" Bernard glared angrily at the man for interrupting him. The samurai approached, introducing himself. "My name is Hijikata, the swordsman. I am an active explorer of the third floor, searching for a friend lost in the labyrinth." The man stared at the zombie while speaking. "If I manage to revive Back Attack, maybe I'll find a clue about my friend's whereabouts." The protagonist believed that a third-floor explorer on the front line would be a relief, although he would probably return to his original team after the expedition. Seeing the two of them arguing, the protagonist felt an ambiguous feeling. He wasn't just looking for a temporary team, but a companion who would stay with him in the future. Suddenly, someone shouted, interrupting everyone. A man rushed into the enclosure. Even while breathless, he shouted, "Can I participate in the interview, please?" Upon seeing the monk, Hijikata asked, "Uncle, you aren't trying to compete with us, are you?" But the monk absolutely wanted to join that team. The protagonist was surprised to see someone from an even rarer class than a warrior. The monk approached, begging to be interviewed as well. Crying, he shouted, "Back Attack was my companion!" The monk was crying, blaming himself for what happened to Back Attack. Back Attack was known as the strongest on the first floor. He had stayed with the mountain group for 3 years, even just on the first floor because he felt comfortable with them. However, thinking that he was holding back a talented young man, and under the pressure of countless adventurers watching them, the group decided to let Back Attack go. They said goodbye to Back Attack, who accepted with a smile, as if he understood them. However, 3 weeks later, the group was ambushed by labyrinth thieves. The group tried to force them into a trap by closing the portal with magic stones, but one member barely managed to escape and called the guild for help. Thus, Back Attack, who was there, threw himself through the first-floor entrance. Having lost all members of his group and being cornered, he eventually gave up on life. The monk encountered a strange phenomenon. Another exit room appeared before him, but there, Back Attack had completely changed. He opened that door and disappeared with it. According to the monk, this was how Back Attack got rid of all the thieves after going mad. The monk was determined to join Caleb's group to find Back Attack's soul. The protagonist thought for a moment. The first floor wasn't that deep, but this was the first time he heard a story about a different boss room appearing. Showing how regretful he was for having abandoned back attack, the monk approached the zombie. If we hadn't let him go, this wouldn't have happened. He tried to save us because we are incompetent. Back attack, did you sell your soul to the labyrinth master? The monk was crying, knowing this could have happened, as back attack would sacrifice everything so that at least he could escape. The monk suddenly knelt down, startling Urnil, and implored back attack, "Please never forgive me." Amidst the commotion, the samurai withdrew, stating they should let the monk redeem his sins. The lizard, however, became furious. "How dare you emotionally manipulate a sacred contract? The situation is sad, but it must be fair." The lizard pointed at the barrel and blustered, "If you can even break it, I will give up too." Since a monk was an agility warrior, his strength was lower than average. However, the monk showed extreme strength when he hugged the barrel and smashed it against his own body. The lizard couldn't believe what it saw, mouth agape. Time passed, and as they left the guild, Caleb announced that the group was formed. He asked the monk, whose name was revealed to be Amos, to prepare before the adventure. Amos scratched his bald head, remembering that he would have to notify his wife before leaving. Turning to the elf, Caleb asked her to return with back attack to the dormitory. Caleb wanted to go to the magic university because there was something he needed to do before going to the labyrinth. The possibility of a faction of possessors within the university created a great risk for Caleb. Having created an unusual skill combination, accepted Professor Isilov's mission, and recruited a 40-year-old monk, Caleb believed he could attract and convince other possessed individuals that he was one of them. Caleb intended, to survive, to create a strong impression that he wasn't a ticking time bomb of a possessed person, but just an incredible genius. The person who would help him was Professor Meldini, so Caleb went to meet him. Upon seeing the protagonist, Meldini shouted excessively, "Caleb, is it true that you managed to link spells?" The protagonist looked at the short old man, asking if there was a problem with that. Meldini shouted at him, seeing the insolence. "Of course there is. Most fail, but your luck seems incredible." The protagonist decided to continue provoking Meldini. "That's right, I managed to fuse a triple combination, as well as 2 doubles." Meldini was shocked, feeling they were being looked down upon. This is an impossible feat without being blessed by the Lord of Wisdom. Dahlstream tried to intervene with Meldini, asking if the young man hadn't actually been blessed. Meldini stopped Dahlstream's banter, stating that unless Caleb was a possessor, he couldn't achieve a triple fusion. Upon seeing Meldini raise a magic wand, Isilov rushed to stop him. Meldini announced that he would cast the lie prevention spell, swearing that he would compensate Caleb if he was wrong, but eliminate him immediately if he was a possessor. Totter, protagonist, before the professor could use the magic, told him to cast it quickly. Meldini became irritated and began the casting. Beforehand, Caleb shouted provocatively, "You just don't want to hear from my mouth that I am an otherworld possessed person?" At that instant, the hourglass skill was activated. Time stopped, freezing everyone in the room. Seeing the professor finally use the ability, Caleb sighed for having to confront him to make him finally attack. Caleb then began searching to see if there was a faction of possessors in the hall with numerous people. First, he analyzed the professors. Isilov seemed friendly towards him, while Meldini seemed to hate him. The old Dahlstream didn't even have an expression. It was hard to tell what he was thinking. However, a man further back, Professor Enver, seemed extremely excited. Caleb decided to keep an eye on him. With the hourglass time running out, Caleb remembered that he needed to tell a lie for the detection skill's effect to activate. The Labyrinth Abyss is the best game in the world, the game of my life, and a work of art. As soon as the turn ended, the protagonist's false praise was counted as a lie, and the magic detection was triggered, causing him to suffer. Caleb fell to the floor after the skill's effect. Isilov rushed over, shouting, "A reaction for lies! Caleb proved he is not a possessor!" Meldini trembled, confused by what was happening. Caleb, who felt extreme pain, cursed Meldini internally. A week later, Caleb and his group gathered in front of the guild. Urnil was extremely worried about his body. The protagonist reassured her, stating there was no problem. Caleb, however, had been unconscious for 2 days, but gained benefits because of it. Meldini apologized deeply to him. Being cleared of the suspicion of being a possessor was enough, but Caleb also received gifts. Caleb received the legendary Compass of Greed, an item that aided in finding treasure chests in the labyrinth. Toaster Compass had some other unknown abilities, but since it was already a legendary item, it was extremely rewarding. Excited, the protagonist called out to everyone, "Urnil! Amos! Back attack! Are you ready?" Thus, the group headed to the labyrinth entrance. Upon entering the hall that granted access to the labyrinth, Caleb came across a group. He promptly asked Urnil to find out what they were talking about. Urnil whispered, "They are saying they don't seem to have much more than us." The unknown group looked at Caleb's group with malicious smiles. The human woman in the group suddenly approached them. "Hello, adventurers. Do you have a moment before?" Entering the portal, the protagonist immediately knew they were rookie thieves. Caleb had gone to the labyrinth immediately after the gates opened because he knew something like this would happen. The protagonist became annoyed, even more so when he heard the woman ask what he had in his bag. "Why do you want to know?" She feigned concern, claiming to be just looking out for rookies as the labyrinth was full of thieves. Unable to hide her malice, the woman asked if she could hold on to expensive items for them. Imus stepped forward, startling her with his size. "It's not necessary. Our leader is clever enough, especially to crush cheap thieves." The woman quickly ran away, warning that she had advised them. The protagonist watched her and her group, who went ahead. As they walked, Urnil worriedly asked Caleb if the people they met earlier were thieves. Caleb reassured her, as it would be difficult for anyone to get past Amos in a direct fight. He also reminded her of the elf's own abilities. "If they follow us, you will detect them, right?" Suddenly, the protagonist heard a scream. It was precisely that woman from earlier. "The thieves are chasing me! Please help me." The woman fell to her knees before them, and, not falling for the trick, Caleb questioned how they could believe her. In the game, Caleb would have promptly eliminated her, but being in real life, he decided to investigate her. The woman was crying. It was impossible to tell if she was sincere, but she apologized. "I don't deny that I was rude this morning, but we didn't know we would be attacked first. Please help me." Urnil approached Caleb, worried. The protagonist knew what she was saying could be true, but it would be insane to believe anyone inside the labyrinth. The protagonist pointed his wand at her and ordered, "If you want to live, leave. I will count to 3. The woman continued to beg for help, even as Caleb began the countdown. When he reached the final number, she stood up. "Fine, I'll leave. Don't attack." At that moment, Urnil warned, "Caleb! Someone is running here!" An unknown group appeared in the darkness, frightening the woman. She ran, trying to hide behind Amos. Quickly, Caleb asked Urnil to count how many enemies there were. Urnil promptly stated there were 4 enemies. At the same time, an arrow flew towards her. Amos stepped in front, blocking the attack. The protagonist gritted his teeth, wondering if the attack mentioned by the woman was actually true. However, as she passed him, she smiled maliciously. She stopped behind Caleb, smiling as she placed a wand near his neck. "So how was my feigning?" Amos became extremely worried about Caleb, however. Even with the woman casting a spell, Caleb shouted, "Just focus on what you're doing, Amos." The hourglass was activated, freezing time in the attack. The protagonist sighed as he had almost really fallen for the ambush. Calming down, he picked up a scroll. The woman, a mage, had served as a distraction. Instead of hiding behind the tank, she was trying to neutralize Caleb and Urnil, first by using a magic that scrambled the opponent's spells. When Caleb tried a lightning spell, flowers might appear instead. There was also the possibility of the mage using a paralyzing magic on Urnil after neutralizing Caleb. If that happened, the enemy group would only need to deal with. Amos thought the bandit group had taken into account that Back Attack was a zombie and couldn't fight. The protagonist blamed himself for not having acted sooner. However, with no time for regrets, he knew he needed to act the right way. A few days ago, Caleb had discovered something in the scrolls with Urnil's help. When the hourglass is counting down time, the cooldown of his abilities also starts ticking. Caleb saw himself with plenty of time thanks to the hourglass. Moreover, some scrolls had already been prepared. The scroll Caleb picked up had the time reduction effect spell, a spell that reduced the duration of status effects by 60 seconds. With 3 seconds remaining for the hourglass to finish, Caleb cursed the treacherous mage, planning to put an end to her. In the last second, he used the electric shock. Before the mage's spell took effect, the electric shock hit her. The group of bandits was shocked to see what happened. The mage fell to her knees, confused. The protagonist thanked her for helping him clear his mind and pointed his magic wand at her. "From people like you, life cannot be spared," the woman stuttered, trying to plead for mercy, but the dust explosion was used. Caleb left behind the flames and the smoke screen that engulfed the mage. Thanks to eliminating her, Caleb also obtained a temporary hourglass. A werewolf accompanying the thief was shocked. What happened to the disturbance spell? Before he could get an answer, 2 wands were pointed at him. The protagonist then used the hourglass's special effect, which granted him 2 temporary points. With time stopped, the protagonist analyzed the enemy group. There was a puppet, and behind it, a dwarf, probably a puppeteer. Caleb managed to understand why there were 4 enemies. Leaving electric shock prepared, the protagonist used the order function to command Urnil to shoot an arrow at the dwarf. With his second action point, Caleb aimed at a warrior to use the dust explosion. As soon as the turn ended, the warrior received the explosion. Similarly, the puppet received a shock and the dwarf, an arrow shot. The last one standing, the werewolf, curved his ears down in fear, trying to understand what was happening. At that moment, the ground was painted red. Amos hit the enemy tank with a large club. Being a monk, he prayed for the werewolf's soul. The dwarf, still alive, begged them to save him. The protagonist silenced him with a serious voice. "I warned you that I would have no mercy." The wand was pointed at the dwarf's temple. With a serious look, Caleb declared before using a spell, "I will no longer hesitate, electric shock." A few hours later, around a bonfire, Caleb was sleeping while Urnil and Amos kept watch. The elf, with her head down, felt stupid for not being able to help anyone again. However, she quickly slapped her own face to pull herself together. At that moment, Caleb woke up, promptly apologizing for having fallen asleep, a side effect of the scroll. Urnal ran towards him to check if he was all right. Curious, Caleb asked what the group was doing, showing several items. Amos stated he was checking what they had obtained from the group of thieves. Although he wanted to take everything for himself and sell it later, Caleb knew it was too heavy, so it would be better to collect only the equipment and consumable items they needed. They found 5 healing potions and 1 cooldown reduction potion. Unexpectedly, there was also a corpse-raising scroll. The wand carried by the mage belonged to the telekinesis attribute. Caleb pointed to the scroll in his other hand and tested the wand, making it move. When they had checked everything, Caleb asked them to organize themselves to leave once more. Suddenly, Urnal's ears twitched. "Wait a second, Caleb. I heard something coming from your waist pouch." The protagonist checked the item strapped to his waist. The compass given by Professor Meldini, the item that found treasures. Amos was surprised to see the item in Caleb's hand, but the protagonist prioritized reviving back attack. Thus, the protagonist put away the compass and asked Urnal not to alert him about every sound she heard. The elf lowered her head, as that was all she could do. "So I shouldn't mention things like water sounds?" Upon hearing the elf, the protagonist was surprised. She was even more specific. "It's like a fountain." Caleb approached Urnal, shouting desperately, "Where is that?" Certain skills for the warrior, rogue, and some other classes could only be obtained at the Fountain of Blessings inside the labyrinth. The legend said that ancestral lords were devoured by the labyrinth, and a part of them remained wandering in the fountain that gave powers to adventurers. Thanks to Urnil, they found the fountain, and Caleb didn't fail to praise her for it. Excited, the protagonist asked if Amos and Urnil would like to receive the abilities blessed by the fountain. Amos scratched his chin, as he had tried before, without success. Urnil, for having helped, focused only on being happy that she had been useful. Caleb knew that some requirements needed to be met to receive abilities. Not just stats, but also weapon proficiency. He asked if Amos had tried to obtain abilities with his current weapon, something Amos denied. The protagonist confidently told him to try. Since Amos's strength points were around 15, and he had proficiency with the club, Caleb believed he would get an ability. Amos went to the fountain and immersed his head in the water. As soon as Amos stood up, he showed his surprise. "Unbelievable! I really received an ability!" Excited, the protagonist asked what ability he had obtained. Checking, Amos revealed he had obtained the Earth-Shatterer skill. While Urnal was surprised, Caleb reminded her that it was her turn. Urnal was at level 6 and had 13 skill points. Caleb believed she would get one too. As soon as Urnal dipped and came out of the water, she showed excitement. "I received one too, the triple shot. Caleb, you should try it too." The protagonist was confused and reminded her that mages were usually excluded by the fountain. Urnil, excited, encouraged him. Since this wasn't a game, Caleb was curious to know how the fountain actually worked. As soon as the protagonist immersed his head in the water, a notification appeared for him. "You have used the fountain's blessing." It displayed Caleb's stats, and his weapon information marked the turn hourglass. With wisdom above 10 points, the fountain asked him to select an ability. The first option was direction adjust. He could move his hands holding a wand without consuming actions. The second ability was time swap. By reducing the hourglass time by 1 second, he could decrease the cooldown or remove 1 minute from a negative effect. The third option was memory book edit. During the turn, he could open the memory book to swap abilities. The fourth option was mind control. Spending 2 action points, he would command a lower level party member, regardless of their trust in him. Although the 4 abilities were extremely interesting, Caleb didn't think much. He eliminated the less useful ones until a final one remained. Caleb decided to choose the direction adjust ability. Urnil quickly ran to Caleb. Worried as he had stayed in the water for too long, Caleb reassured her and immediately used the hourglass. He moved his hands to check how the passive ability worked. Since no action point was consumed, he smiled, satisfied. As soon as the hourglass time ended, Caleb called the team to continue advancing. Since they only needed to follow back attack, who was heading toward his soul, everything became easier. As they walked, Imos's worried expression caught Urnal's attention. He was looking at a talisman given to him by his wife. Upon discovering that the monk was married, Urnal excitedly asked how he had met his wife. Amos revealed that they met at the Adventurers Guild. She was the one who had decided to form a team with back attack. Since Amos's wife knew he was indebted to his friend, she allowed him to join the mission, even if they wouldn't receive any monetary reward. Hearing Urnal state that his wife was incredible, Amos blushed, smiling. "That's why I need to return home alive." The protagonist almost rolled his eyes, as one didn't say such things in a dangerous situation. Suddenly, Back Attack, who was advancing normally, noticed something and started running. Urnal was curious to know why Back Attack was running. Back Attack threw himself onto the ground, as if he were digging one of the tiles. The protagonist, excited, commented to everyone that Back Attack must be reacting to his soul. He revealed that there should be a space between the first and second floors, and that Back Attack's soul was trapped there. Urnal was confused to hear about the 1.5 floor. Having heard about such a floor before, Amos asked if it was real. Caleb confidently affirmed that it was, and that Back Attack's soul was there. While they were thinking about how to get there, Urinal suffered a shock. She had stepped on a trap again. Amos quickly shouted, "It's going to collapse! We need to get out of here fast." Caleb, however, was calm and reassured them. "Thanks to Urinal, we will be able to find the entrance in an even easier way." The entire floor in front of them began to move when Urinal stepped on the pressure plate. A staircase leading to a floor below was formed. There, at the bottom of the stairs, there was also a portal. Looking down, the protagonist announced, "Let's go to the 1.5 floor." As they passed through the portal, Urinal was the first to be surprised. That place was like a destroyed new world, an ancient village. Urinal was left speechless, but Caleb recognized that place. She tried to listen for something, but nothing seemed to be moving. Caleb, however, warned her, "We need to move in silence so the sentinels don't see us." The border sentinels, monsters of the special floor, walked in groups and could easily send someone to a game over. However, since they usually gathered at the barracks as long as they remained silent, they wouldn't be detected. Entering the village, Caleb stated that they would grab the urn with back attack soul and then escape. Since he had already been through those areas in the game, he believed he wouldn't get lost. They soon approached a large church, the soul's resting place. As everything matched Caleb's memories, he confidently opened the church. As soon as they entered, they found hundreds of urns. Urinal was surprised by it all. Soul urns that were, however, empty. Amos was worried about how they would find back attack's soul among so many urns. Looking up, the protagonist pointed to an urn that was glowing green, as if something was inside it, stating that when they took back attack's soul back, monsters would rush to try and retrieve it. Caleb said they would take the urn to the 1st floor and conduct the resurrection there. Before Caleb acted, Urinal interrupted him. She pointed to a second urn that was glowing, this one among the many empty ones. Since there was one urn on the altar and another among the rest, she asked which one they should take. Amos was shocked, as the second urn hadn't been glowing minutes ago. Stunned, Amos asked Caleb if the Labyrinth Master had just captured another soul. The protagonist was in shock. He believed he was the best rookie on the 1st floor. There was no reason for the Labyrinth Master to go after another soul that wasn't his. Suddenly, Urinal heard someone approaching the church. The protagonist gritted his teeth, as that meant an adventurer had entered that floor and truly lost their life. Outside, a group was running. Remus didn't want to give up on carrying his fallen companion's body as they headed toward a dark temple. The door to the temple where Caleb and the others were was hastily opened. The protagonist recognized the lizard Bernard, who was surprised to see him. Caleb rolled his eyes, and the hurried Bernard threw all the blame onto him. "Why did you leave the door open like that? Don't you know how dangerous this place is?" However, the place wasn't dangerous before Bernard's appearance, who pointed outside hastily, "The monsters are gathering, we need to prepare for battle." Frustrated, Caleb asked what they were doing there. Bernard revealed that they had been sent by the temple and ended up there while attacking the labyrinth. The lizard looked at Caleb and spoke with emotion. "Our meeting must be a revelation from Nathaniel for us to walk a path together." The lizardman knelt, praying to Nathaniel. However, someone interrupted him. "Shut up, you bastard! They are coming, prepare the barrier now!" 2 other adventurers rushed into the church. Immediately, Bernard used a sacred power to create a barrier. The spell formed a magic circle blocking the temple door. He turned to Caleb, saying, "We will finish off the monsters here. Help our team!" The protagonist was extremely frustrated, as this should have ended without major problems. With extreme fury, he swore he would survive the cursed labyrinth. Caleb approached Bernard, asking if he would listen to his instructions. When questioned by the lizard, who asked why he should do that, Caleb reminded him, "You are the ones who brought the monsters here and caused all this mess." Bernard realized Caleb was right. He promptly agreed to obey, even against his own team's will. The protagonist grabbed a scroll and, changing the plans, decided to resurrect back attack immediately. Caleb intended to first use the undead rest scroll that Isilov had given him. As soon as the scroll was used, a dark energy was released from back attack. It would be necessary to protect him for 1 minute while the necromancy was activated. Back attack was linked to the scroll and fell to his knees. Warning Urinal that he would grab the urn using telekinesis, Caleb asked for her help so the urn wouldn't be knocked over. The protagonist moved the urn while Urinal waited to catch it. While Bernard's group talked, the protagonist asked them to reveal their abilities so the strategy could be set up. The big-nosed archer of the group snorted, irritated. "What a joke! We are a 2nd-floor group and you expect us to listen to you? I only follow Bernard's orders." Annoyed, Caleb looked at the lizard and asked what strategy they had used. Bernard hastily replied, "Obviously a frontal assault." Already imagining, Caleb asked what the result of the strategy had been and answered preemptively, "You lost a companion because of it, didn't you?" The trio lowered their heads, remembering the friend who was left behind. The protagonist, however, gave them hope. "If you follow my instructions, I promise we will revive him after the mission." To prove he was telling the truth, Caleb pointed to what was happening behind him. He explained that when someone lost their life between one floor and another, their soul was automatically stored in an urn. And just like Back Attack's urn, there was another glowing urn. Bernard's group was surprised, as that should be Aston's urn. Stating that he could resurrect Aston, the protagonist looked at Bernard anxious. "The payment will certainly be given by the temple later, right?" Hustily, the archer shouted, "If what you say is true, I will follow your orders." The archer revealed his abilities: piercing shot and ricochet shot. The barbarian who was with them possessed heavy advance and barbarian long jump. Having revealed everything, the archer begged them to save Aston. The protagonist nodded, confident. The barrier established by Bernard was being attacked and could be destroyed at any moment. Immediately, Caleb commanded everyone to prepare for the confrontation. A few hours ago, Bernard met with the priest of the Temple of Nathaniel. He entrusted him with a mission: enter the labyrinth immediately and verify the rumors about soul preservation. The temple will spare no resources, so you cannot fail. Bernard listened to the orders and departed immediately. However, now he felt fear and internally asked Nathaniel why he had made him face such challenges. As the barrier was damaged, the protagonist internally noted important things. A frontal advance was numerically disadvantageous. Moreover, if they stayed there, something even bigger would pursue them. Hustily, Caleb pointed to the temple's throne. "Amos, Bernard, Barbarian, stack the display cases behind me so we can climb." He also gave orders to Urnal and Remus, the archer, to protect the reliquary. The three strength-focused members of the group quickly stacked chairs and shelves. Warning that he would knock down the ceiling, Caleb told everyone to step back. Pointing his wand upward, the protagonist used dust explosion. The large explosion hit the ceiling, causing it to collapse outward. Quickly, Caleb told everyone to start climbing toward the top to escape through the opening created. Urnal and Remus carried the urns and went ahead. Right behind them, the barbarian carried back attack. Seeing Bernard and Amos falling behind, the protagonist rushed them. However, it was at that moment that he saw the temple door knocked down. 4 hooded monsters entered the location. They charged at Amos and Bernard, brandishing their swords. Amos decided to stay behind and shouted, "Caleb, go first! We will—" Buy time. Bernard promptly used the Guardian Shield ability, strengthening his large shield. Amos charged with his club, hitting the monsters and launching them backward. Before the two realized, dozens of enemies had already invaded the temple. Reaching the roof, Caleb could see that the duo wouldn't last long. He quickly shouted, "Don't move too far forward! Retreat!" The protagonist gritted his teeth, knowing that a certain monster was about to arrive. Just as he expected, an obscure hand entered the temple. Bernard's jaw dropped in fear. A dark being, who looked more like torn cloth with an expressionless mask, had appeared. In one hand, it carried a staff, and its size was several times larger than the other monsters. That creature was none other than the sanctuary caretaker. Thanks to the caretaker's staff, the guards that Amos and Bernard were fighting were healed. Although it was possible to defeat it, there was a bigger problem. The undead regeneration magic could restore all the sentinels. The protagonist quickly asked the barbarian to descend to help. "Please buy some time!" While the barbarian descended, Urnal ran toward Caleb. The elf showed determination, stating that she wanted to go down. Caleb didn't restrain her but asked her to return safely. The archer Remus pleaded with Urnal to succeed in what she was planning. After handing her a scroll, Caleb relied on Urnal, as the success of the mission was entirely linked to the elf. Urnal, agile, managed to jump across the roofs of the abandoned village, moving away from the temple. While still inside, Caleb taught everyone about the caretaker. It grants the undead regeneration, blessings, and a magic aura. It also lowers enemies' resistance and induces drowsiness. Caleb had warned Bernard, but even so, the lizard was caught by the caretaker's magic. Continuing to brandish his axe, the barbarian blustered, "How many more will we have to defeat?" The barbarian then noticed something out of the corner of his eye. The caretaker's staff began to glow. As soon as it was raised, the defeated monsters began to rise again, regenerated. As soon as they recovered, the hooded figures rushed toward Bernard. The lizard, under the effect of drowsiness, didn't notice the danger. The barbarian shouted hastily, trying to make him react, but had to personally intervene to save him. Irritated, he blustered, "We are far from finished. Recover yourself." With the battle already prolonged, Caleb showed Bernard the result of a direct confrontation. In the center of the temple, Amos spun his staff, hitting the monsters with every rotation. The metal tips became heavy weapons with centrifugal force, and each blow was enough to knock down a hooded figure. Throughout the entire battle, the monk showed that nothing fazed him. Curious, Bernard asked how he managed to resist so much. Amos revealed his strength. "In the Dalai Mountains, I train never to be shaken by distractions." Bernard's eyes shone with admiration. At that moment, the caretaker raised its staff again. Caleb promptly shouted to Amos, "Be careful!" However, it was too late. The caretaker managed to use the healing magic once more, regenerating the monsters' lives. At that instant, Amos used his new ability, Earth Shatterer. The club hit the ground in front of him, causing a tremor throughout the temple. Upon seeing the monk's power, Bernard and the barbarian were left speechless. Suddenly, a luminous arrow was shot into the sky and noticed by Remus. He quickly warned Caleb about the signal. Immediately, the protagonist shouted through the hole, in the roof. Everyone start retreating! The protagonist internally thanked Urinal. The elf was standing before a bald man, ordering him to get up. The man, not understanding who she was or what was happening, was completely confused. After ordering everyone to retreat, Caleb knew they needed to buy time. Since Dust Explosion didn't have a large range, it wouldn't be enough to destroy all the sentinels. Using the Hourglass ability, Caleb formulated a plan. He launched 4 dust explosions. The protagonist aimed at the corners of the temple ceiling, causing explosions at each point. The series of attacks hit the crucial areas supporting the structure, raining all the debris down on the sentinels to delay them. Remus was shocked to see Caleb's attacks. The ceiling began to crack above the sentinels and the caretaker. When the caretaker looked up, the rocks were already falling. With the entire ceiling collapsing at once, a large curtain of dust covered the temple. Bernard was shocked by the sudden explosion. The protagonist promptly shouted, "Climb up fast!" The barbarian also rushed Bernard to climb. However, suddenly, a sentinel emerged from the smoke, charging toward Bernard. A heavy mace struck him, launching him far away. Warning that he would hold the monsters, Bernard told the monk to retreat, but after thinking, Amos refused. He remembered Backattack's smile, as well as the malice that overcame him when he was controlled by the Labyrinth Master. He gritted his teeth and stated, "I will never run again. I will never leave a companion behind again." Amos charged with his staff, blocking the sentinel's path. Bernard was surprised by the monk, who decided to guard the rear so the others could retreat. Since Amos was determined, Bernard left the task to him and praised him. "You are the best vanguard I've ever seen." Bernard began to climb the stacked furniture while the sentinels advanced against Amos. Amos gripped his club, using all his strength to resist. However, before he could face them, a lightning bolt struck the monsters, defeating them first. Irritated, Caleb shouted, "Amos, climb up now!" At that moment, a staff broke through the rocks and was raised. Caleb realized that the caretaker had managed to escape the rubble and was ready to heal the sentinels. Seeing the monsters rise again, Caleb tried to rush Amos. Outside, a bald old man pursued Urinal with difficulty, but she warned him that they no longer had time. The bald old man, however, shouted, "I just came back to life, you know?" Earlier, Urinal had used the resurrection scroll, in addition to countless healing potions, on the old man. Therefore, she didn't understand why he was so stressed. Advancing through the empty streets, she warned the bald old man that they needed to help the team in danger. Meanwhile, Remus fired his crossbow, just as Caleb used thundershocks to buy time for Amos. Bernard hastily asked Amos to extend his staff. The lizard held it to help the monk climb up. Caleb and Remus continued launching attacks to prevent the sentinels from getting closer. Bernard reached out, grabbing Amos's hand. However, at that moment, the monk felt his leg turn icy cold. Unexpectedly, the caretaker had grabbed his heel. The monster stared at him with empty eyes and a malicious smile. Huskily, Remus aimed his crossbow at the caretaker. The arrow seemed to be on a clear path, but the monster caught it with its mouth. With little time left to free themselves, Bernard held tightly to Amos's hand. However, the monk felt his arm losing strength. Amos's hand began to slip, making it difficult for Bernard to hold him. The monk seemed to give up. "It's too late. It's all right, so go ahead." At that moment, Caleb shouted, "Use your dagger!" Someone launched an ability, Dagger Throw Magic. The blade flew over Amos, aiming at the caretaker's mask. The monster was hit before it could react. Immediately, Bernard pulled Amos up, completing the rescue, while the caretaker collapsed back into the temple. As soon as Amos climbed onto the roof, someone greeted him. "You did very well, Amos. Say hello." Before him was someone with a smile he would never forget. Backattack. Backattack waved at Amos. "Hey there, sir." Amos was shocked to see Backattack again. The red-haired young man, who had returned, had no idea what was happening. "Someone yelled for me to throw a dagger, so I used it by instinct." "But seriously, where exactly are we, man? And who are these people?" While Backattack was asking, Amos ran toward him. Unexpectedly, Backattack felt Amos's embrace. Thanking the heavens, Amos was crying. However, the hug was so strong that Backattack lost his breath. Amos gave his friend a big hug, who was screaming in pain. At that moment, Urinal shouted for Caleb, and as a bald man followed him, she warned that they had managed to return. The bald man also smiled, waving at the people he recognized on the roof. Upon seeing Aston back, Bernard, the barbarian, and Remus were shocked. The brave barbarian even cried upon seeing his friend again. "You managed to get out of this alive, you idiot." Aston also started crying back at his friends. "What did you do staying behind? Why didn't you run away?" Interrupting the reunion moment, the protagonist approached. "I understand the happiness of seeing each other, but we are not finished yet." The protagonist pointed mainly at Urinal, warning that if she didn't want to draw the attention of the sentinels, she needed to be silent, warning that he would tell the plan only once. Caleb ordered everyone to listen carefully. Caleb also told Urinal to inform Aston of everything she heard. Caleb began recounting the plan they would would follow. The distance from the cathedral roof to the ground was 7 meters, and they needed to cover about 30 meters to reach the portal. Since they couldn't jump from the roof due to the fall, not only was there a risk of injury, but they were also surrounded by sentinels. Therefore, this was not an option. Everything Caleb said to the group, and Yurnal heard with her super hearing, she conveyed to the bald man. The protagonist stated that, in the end, they needed to suppress the sentinels and the caretaker so that they couldn't act, and then run to the gate as fast as they could. To do this, Caleb needed to cast a big spell. Therefore, he expected everyone to buy him time. As soon as Caleb finished speaking, the first sentinel managed to reach the roof. The barbarian, upon hearing the instructions and seeing the monster, understood that he had no other choice. He promptly brandished his axe, cutting the cloth that formed the sentinel. The first monster fell back to the ground, while the barbarian looked down at them. The barbarian warned that he would prevent the monsters from climbing up, but Caleb wanted to give him a different mission, so he should conserve his strength for now. Caleb handed over the mission of containing the monsters to Bernard and Backattack. Backattack was confused and stated, "I'm sorry, but you are not the current leader of my group." Immediately, everyone shouted at Backattack, "Shut up and listen to him!" While Backattack was trying to understand what was happening, Amos approached, correcting his friend. "Backattack, actually. Caleb is our team leader." Worried and curious, Remus asked Caleb if he really had a way to deal with so many monsters. The protagonist revealed to the archer that he would use a large-scale lightning spell to paralyze all the monsters for a moment, revealing how they would escape. Caleb called for Yurnal, who promptly looked at him attentively. The protagonist instructed Yurnal to move with Aston toward the portal and hide there. Yurnal passed the message to the bald man, stating that when Caleb invoked a lightning cloud with magic, they should block the cathedral entrance with the earth wall magic. The bald man thought about the plan indicated by Caleb for a moment, and promptly started following Yurnal when she ran. As soon as he saw the elf and the bald man taking action, and the hourglass finishing its cooldown, the protagonist also went into action. Caleb walked across the broken roof and headed to the area where most of the monsters were. The protagonist paid attention to the caretaker. The monster, instead of trying to force its way onto the roof by destroying it, was creating a perimeter around the cathedral to block escape routes. Holding his magic wand, Caleb swore that from now on, things would not follow the script that the caretaker had tried to create. Caleb raised his magic wand and roared, "Thundercloud!" The Thundercloud ability had a cooldown of 15 seconds. It was a summon-type ability that invoked a heavy cloud with a duration of 30 seconds. Every 3 seconds, an additional lightning attack on enemies was launched. Thus, the 15 seconds passed. Caleb used a second action point to cast the ability once more. The clouds in the sky already began to form, even within the hourglass time. When 45 seconds passed, the third thundercloud magic was cast. Time continued to pass, and in the final second, Caleb finalized with the fourth casting. As soon as the hourglass time and the turn ended, Caleb activated the temporary hourglass ability. He had more action points based on the number of defeated enemies. Inside the temporary hourglass, Caleb used the thundercloud once more. With the extra time from the second hourglass, Caleb managed to cast a total of 7 clouds. As soon as the time on the second hourglass ran out, everyone was surprised to see a giant cloud above the temple. The rain began to fall on the caretaker, as well as on the other monsters. In the open air, the monsters were subjected to being soaked by the rain. Bernard and the barbarian lord were shocked by the size of the cloud that had appeared so suddenly. In the distance, Aston couldn't understand where such a giant cloud had appeared from. As soon as the clouds formed, Caleb used a different spell, Thundershock. From the charged clouds, the electrical power overflowed and was unleashed upon the monsters inside the cathedral. From a distance, Aston saw the large cumulonimbus cloud and wondered if creating something like that was really possible. A large bolt of lightning struck the temple from the cloud, startling the bald mage. Hustily, Yurnal reminded him about the magic totem. While imagining that the rumors about Caleb were true, Aston cast the boundary stone totem magic. Enormous walls began to rise around the temple, preventing the monsters from escaping. Soon, the entire temple was surrounded by the stone walls, like a fortress. Despite having used the magic, Aston asked why they needed it. Yurnal revealed that the barbarian should jump over it next. Upon hearing the elf, Aston was confused. Suddenly, a shout was heard over the barrier. "Barbarian warrior, long jump!" The barbarian leaped toward Aston, yelling for him to get out of the way. Like a comet, the barbarian landed next to Aston and Yurnal, startling the pair. From where he was, Caleb noticed the perfect landing. He then passed the instructions to Amos, asking him to do as planned. Caleb also asked Bernard to use the radiant power on Amos. The lizard promptly cast the blessing magic, extending his hand toward Amos. Amos felt a power strengthen him, granting him 3 strength points. Immediately, Amos grabbed Remus by the shirt. The big-nosed archer started crying when he was suddenly pulled. Amos launched Remus over the barrier, toward Yurnal's group. While the big-nosed archer screamed, he saw his body approach the ground. There, however, was the barbarian to catch him. The barbarian managed to grab Remus in midair, saving him perfectly, being the next one to be launched. Bernard showed no fear. "I'm counting on you, monk." Before being thrown, Bernard also asked Amos to then throw all the equipment he had organized. After the lizard left the barrier, the equipment, along with Amos's staff, also left the area safely. When his turn came, Backattack frowned and addressed Caleb. "I've been wondering, if your magic is so powerful, couldn't we have defeated the monsters from the start?" The lightning cloud created by Caleb had already flooded the entire temple by this point, and its level was beginning to rise as lightning bolts constantly fell from the sky. Hearing Backattack's question, Caleb replied, "Perhaps not the sentinels, but the caretaker wouldn't be easily defeated by that." Caleb told him to listen carefully. There were constant thuds against the walls. The caretaker was trying to knock down the fortress and escape. Remembering that the sentinels continued to be revived, Caleb stated that they needed to escape quickly. They didn't have much time, as the clouds and barriers wouldn't last for much longer. Caleb instructed Backattack and Amos to follow him with Shadow Leap after he left the temple. As he was placed on Amos's shoulder, Caleb felt more fear than he expected. Before he could prepare himself, he already felt the wind against his face. He was thrown dozens of meters forward and screamed desperately in fear. The barbarian was already roaring with laughter. "Come to me! I will welcome you with my muscular chest." After Caleb landed, Urnal showed how much she admired him. "That plan was perfect. It looks like we'll be able to leave soon." Adjusting his neck, Caleb reminded her that they needed to wait for Backattack and Amos. On the roof, Backattack asked where Amos had found someone as crazy as Caleb. Despite having millions of questions, he wanted to leave first. However, before they left, Amos made a request. "Join Caleb's team. Given your past, no one would accept you. Besides, the Labyrinth Master's mark is still on your forehead." Trying to check the mark under the cloth covering his forehead, Backattack heard Amos praise Caleb. "He is different. He will take care of you." Reminding Amos that they didn't have time, Backattack rushed him. Irritated, Amos roared, "That's precisely why I'm saying this now. Join Caleb's team, understood?" While wondering what had happened to Amos to become so senile, it was Backattack and Amos's turn. Backattack used his Shadow Leap ability and, grabbing Amos, moved with him. Now, with all members out, Caleb saw the opportunity to escape. At that moment, the barrier began to break, and he shouted, "Hurry up and run to the portal!" The portal was already ready for the exit, and one after another they passed through it, returning to the first floor. Upon escaping, Urnal jumped for joy, as did the big-nosed Remus. "I can't believe we actually escaped!" The barbarian hugged the bald Aston, remembering that they had also managed to save him. Aston gave all the credit to Caleb for saving his life. While one after another praised Caleb, Bernard frowned. He remembered that Caleb had heard them talk about their abilities only once, but created an insane plan, making the first joint mission a complete success. The existence of soul preservation was proven, and Aston, who came back to life, was breathing as proof of it. However, knowing that it hadn't been his group that made the mission a success, Bernard wondered how he had even contributed to the adventure. He knew that if they hadn't found Caleb's group, none of them would be alive anymore. Although he had thought that Nathaniel had guided them so that Caleb could save them, Bernard realized that this had actually happened so that he could learn something, to know his own deficiencies. Bernard was surprised when he saw something happen. Amos knelt down, overcome by extreme pain in his leg. When they removed the bandages around it, they discovered a hole with a dark energy spreading through the veins of his body. Even Caleb was shocked to see that affliction. Gritting his teeth, Caleb wondered when Amos had been hit by the decaying ray. This necromancy spell caused the target's heart to stop as it spread through the body. The only moment the spell could have been cast on Amos was when the caretaker held his leg. Annoyed, Caleb questioned why Amos hadn't said anything sooner. Amos was already lying on the ground, and the disease was coursing through all his veins. Backattack held his friend, worried. "You have to be okay. You were running bravely a moment ago." Remus ran to Bernard, asking him to do something since he was a paladin, but the lizard revealed that such a spell was beyond his abilities. Amos extended his hand to Caleb, showing a pendant and making a request. "Please give this to my wife for me. Tell her that I am sorry for not being able to return." Before Caleb could take the talisman, Amos's hand lost strength and the object fell to the ground. A dark expression crossed Caleb's face as he saw what was happening. With tears in her eyes, Urnal revealed that Amos's heartbeats were weakening. Since no one could do anything, Bernard prayed to Nathaniel for Amos's soul. Gritting his teeth, Caleb tried to think of what he could do to save the monk's life. He remembered everything they had done since arriving at the labyrinth, the group of thieves they encountered, the potions and scrolls they obtained, and the discovery that other adventurers had perished on the 1.5 floor. Thinking of something, Caleb quickly put Amos over his shoulder. "Urnal, Backattack, follow me!" Caleb tried to hurry before Amos's heart stopped. To Bernard's surprise, Caleb was returning to the 1.5 floor. Upon seeing that Amos was still breathing, Caleb was thankful that he hadn't moved too late. However, standing before him was the caretaker, along with hundreds of sentinels. At that moment, Amos's life ended. His soul left his body, and as Caleb expected, traveled to an urn. Caleb could see the green glow coming from the temple behind the caretaker. It was Amos's soul inside the urn. Quickly, Urinal and Backattack followed Caleb. The rogue hastily asked if he had a plan. Caleb pointed over the monsters. "We need to retrieve Amos's reliquary." Backattack wanted to take on the mission, but Caleb stopped him. "Maintain position and don't use any abilities." There were still 13 seconds left until the hourglass cooldown ended, so Caleb asked them to prevent the monsters from advancing. The sentinels started attacking, but were halted by the explosion caused by Caleb. As soon as the explosion ceased, others started advancing again, but arrows and daggers struck them. The protagonist used his electric shock magic to stop the others, but time barely passed. Caleb was surprised to hear a voice behind him. Bernard and the others had entered through the portal. "Until you get your just reward from Nathaniel. As a priest, I will not let you perish." This was the first time Caleb was happy to hear Bernard's voice. The two groups continued to attack the sentinels, while the hourglass cooldown decreased. Caleb never put his life at risk, but this time he had no choice if he wanted to save the monk. As soon as he grabbed 2 wands, the hourglass time returned. He hastily warned Backattack that when a signal was given, he should use ambush leap to approach the caretaker and steal its staff. Backattack, however, recalled that the chance of successfully stealing the staff with a single ability was low, but Caleb asked him to trust his command, activating the hourglass. The protagonist began with telekinesis magic to lift the reliquary. Since telekinesis consumed action points according to the manipulation time, Caleb tried to be quick. As soon as the urn began to fly over the sentinels, the second action point was used. Slowly but carefully, Caleb managed to bring it to himself within the 4 available actions in the hourglass. Caleb was now holding the soul of Amos, someone who had protected the group from countless dangers. This time, it was he who wanted to return the favor. As soon as he grabbed the urn, Caleb roared, "I will not allow you to sacrifice yourself." With 1 action point remaining, Caleb ordered Urinal to shoot the electric arrow at the caretaker. With the last point consumed, the hourglass time ended, and Urinal promptly raised her bow. Caleb also told Backattack to act at that exact moment. The arrow Caleb had bought for Urinal bypassed the sentinels, traveling toward the caretaker. The floor's boss monster seemed surprised to see the arrow approaching, but it was too late. It couldn't dodge and trembled as it was hit by the shock. At that instant, Backattack appeared behind the caretaker. Using all his agility, he activated the steal ability. Before they could notice, Backattack had taken the caretaker's staff and returned with another movement ability. Having obtained the urn with Amos's soul, as well as the staff, Caleb ordered everyone to retreat. The barbarian carried Amos while everyone ran to the portal. As soon as they returned to the safe room, Caleb, still panting, asked if anyone had suffered any dangerous attacks. With everyone confirming they were fine, Bernard approached Caleb to know what they would do, since they didn't have a resurrection scroll and wouldn't be able to obtain one at the temple. Since the urn would disappear as soon as they left the labyrinth, they would have to perform the resurrection right there. Caleb took out a card and, with a smile, revealed he had a good idea. One of the labyrinth's secrets was its secret chambers, the treasure room. Inside a treasure chest, there was a high chance of finding what adventurers most desired. Heading to the secret chamber and checking the chest, Caleb raised a scroll. "I found the resurrection scroll." Bernard was shocked to discover that Caleb had planned to such an extent. Speechless, the lizard wondered how deep Caleb's understanding of the labyrinth was. With the scroll in hand, all they needed was to start the resurrection. Opening another scroll, Caleb recited the enchantment. "Arise, lifeless body, arise. To resurrect Amos, it would first be necessary to turn him into a zombie." With the staff, he completed, "Zombie restoration." Amos's body began to be healed with the power of darkness, and at that moment, the resurrection scroll was finally used. Amos's brow seemed to move, and the monk suddenly stood up. "Where am I?" Caleb approached Amos asking, "Please, deliver the pendant yourself." Having learned so much during the adventure, Bernard bid Caleb farewell, asking him to visit the temple to receive a reward. Caleb shook Bernard's hand, accepting Aston, who had come back to life, excitedly greeted Caleb. "Caleb, I owe you my life. I swear I will repay this debt even if it costs me my life again." Thus, Bernard's group said goodbye to leave the labyrinth first. Even though Bernard had caused a mess, the fact that he appeared at the end to help him, and the feat of obtaining the caretaker's staff made Caleb forgive him. Excited that everything worked out, Urinal asked if they should leave. Confused, the protagonist revealed that they were not leaving yet, as they hadn't even finished searching the treasure chest. Confused, Urinal stated that she had looked at the chest earlier, and there was only junk. Laughing, Amos revealed that treasure chests looked like that at first, but among all the junk, useful items were hidden. Caleb did not deny Amos's answer, but usable items did not necessarily mean they were high level. Caleb started throwing all the junk out of the chest, trying to find at least 1 or 2 good items. All sorts of junk, such as pots and battered gloves, were thrown onto the floor, until Caleb found something. Caleb found a blank scroll. On a scroll like this, any kind of spell could be written to be used. Caleb also found a decent dagger among the junk, something that could be given to Backattack. Among all the items, an ancient coin was also found. It was not strange for there to be coins among the items, but the eagle design engraved on the coin was something Caleb felt he had seen before. It was then that he realized, in the village on the 1.5 floor, there was a flag where the symbol was the same as the coins, an eagle carrying a dagger. Since it was just a coin in the game, Caleb had never given it due importance. That coin might hold some significance, so Caleb decided to keep it to show Professor Isilov. After collecting the items, Caleb announced to the group that he was done. The protagonist approached Yurnal, handing her a gift, a hair ribbon. Changing the subject, Caleb looked provocatively at another member of the group. I felt bad seeing Back Attack trying to eat and drool on Yurnal's hair for so long. Back Attack was irritated by the provocation. No way! Are you saying I bit her hair like an idiot? Irritated, Yurnal shouted. Are you saying my hair is dirty? You're the one who drooled on it the whole time. This time it was Back Attack who provoked her irritably. You're the one whose hair falls into the food. I should be the disgusted one. Yurnal was shocked, thinking she was actually losing hair and dirtying all the food, but she recovered, telling Back Attack not to eat her hair anymore. Seeing Back Attack and Yurnal argue, Caleb wondered if the rogue had always been that way, remembering he had heard that he was always the youngest in his groups. As soon as Yurnal tied her hair with the ribbon, she revealed she was curious to know Back Attack's real name. Back Attack was surprised and confidently smiled in response. My name is Back Attack. Yurnal had to hide her mocking smile upon hearing the answer. However, seeing her smile, Back Attack became extremely irritated. Are you mocking me? I legally changed my name. He tried to ask Caleb if he didn't think his name was cool, but the protagonist dodged the question. For the rest of the trip, Back Attack led the way, indicating where they should step to avoid traps. Caleb felt that the journey became easier. With the rogue using the special skill Keep an Eye Out, they managed to avoid traps. While walking, Yurnal's ears twitched. She heard a sound. Hustily, she told everyone to stop. Yurnal herself shot 2 arrows ahead, defeating 2 goblins preemptively. Seeing Yurnal act with such confidence, Caleb wondered internally where the trembling elf had gone. As soon as they walked for a while longer, Yurnal's ears twitched once more and she warned, the structure of the dungeon seems to be changing. This time, Yurnal ran in one direction, warning that she had heard a portal being created. Seeing everyone handle the situation so easily, Caleb felt that he didn't need to do anything. A few hours later, the group was already back in the city of Sohan, before its walls, villages, and castles. A bell rang atop a tower, announcing that the first-floor portal had been opened. A woman rushed over to see which team was exiting. Bernard and his group walked out of the gates, commenting among themselves about the adventure. Bernard planned to go straight to the Temple of Nathaniel. The woman who had gone to check lowered her head, as if frustrated. However, the next minute, the bell chimed again, announcing the opening of another first-floor portal. Bernard was shocked to hear the announcement once more. The gate opened again, and this time Caleb and his team emerged. Bernard was surprised to see them leave the labyrinth so quickly, but thanked the heavens for seeing everyone safe. The protagonist, upon seeing Bernard, simply replied that they were lucky. At that moment, the woman waiting outside brought her hands to her mouth. In relief, Caleb noticed her presence and commented, Amos, your wife seems worried. You promised to deliver the pendant to her, didn't you? A tear came to the monk's eye, who even dropped his club as he ran toward his wife. Before he could hug her, she jumped into his arms. I'm so happy you returned safely. She was crying to the point of wetting her entire face. I was so terrified when I heard the pendant was fake. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Even holding the fake pendant. Amos reassured his wife. It's all right. A miracle happened. Back Attack wanted to run to greet his sister-in-law, but Yurnal and Caleb quickly pulled him away so he wouldn't interfere. Before the end of the day, Caleb went to the Adventurers Guild, specifically the prisoner department. Yurnal was crying upon finally seeing a card. It declared that she was once again a free elf. She raised the card happily. I'm free, Caleb. Caleb, however, frustrated her by provoking her. Not yet. You still have debts to pay, did you forget? The clothes you wear, the food you ate, and everything I provided. Yurnal acted like a love-struck dove, approaching the protagonist. If I'm tied to Caleb, I don't mind wearing handcuffs again. Discovering that Yurnal was only worth 75 gold coins, Back Attack provoked her, making her extremely irritated. I was originally worth 3,000 coins! Back Attack continued to laugh, mocking Yurnal, until Caleb approached him from behind. Back Attack, do you happen to think you are a free person? Back Attack was confused to hear him. The protagonist explained that currently, he was classified as a fugitive boss monster. He wasn't even considered human anymore. Perhaps if you were reclassified as human, you would receive a certificate of acquisition instead of an identification card. When he saw Back Attack become frustrated, Yurnal started laughing, provoking him. While the two argued, the trio left the Adventurers Guild. When Back Attack reached the main street, he drew the attention of countless people. Caleb was shocked to see that the rumors had spread so quickly. A crowd of dozens of people surrounded them to see Back Attack personally. Back Attack didn't understand why everyone was there. Amidst the crowd, someone waved, calling Caleb. Caleb realized that the samurai was calling him to ask where Back Attack's soul had been kept. Caleb did not lie, revealing that they found it on the secret floor between the official floors. Caleb's words caught everyone's attention. Many showed surprise, as there were legends that the boss in that place was insanely powerful. Hearing the comments around him, Caleb realized that many adventurers already knew about the existence of the first and a half floor. While the samurai revealed that he had already been to the secret floor and almost lost his life, other people also approached, Bertanen and Zikal. The dwarf's eyes shone as he recounted the story he had heard. You were surrounded by the boss and hundreds of sentinels, but you swept them all away with a rain of lightning. The story told by Bertanen shocked everyone who heard it. Caleb realized that more rumors would spread. When night fell, Caleb returned to the Magic University. Upon taking the staff obtained by Caleb, Isilov was shocked to discover that the item belonged to the boss of the village between floors 1 and 2. The protagonist confirmed the story, revealing that the item also possessed the undead restoration ability. This left Isilov even more shocked, as this was a third-rank necromantic magic. Since even items with second-rank magic were extremely rare, Caleb was not surprised by the professor's reaction. Isilov sank into his chair. He had hoped for Caleb's success, but only after months. Embarrassed, Isilov apologized to Caleb. He originally thought this would be a rank B mission, but because of everything they went through, it couldn't be classified below rank A. Isilov showed that he was truly surprised, as even veterans wouldn't be able to obtain the caretaker's staff. He returned the item to Caleb so that he could make good use of it. Isilov also asked the young man to think carefully about what he would want as a reward for the mission. Suddenly, someone knocked on the office door. It was opened hastily by Meldini. "Caleb, I came as soon as I heard the news. I knew you could do it." Laughing, the professor revealed that he had just spoken with Bishop Azello of the Nathaniel Temple and discovered that the entire temple had been taken by a great uproar. Hearing Meldini, Isilov questioned what he meant by uproar. Meldini pointed out that the student had achieved something extraordinary. "Do you think the temple, our rival institution, will keep quiet?" Leaving the subject aside, Meldini excitedly grabbed Caleb's hands. "Enough! Tell us everything that happened, word for word." At the same time, the lights of the Temple of Nathaniel remained on. While sipping tea, Cardinal Servan asked the person in front of him to repeat what he had said. The bishop confirmed what he had said. With the third-rank necromantic staff, the fallen monk was taken to the inner floor. His soul was preserved in a reliquary, and in a treasure room, a resurrection scroll was found, causing him to be resurrected, as well as back attack. Surprised by the story, Cardinal Servan asked if this was even possible. Servan frowned, finding it hard to believe that a first-year mage had done such things. Bishop Azello agreed with his opinion. "Honestly, if I faced that situation, I don't think I would have thought of such a clever method." The cardinal nodded. Using necromantic magic was not something they at the temple would do, but for a mage, it was a possible method of healing. Despite enduring the displeasure of using necromantic magic and still allowing the use of a resurrection scroll, the reason for supporting Isilov's project was clear to the cardinal. The temple was the key institution responsible for soul preservation, as well as resurrection. However, with this incident, the temple's policies and practices could change drastically. Changing the subject, Servan curiously asked the mage's name. "I would like to closely follow his future projects." At the same time, Caleb met with Yernil, who was already worried about his delay. The protagonist was extremely tired, as Meldini had kept him talking for hours. Yernil became extremely worried upon seeing Caleb's tired state, but he reassured her. As the two headed toward the dormitory, someone interrupted them. Clarence was waiting for Caleb to say that a party was happening to celebrate Abyssin's safe recovery. Clarence wanted to invite Caleb to the party. The protagonist thanked him for the invitation and, stating that his companion also helped, asked if she could join the party. Clarence nodded without changing his expression. The more people participate, the greater the honor. "Please come together." Caleb followed Clarence through the city streets, curious. The protagonist asked Yernil where Bakatak was. The elf revealed that Bakatak stated he was overwhelmed by all the commotion of people around him, so he left. Realizing it would just be the two of them, Caleb asked Yernil if they should go alone. Yernil, extremely excited, jumped upon learning that she would participate in a party for the first time. However, she worriedly asked what they should wear. Stepping into the mansion for the first time, Caleb could see how impressive the place was. Just the garden was large enough to get lost in. They had arrived at the entrance of the Bertenka property. A guard immediately stopped the two approaching people, and Caleb quickly revealed, "We were invited to today's party." Surprised, the guard apologized upon discovering that they were the guests. Many students often went there to seek support, so he had misunderstood when he saw them. Unlike Yernil, who was dressed for a party, Caleb had gone in his school uniform, which caused the confusion. As soon as the guard asked to see their identification, Yernil, dressed in her red dress, jumped toward him, her eyes shining, showing her card. He quickly confirmed the identity of the two, noting down their names. As soon as he used a wand to send the message that the guests had arrived, the guard authorized their entry. Music played by a magical piano flowed through the hall. Laughter and conversation spread across the red carpet and golden chandeliers. Caleb descended the stairs with Urnal to join the others. He had gone there for two reasons: to directly observe the mages and high society, as well as to try to receive the reward for rescuing Avicen. The second reason was to investigate a certain mage. This mage was Professor Ember, from the Magic Academy. When Caleb pretended to lie to Maldini, the professor was the possible possessor of another world he had in sight. The professor's face wore a silly smile when Caleb revealed himself as a possessor. Caleb had managed to see the actions as clear as day. While Caleb was immersed in thought, someone called him. Clarence was standing next to his mother, pushing Avicen in a wheelchair. Seeing Caleb, Clarence asked when he had arrived. The protagonist greeted him, revealing, "I arrived recently. It seems you were using a message transmission spell." Having received nothing, Clarence thought the message had been lost. Clarence looked at his sister, instructing her, "Avicen, greet him. He is your savior, and also my academy colleague, Caleb." Avicen's eyes sparkled upon seeing Caleb. "Thank you so much for saving me. I really wanted to see you. I heard you left the exit boss without any equipment and even managed a turnaround in the backstab case. Are you really a first year like me with those skills?" The protagonist felt embarrassed. "You praise me too much, and how are your wounds?" Avicen still couldn't move her legs, so she revealed that she had cast a pain relief spell while receiving regeneration magic at the temple. Avicen and Clarence's mother approached with a gentle look. "I wanted to invite you earlier to thank you, but at least I can do it now. I hope you become a good friend to Avicen, Caleb." The protagonist smiled, agreeing. "Of course, I don't have any friends at the academy yet. By the way, could I take a look around? It's the first time I visited such a splendid mansion." Upon hearing the request, the mother quickly instructed Avicen, "Why don't you show him the place? We need to welcome the guests, so take him on a tour." Avicen became excited about what her mother asked her to do. Thus, while pushing the wheelchair with Avicen, Caleb said goodbye to Clarence and his mother. For Caleb's plan to succeed, he needed to understand the location. Discovering that the mansion even had an elevator, Caleb complimented Avicen on how incredible the residence was. Next to him, Urnal kept looking all around, amazed. Caleb smiled internally. He managed to get a tour of the entire residence, so now he only needed to understand the layout. When they arrived at an extremely special hall and opened the door, the group was surprised. They came across Maldini and Ember. Pushing the wheelchair, Caleb greeted the professors. Maldini was surprised and quickly greeted him back. "Oh, aren't these the prodigies who will bring glory to our academy?" Avicen became extremely shy at the comment. "Maybe not me, but definitely Caleb." Professor Maldini smiled upon hearing Avicen's comment and recommended, "You don't need to lose your confidence so easily." Maldini remembered that the young woman was only a first year and encouraged her. "With enough effort, you can become an incredible mage." He looked at Professor Ember and asked, "Don't you agree?" Professor Ember nodded. However, he stared at Caleb. Finding a resurrection scroll at the exact moment inside a labyrinth, would you really call that effort? How exactly did you obtain that scroll? Caleb already knew someone would ask this. Bernard and the temple should possess a secret compass. It's customary to keep information about a legendary quality artifact a secret. If rumors spread, those who possess such items will quickly become a target. As only one person knew about the item's existence, Caleb just gave a random excuse. "I was just lucky." Caleb looked at Professor Maldini, who noticed the look and felt proud, as it had been thanks to him. Ember scoffed when he saw that the young man wouldn't reveal the secret, and Maldini laughed upon seeing the reaction. "Well, a mage should have at least one secret." Ember pressed on, continuing the questioning. "How did you create the spell you used to defeat the administrator, Zerlion?" This time Caleb answered, revealing that he had combined 3 first-grade spells. Professor Ember couldn't believe it. A triple combination was nearly impossible. He frowned, declaring, "That's not something you could achieve with simple logic." The protagonist merely smiled upon seeing the irritated professor and declared, "Well, I was just lucky with that too." Hearing the same excuse, Ember became even more irritated. He knew that grimoire binding is not something you achieve by chance or luck. Neither he nor Professor Maldini knew about such a method. Professor Ember was already starting to bite his nails. He had already seen with his own eyes that Caleb was not a possessor, but he wondered, how is it possible that he is using knowledge inherited from one? The professor began to suspect the old teammate Caleb eliminated, the possessor from another world of the Yoho tribe. Professor Ember then moved to another question. "Caleb, do you intend to rely on luck forever?" The protagonist merely answered, shocking the professor. "Well, I hope my luck continues to work in the future." The professor smiled, hiding his irritation upon hearing the answer. He turned, withdrawing, to Maldini's surprise. Judging how quickly Ember left, Caleb believed he had fallen into the trap. Caleb had conquered everything in the game and reached the secret developer difficulty. In other words, he monopolized knowledge that no other possessor even had. He dared Ember to do something. Before him was a mage with the greatest knowledge of anyone, even greater than that of the possessors. Caleb wanted to know who else Ember had gone to the party with. The protagonist used the hourglass ability. As soon as his turn began, he ordered Urnal, "Follow Professor Ember. Tell me who he meets and what they talk about." The party continued at the mansion throughout the night. Sometime later, Professor Ember knocked on a door and stated to the person on the other side, "There is news." The person on the other side seemed annoyed. Haven't I already said that I'm not interested in social games? Ember, however, continued. It's about Caleb. That kid might know a lot more than we expected. I suspect the possessor of the Yoho tribe came from a much higher difficulty level than ours, and now Caleb has inherited all the ancient knowledge. While Ember was talking to the mysterious person, Yurnal was hiding in a corridor listening to the conversation. Ember was curious, as Caleb hadn't yet revealed several things, such as the location of the weapon preservation site or the treasury room. The person Ember was talking to found the case intriguing. Ember shared the same opinion. Exactly, this is an opportunity. We have to convince him to join our side. The person questioned Ember if he meant they should expose Caleb as a possessor. However, Ember quickly denied it. That would be dangerous since he is close to Maldini. Ember gritted his teeth, irritated. We need to request a meeting with those in the high ranking. If we wait much longer, the black dog will approach Caleb first. Listening to Yurnal's account, Caleb asked a few questions. Yurnal was quite agitated. I know listening to other people's conversations is wrong, but they were talking about you, Caleb. Caleb reassured the elf, stating everything was fine. The protagonist began to ponder the information he had been told. Black Dog was a crime syndicate. He wondered why such people would approach him, and why Ember would find the situation strange. So that means there's a chance that Black Dog also harbors members who are possessors? The syndicate seemed not to get along with the Academy's group of possessors, which led Caleb to believe he needed to research the Black Dogs. While Caleb was minding his own business, a person introduced himself upstairs. Avison's mother, as well as another woman, stood beside them. As soon as he had everyone's attention, he began to speak. Today, we are here to celebrate the safe return of my youngest son, Avison. Thank you all for attending. Edward Bartenga, head of the Bartenga family, extended his hand, continuing, the two adventurers who rescued Avison are here with us today. He introduced the mage Caleb and the ranger Yurnal, who received applause from everyone. When the applause died down, Edward continued, as a reward, I have prepared something special. Please come and meet me after the party ends. Edward then addressed the entire audience, declaring, for today's festivities, we have prepared a small event, a game called Lost Message in the Labyrinth. It requires both magic and wit. The nobles, upon hearing Edward, immediately imagined the game would be fun. Edward explained the rules. They would use message transmission, playing in teams of 3. The team that found the escape scroll first and escaped would win. Participants could freely choose their class roles. For each encounter, they would have 60 seconds to discuss. And then, they would have to write the solution and deliver it using the message transmission. The answer would be judged based on plausibility. The results ranged from a critical success to a critical failure. Edward gave an example. Having a warrior transform a goblin is a good strategy, but a mage attacking with bare hands? That's insane. Critical failure for sure. Edward wanted to spice things up. You can also bet money as a free entry. Win the event and I will give you 5 times the value of your bet. All entry fees will be donated to the academic fund. Everyone became excited upon hearing the opportunity to earn some money. Edward asked if anyone had any questions. Then Caleb questioned, in that case, can I bet my own reward? Edward guaranteed this privilege to Caleb and Yurnil, and so he asked everyone to form their teams, giving Caleb and Yurnil priority to choose their members. As they were a novice mage and ranger, it was possible that no one would choose them. Immediately, Caleb declared he would choose Yurnil for his team. This didn't surprise Edward. Oh, taking care of the partner you brought? Edward questioned Yurnil if she would like to stay on Caleb's team. Feeling pressured, Yurnil quickly replied, I would also like to stay on his team. With a sharp look, Edward reminded her that there were stronger candidates. Will you not regret it? Caleb confidently stated, if you look around, Yurnil is the only one who isn't a mage here, but I imagine there is a specific reason why we receive the right to choose first. Edward smiled lightly, agreeing, I really couldn't defeat you. That's right. In fact, I placed a transmission disturbance spell throughout the entire mansion. The rule only applies to mages, and our elf ranger is an exception. Maldini, upon hearing Edward, burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you rascal! You are always so cheeky. Edward then asked Caleb who his next choice would be. It was then that he chose someone who was yawning. My next teammate will be Izel Bartenga. Izel, behind Edward, was surprised. Izel Bartenga was the eldest daughter of the family and a tier 5 mage. Caleb had found out through Avison that the room where Yurnil saw Ember belonged to Izel. She demonstrated exceptional talent since childhood, so it was unlikely that she was possessed. But this was a good chance to find out what connected her to Ember. As soon as he chose Izel, Caleb felt countless gazes fall upon him. Envy, curses, everything rained down on him. Upon hearing she was chosen, Izel commented, I'm not interested in this game, but since I'm curious about the genius mage's power, this might work out. Soon, everyone went to the Bartenga residence gardens. Revealing to everyone that there was only one escape scroll, Edward wished everyone good luck. Let the game begin. Caleb had chosen the mage role, Yurnil the thief role, and Izel the cleric role. Facing a large illusion magic, Caleb was impressed, as he felt he was truly in the labyrinth. Urnil tried to use her ears, but couldn't hear any other teams. The protagonist stated that everyone must be using sound suppression spells, so their positions wouldn't be revealed. Urnil felt she wouldn't be of help, and she drooped her ears, depressed. Before Urnil could worry, Izel reassured her, "Don't worry, I just cast noise suppression on us a moment ago, and now I will cast stenography." The ability Izel cast was a practical magic. It could automatically transcribe spoken words onto paper. Once they were prepared, Caleb wanted to move into the labyrinth, but Izel interrupted him, warning, "Each person only has 5 papers. That's a total of 15. It would be wiser to move slowly while other teams waste theirs." Upon hearing Izel, the protagonist corrected her, "That's exactly why we need to move fast. Other teams are thinking the same thing as you. If we speed up and solve the event quickly, we can reach the scroll via the shortest route." Despite making sense, Izel disagreed with the idea. She didn't want to take risks. Caleb couldn't believe how cautious and annoying mages always were. Since Izel didn't want to go, Caleb asked for a vote. "Urnil, what do you choose?" When questioned, Urnil stammered, mouth agape in surprise. Timidly, Urnil stood next to Caleb. This made Izel raise her hands, giving up. "Let's just go. Winning or losing doesn't matter to me." Izel frowned, seeing Caleb's plan. She had heard he was brilliant, but felt the rumors were exaggerated. Caleb led his group. They ran, now through a plain where countless combatants had fallen. While running, Caleb warned, "I'm going to use one of the scrolls now." Izel was shocked and tried to stop him. "What are you doing? The event hasn't even started yet." Caleb told her to look around. She would see illusions of bodies attacked by spears and swords. "Didn't you notice that most of them are without armor and clothes? If they had been attacked by kobolds, the bodies would be much more damaged. So it's not them. If they were thieves, they would have taken everything of value, so the armors wouldn't be scattered. The only creature that covets only the clothes, without a doubt, is a monster with the habit of washing bloodied garments." Immediately, Caleb thought of the Banshee, writing its name on the paper with magic. "We need disguises right now." Using the magical activation of illusion, stenographed, Caleb asked, "Transform the group members into children until we pass through the Banshee's territory." The message was sent and the paper in Caleb's hand disappeared. Banshees didn't attack children. The group was transformed into such, and Urnil almost fell, tripping on the large dress. Suddenly, a paper appeared above their heads, revealing, "Critical success. Silently traversed the Banshee's territory without incident. Obtained the Banshee tear flask." Izel was shocked to see the result. Banshee tears were an item that could be thrown at an enemy, releasing the Banshee's scream and causing temporary stun. As soon as they passed the Banshee's territory, the group reached a region where cracks in the ground revealed the heat of lava. Feeling the air heat up, Caleb wondered if they were in the area of a magma forge or mud or perhaps an elemental. Izel, who had returned to her normal size, believed it could be a fire giant in the region. Picking up the dirt from the ground in his hand, however, Caleb disagreed. "The space is too tight for a giant. And look at this. It looks like tracks of steel devourers chewing on iron wedges." On the ground, small crumbs of corroded iron were occasionally scattered. Caleb then asked, "Send a message to launch explosives without igniting them." Urnil was about to do it when Caleb interrupted her. "Not you, Urnil. You need to save your scrolls. We haven't reached the transmission dispersion area yet." Izel knew the request was for her, and she used the card to send the request. Once again, Caleb and his team received a critical success. "You lured the steel devourer to bite the explosive, Kaboom. You successfully defeated it. Obtained the knight's greatsword." Faced with another great success, Izel was again shocked. Before she noticed, Caleb had already run off once more, entering a dungeon. Seeing him rush, Izel couldn't understand how he could be so irresponsible. The night before, Ember had told her that Caleb possessed the extraordinary knowledge of a possessor. Yet the young man went beyond that. In Izel's mind, no possessor could be capable of such acts. The stone corridors resembled the interior of a dungeon. Having checked a large area, Caleb stated they could walk slower to catch their breath. Izel really needed it, as to catch up to them she was heavily panting. Thinking of something, Caleb asked Izel, "Do you know anything about possessors from the other world?" Izel was startled by the topic being brought up so suddenly. Caleb smiled maliciously and asked once more, "For example, do you know anything about Professor Ember?" Izel was shocked by Caleb's question. She couldn't believe he could possibly know about the relationship between her and the professor. Did he overhear the conversation I had with Ember before the game started? But if he used a sound-type magic, there's no way I wouldn't notice. It was then that Izel remembered something. Earlier, the elf had been sad about not being able to use her acute hearing. Urnil looked confused as she was stared at. Izel was wondering if the elf possessed sound mapping, and that had been the reason for Caleb to bring her to the mansion from the beginning. But the conversation had lasted only a few minutes, within a 5-hour party. This meant that Caleb suspected Ember from the start, to the point of eavesdropping on their conversations at the party. If that were true, Izel realized Caleb might have found out a long time ago. As Izel was immersed in her deductions, Caleb woke her up. Izel, I have absolutely no intention of harming the possessors. Calm down. I just wanted to talk to you. With a serious look, Caleb asked her to tell him what she knew about the possessors gathering that the professor wanted to summon. Hastily, Izel tried to defend herself, claiming not to know the details. The young woman bit her lips. Knowing there was no need to make excuses, she just needed to pretend she knew nothing as much as possible. Lowering her head to feign fragility, Izel began, "This gathering happens in a secret club within the academy. Possessors attend it while hiding their identities with disguise magic." Believing she wasn't a possessor, Caleb asked why she had joined the club. Izel held her wrist, looking away as she spoke with fear. "To learn grimoire binding methods." Izel's words indicated that she had taken the elite course. The club probably planned to ensure safety with the power of the Burton and family backing them. Remembering that Izel was already a 5th-level mage, Caleb asked why she remained in the club. Izel quickly looked away, claiming she couldn't talk about it. She suddenly became agitated. "I'll do anything! If it's money, I can give you as much as you want." The protagonist refused her money as he already had enough. He then thought of a solution for her. "I'm from the East and I heard you're working in that region now. Please investigate 2 former members of my party who are there. How about that? That should be possible, instead of hard-to-confirm information." Sighing, Izel accepted the order, unable to say much. Seeing how he had already tamed her, Caleb wondered if he could lighten the mood by giving Izel a gift. "Should I guess why you're involved with Ember's club? You want to explore the deeper layers of the labyrinth, right?" Izel was shocked to hear Caleb discover her desire. Caleb revealed how he found out. "Grimoire binding methods no longer make sense now that you're a 5th-level mage. And there's only one thing the club can give someone like you, who lacks nothing. Deep knowledge, isn't there?" Caleb suggested Izel ally herself with him. "If you accept, I will tell you the true knowledge about the deeper floors, which even Professor Ember's club doesn't know." Making a shushing sign, he reminded, "I won't force you, but this conversation is a secret." Wary, Izel remained silent. While an awkward atmosphere formed, Yurnal approached Caleb and whispered, confused, "Are we rich?" Yurnal hadn't understood anything in the conversation, but that was fine. She just didn't need to be discouraged. In the deeper areas of that dungeon, lit torches on the walls were needed to illuminate the obscure place. Izel was in a terrible situation. Internally, she cursed the damned transmission distortion event. Above her, there was a notification. "The blessing has fallen upon you." Izel is so moved by the blessing that she sings hymns and dances for 3 minutes in front of the party members. A penalty occurs if refused. Izel tried to force herself not to dance, but Yurnil was quite excited to see Izel sing and dance. Caleb enjoyed it and provoked, "This will be fun to watch, right, Yurnil?" Furious, Izel snapped, "Do I really have to do this?" The protagonist smiled, raising his hands and reminding her, "There will be a penalty if you don't." Timidly, Izel began to sway her arms while singing softly, "The grace of the Holy Spirit has descended upon me." Caleb's gaze darkened. He felt like he was at a children's talent show. Behind him, Yurnil bravely tried to suppress her laughter but failed miserably. As soon as Izel finished dancing, Caleb reassured her, "Don't be embarrassed, it wasn't that bad." But the young woman couldn't even lift her head and begged them to keep the secret. The group continued to advance, and a few minutes later, they reached their destination. Before them was a stone pillar with a hologram. The hologram stated that the scroll would be summoned in 5 minutes. Basically, they just needed to send an escape transmission message to the scroll, and the mission would be over. It was at that moment that a voice emerged from behind the group. "Wow, that's really impressive. We just followed you all the way. All the problems are already solved. How amazing." Through the tunnel that Caleb and the others took, Professor Maldini appeared with 2 other people. Caleb was surprised and questioned, "Did you follow us instead of creating a strategy?" Professor Maldini pointed to another person next to him. "The rookie group could be in trouble, so we should help." That was Professor Ember's suggestion. Here, the protagonist cursed internally. "Help my ass. Damned and cunning Ember. Watching us from behind, he was probably trying to find out how much knowledge I possess." The protagonist then asked, "Should we take the scrolls together and leave?" Maldini thought it would be a good idea, but suggested a battle. "A game is just a game. Think of it as receiving a class. Whatever the outcome, I will give you all the prize money." The protagonist smiled, but corrected him. "A game should be enjoyed as a game. The winner should take all the prize money." Raising his wand, the protagonist asked, "Everyone knows the rules, right? No direct attacks. We must fight using transmission messages." Maldini liked the proposal. "That will be interesting. Let's start immediately." The protagonist agreed to the start and shouted, "Yurnil, run to the altar!" Yurnil quickly advanced toward the altar behind her. However, the professor in Maldini's group did not want to allow it. Raising her magic wand, she conjured, Stenographer, use the flames to... Before she finished, Caleb spoke first. Stenographer, use silence magic on Professor Haley. The magic fell upon the professor, who was too slow, thus blocked from using spells for 30 seconds. Maldini took control of the group and snapped, Stenographer, use heavy advance. Izel quickly used a spell with the scroll, the Guardian's Shield. The shield was created in front of the phantom that Maldini created, blocking it. However, the block was not strong enough, and the shield broke. Due to the shield breaking, Izel received a penalty. She was stunned and unable to move for 10 seconds. Feeling her body weaken, Izel fell onto the ground, sitting. Maldini stood still, wishing to see what Caleb had to do. The protagonist smiled. Since the professor wanted him to act, he did. Caleb used the Hourglass of Time ability, freezing his surroundings. Professor Haley had revealed herself to be a mage, while Professor Maldini was a barbarian. Since Ember hadn't attacked, it meant he used a protective function. The only position where he could observe Caleb was that of a cleric. Knowing all this information, Caleb conjured 3 transmission messages. At the same time, he ordered, Urinal, as soon as you see the scroll on the altar, send a transmission message to end the event. As soon as the hourglass turn ended, an attack magic flew toward Maldini. He was hit by pieces of ice and eliminated from the game. The professor was shocked to see that what they said about Caleb possessing silent casting and ultra-fast speed casting was true. As a last request, Maldini shouted, Ember, use resurrection quickly. Ember raised his magic wand to use the spell Maldini requested, but a vial seemed to float in front of him. Caleb had thrown the banshee tears at the professor. As soon as the vial broke, a scream sounded right in front of Ember, startling him. Because of the fright, the professor was stunned. He would be unable to do anything for 20 seconds. At that moment, Urinal reached the scroll. She was about to use a transmission message on it when Professor Haley broke free from the silence. Stenographer, use summoning magic on the target in range. The scroll disappeared from the altar before Urinal and flew into the professor's hands. With the scroll in hand, the elf professor smiled. What a shame. Now shall we end the game? As soon as Haley tried to use a transmission message on the scroll, it was transformed into a sword, leaving her shocked. Haley had been tricked by the illusion magic cast by Caleb. He had disguised a sword as the scroll. Haley looked at the location where the scroll originally was, and was shocked to see that she had never obtained it. Caleb smiled, showing the professor that she had never summoned the item. Caleb immediately told Urinal to finish the game. Urinal then pointed her wand at the scroll and used a transmission message without anyone interrupting her. It wasn't long before everyone returned to the mansion. In the center of the red carpet, the 2 teams met, one congratulating the other. Caleb thanked Professor Maldini for his kind words. Professor Maldini quickly pulled Professor Ember away as he bid farewell. Caleb, we have to go. We'll see you again at the academy. Thank you for the fun today. As soon as the professors left, Caleb heard an excited voice behind him. Caleb is truly amazing. Clarence was pushing Avison's wheelchair, who declared, I've never been able to complete the game even once. When my legs are healed, can we play together? Hearing Avison's words, Caleb asked if she had ever played the game before. Avison smiled, nodding. My father created it so I could train for labyrinth exploration. Caleb was surprised to see that the game was a private tutoring system. The professors were almost begging Edward to loan it to them as educational material. Before Caleb could think anything wrong, Clarence approached, revealing that there was a reason the family cared so much about Avison. 12 years ago, the Burton family could not escape the damage caused by the labyrinth breach. Many relatives did not survive that time. Everyone was immersed in mourning during the farewell. However, when it seemed impossible to escape the darkness, there was exactly one cheerful person, Avison, when she was just 6 years old. She probably didn't understand what was happening yet, but thanks to her, the whole family managed to recover quickly. The grief hasn't completely disappeared, but I'm tired of losing friends and family. Looking at his little sister, Clarence smiled. Saving Avison is no different from saving the whole family. Caleb, Urinal, thank you once again. Feeling her brother's hand stroking her hair, Avison closed her eyes, enjoying it. Hearing Clarence's words as he approached, someone stated, It seems I won't need to say much. Edward approached the conversation, confirming, It is exactly as Clarence said, Caleb. And then he reminded, We shouldn't linger here when we have gifts of gratitude and victory prizes to present. Let's go somewhere else. The group walked through the large mansion until they reached an office. On one side sat Urinal and Caleb, and on the other, Edward. Nothing would be precious enough to give to you two, but gifts that are too big can be a poison in the lower layers of the labyrinth. Placing 2 small boxes on the table, Edward revealed, I prepared items that are appropriate for your use. Look carefully. Very much in the Bertanen style, everything had been appraised at the Magic Academy. In the box Caleb opened was the Ring of Transparency. The magic grade item allowed him to use a level 1 utility spell, Transcription, on the Book of Memories, without consuming slots. Caleb knew the function of such magic, which was to copy existing target texts. Now he could also replicate scrolls. Possessing the blank scroll, Caleb figured he could use the item with it. Upon opening her box, Urinal was impressed. Is this item really mine? The young elf smiled excitedly as she put on her new wrist guard, the archery gauntlet. The magic-grade item granted the user the sentry repositioning ability. It could also shoot magical bolts when operating a crossbow. To the two, Edward also extended a small paper, with the value of 200,000 gold. It was the prize for winning the event, an amount 5 times Caleb's wager. Upon hearing the amount, Yurnal gasped, completely shocked. Hearing only the prize amount, Yurnal held the wrist guard with her fingertips while trembling, asking how much they cost. Finally, Edward wanted to give them something even more valuable. He extended his hand, commenting, "My handshake is the most expensive thing in the Sohine Kingdom. If difficulties arise in the future, do not hesitate to tell me." Caleb smiled lightly, satisfied, and shook Edward's hand. After the meeting, Caleb and Yurnal prepared to leave, but halfway to the exit, Caleb spotted someone. Azel was leaning against a wall, arms crossed, waiting for Caleb. "Could you spare me some of your time for a moment?" Upon going to a room, Azel conjured a sound suppression spell. In the completely silent room, Azel revealed that she was going to tell him something no one else knew. "You asked me why I cooperated with the Possessors Club at the Magic Academy, right?" Curious, Caleb asked if it wasn't because of the information about the deeper floors. Azel nodded, confirming the suspicion, but elaborated. "To be precise, I am trying to go to the deepest layer to defeat the Labyrinth Master." At 15, Azel was already a prodigy, ranked first in the academy affiliated with the Magic Academy. Behind this ability was her grandfather, who spared no effort in helping her, as well as the Possessors Club, who approached her and taught her spell allocation methods. Innate talent, a powerful family, and beings who gave her extraordinary information. Azel was sure she would become the greatest mage in Sohine. That is, until the terror that happened 12 years ago. Fire consumed the family home and screams echoed. Searching for Azel, Edward managed to find his daughter amidst the fire, and grabbing her shoulders, hurriedly asked, "Take your siblings and go to the spatial warp device." Azel wasn't even understanding what was happening. Before Edward could say anything else, someone flew in behind them after a huge explosion. That person fell to the ground, after bouncing several times. Upon seeing what happened to her grandfather, Azel was shocked. "Grandpa!" Azel's grandfather struggled to get up. Before him, amidst the flames, was a shadow carrying a large sword. That being dressed in armor raised the sword, while looking at Azel's grandfather with red eyes. Azel's grandfather could only utter his last words. "Run! There's been a labyrinth breach." The sword attack fell upon him, delivering his end. Edward gritted his teeth as he saw what happened to his father right before him. Before Azel could realize, she was pushed into the portal, and her father shouted, "Azel, I'm counting on you to take care of your siblings. You have to survive." Azel was in tears as she saw her father distance himself while being swallowed by the portal. Azel blamed herself for what happened. She still trembled as she recalled, "Because I associated with the possessors, the abyssal monsters must have emerged. I was consumed by the guilt of them possibly coming to the new house, unable to rest in peace for a long time. But it's not the possessors who are bad. It's the Labyrinth Master." Caleb and Yurnal watched the young woman vent heavy words. With extreme conviction, she defended herself. "Everyone talks as if the possessors are a problem. The labyrinth still helps us make money. No one can give it up. No one thinks of destroying the labyrinth by eliminating the Labyrinth Master. Even Isel's father made a great profit from the labyrinth and asked her not to try to ruin the plans of an entire city just for personal feelings. Even Ember's club had given up, stating they couldn't defeat the Labyrinth Master. Head bowed, Azel was tearful. "No ally supports my dream. My goal is something no one in Sohine wants." Curious, Caleb asked if Ember's club still gave her information about the deep layers. He asked this because he wondered what benefits they gained from providing the information. Azel revealed that Ember's club had claimed they would support Azel's family's revenge plans. This left Caleb thoughtful. The group seemed more like a bunch of trash trying to benefit by exploiting the guilt Azel felt. However, there was something strange. If Azel was at this level, she should be an important chess piece. Caleb wondered why they would deliberately send her to the deep layers, where she would surely be defeated. This made Caleb question, wouldn't it be better to make her stronger and gain the support of the Burton family to strengthen the club? Azel revealed that she believed the club was trying to use her to achieve their goals. If the Labyrinth Master is defeated, the possessors can return home. Upon hearing Azel's words this time, Caleb was truly surprised. Azel revealed that according to a monument Professor Dahlstream had found on the 3rd floor, when the Labyrinth Master was defeated, the labyrinth would be closed, and the war with the possessors from the other world would end. That's how the possessors will return to their world of origin. Caleb understood why they wanted to send Azel to the deeper layers. It didn't matter if she was eliminated, as a new chess piece would always emerge. Azel gave a warning that scared Yurnal and made Caleb frown. "They will try to use you, Caleb. Since you possess considerable knowledge, they think you might be perfect for a deep layer adventurer." The fury inside Caleb surged. Is that why they wanted to win me over before the Black Dog? What a joke! Trying to use me as a chess piece? Ridiculous. Head bowed, Isel stated she had risked everything she had to tell Caleb the secret. Caleb knew it wasn't easy, so he thanked her for her courage. Worried, Isel asked with a trembling voice, "Are we on the same team now?" The protagonist smiled and extended his hand. "Yes, we are on the same team. I look forward to working together." Isel smiled again upon hearing the answer. Later that night, above the trees, something shone in the sky. Yrnil, still in her large red dress, landed agilely on a thin tree branch. She then jumped to the ground, asking Caleb how she had done. The protagonist complimented the elf. The sentry repositioning ability was capable of teleporting Yrnil to a near range. This was the ability Yrnil needed most. Curious, Yrnil quickly approached Caleb, asking what he would do. Caleb revealed that he was thinking a lot after the secret he heard. "I was serious when I said I would form a team with Isel. Returning home after defeating the Labyrinth Master was a good thing for him. No matter how successful he was as a mage, that wasn't his place. He knew he needed to fight soon while he was still young. When old age arrived, it would be much more dangerous." Caleb's great concern was the 2-week rule. He wondered if all the other possessors also acted according to this rule. Caleb wondered if they had countermeasures to circumvent it. Curious, Yrnil asked if Caleb would try to defeat the Labyrinth Master. Caleb, however, didn't have much information. He wanted to investigate the monument Isel mentioned first. There was no need to rush. Just by looking at the hints he had, he could deduce and make a plan. For example, the secrets of the labyrinth should be written in cipher code on that monument. Depending on the difficulty of the game, they appeared randomly inside the labyrinth. Probably Dahlstream himself only managed a simple translation and couldn't decipher it. Before Ember's club contacted him, Caleb wanted to check the monument as quickly as possible. Following Caleb from behind, Yrnil firmly held her box with the gauntlet, revealing that she wanted to tell him something. "I don't understand everything Isel told us today, but Caleb can definitely defeat the Labyrinth Master too. You are the wisest person I have ever met." Yrnil smiled, showing her confidence in Caleb. As soon as Caleb thanked her for the support, she continued, "I think meeting Caleb in the labyrinth was the greatest luck of my life. Until recently, I could barely complete a job at the notice board center. Then, I ended up imprisoned and sent to the labyrinth, but I quickly became a free person again." Showing the red dress she was wearing, Yrnil commented that she never imagined she would go to the nobles' party or even wear expensive dresses. Caleb never imagined Yrnil would be so touched when he bought the dress just so she wouldn't stand out among the people. However, she thanked Caleb for not abandoning her in the labyrinth and offered herself, "If I'm with Caleb, I can go to the deep layers of the labyrinth too." Yrnil held Caleb's arm and pleaded, "You must take me with you." With a depressed look, she hugged Caleb's arm, speaking in a weak voice, "I'm working hard not to be a hindrance." The protagonist even gasped when he saw Yrnil's reaction, but he soon smiled, satisfied. He wanted to capture the Labyrinth Master as quickly as possible, but he was also beginning to feel attached to the people of that world. Sometime after they returned to the dormitory, Caleb heard Yrnil's hurried shouts. He got up startled and blushed when he saw the girl enter his room. She was holding the dress above her shoulders, also blushing. "Help me! The zipper on the dress broke." Turning her back to him, Yrnil asked for help. Caleb looked away, asking her to wait for a moment. However, with the zipper stuck, Caleb realized he would have to pull harder. Yrnil was worried that the zipper would break completely, but with a pull, Caleb managed to bring the zipper all the way down. The sudden movement of the zipper startled Yrnil, who held the dress tightly in front of her body so that nothing could be seen. Caleb was startled by a frightened scream from Yrnil and ended up trying to help her by holding her dress. In the semi-lit room, the two were silent for a moment. Despite his heart pounding, Caleb was relieved that no one had seen anything. If someone saw him hugging Yrnil, they might misunderstand. It was at that moment that Bakatak opened the door to the room, jaw dropped at what he saw. Confused, he stared at the two embracing, asking what they were doing. Yrnil, startled, screamed, "Why are you here?" Annoyed, Yrnil kicked out both Bakatak and Caleb, even though it was his room. Scratching the back of his neck, Bakatak apologized for ruining the mood. Explaining the whole misunderstanding, Caleb moved on to another subject. He remembered how Bakatak had no home or money, worried. Bakatak was surprised by the comment and revealed that he now understood why Amos had told him to join Caleb's group. He shook hands firmly, declaring, "For considering me so much, I will call you brother from now on. Do you accept me back into your group?" Caleb was grateful to Bakatak for joining him and revealed that he also wanted to contact Amos. "We will enter the labyrinth next week in a group of 4 people. Bakatak, however, frustrated him, revealing that Amos might have trouble going to the labyrinth. When asked why, Bakatak replied with difficulty. His wife really fought with him when she heard he needed to be revived inside the labyrinth. She said she would never let him enter the labyrinth again. Hearing that Amos couldn't go with them, Caleb thought of visiting him. The next day, Caleb headed to a small house on the outskirts. Inside the house, Caleb had to confront Amos's wife, who wouldn't budge. "I'm sorry, but our son needs a father. I don't plan to send my husband to the labyrinth ever again, even if you offer thousands of gold coins as a contract fee. Absolutely not." Everyone present at the meeting was silent. Caleb had discovered that the recruitment fee for members on the first floor was about 1,000 gold. This was the guaranteed minimum even if the labyrinth exploration failed. Amos tried to convince his wife, reminding her that they needed to earn more money for their children's education when they grew up. Before Amos's wife could continue to refuse to let him go, a bag fell onto the table. Caleb surprised her by stating, "I will give 10,000 gold coins." Even Amos couldn't accept, immediately wary. "Caleb, that amount is much greater than what first-floor explorers receive after succeeding. That's 10 times the contract fee." Amos's wife began to tremble and stutter. "You're trying to buy me with money." Faced with the value, Amos's wife questioned, "You're not going to the first floor, are you?" She was looking down and anxious. Caleb confirmed the information, not deceiving her. Backattack entered the conversation, reassuring his sister-in-law. "I'm here, the one who flew through the second floor, with the best rookie alongside a genius mage. The three of us, along with brother Amos, can easily handle the second floor." At that moment, Caleb revealed to Backattack, "We are going to the third floor." Backattack this time was the one who was confused. After leaving and heading to the city center, Amos scratched his bald head, commenting, "I barely got permission from my wife, but I'm still worried. To go to the third floor of the labyrinth, we need good equipment." He believed they needed at least magic-grade artifacts to be safe, and these were only obtained at auctions, not through normal stores. Since the next auction wouldn't happen for some time, the monk frowned. "Will we really be okay with just the normal equipment we have?" Caleb kept the fact that he and Urnil already had equipment to himself, as Amos would be shocked. Backattack then stated, "If we can't buy them, we can borrow them. There are many places that rent equipment in the dark alleys." Caleb, however, believed that borrowing was expensive and not worth the cost. Curious, Urnil asked what Caleb planned to do. With the smile of someone who already had a plan, Caleb asked, "Can you wait for me here for a moment?" Caleb headed to Nathaniel's temple. At the temple, Bishop Azella was already waiting. "I heard everything from Bernard. He said you practically carried all of his duties." Raising an eyebrow, the bishop commented and asked, "We were planning to reward you with prize money, but you want compensation and magic equipment instead?" The bishop smiled at the corner of his mouth, stating he couldn't reward an outsider with magic equipment. Considering how rare such equipment was, their stock reflected the institution's strength, so this was to be expected. It was then that Caleb asked, "Wasn't the reward originally supposed to be given to Bernard? From what I heard from the professor, everything Bernard would receive would be directed to me." Bishop Azila was startled to see that Caleb knew about this and tried to find a solution. However, Caleb was faster and used the institution against the bishop himself. What would Nathaniel, the Lord of Just Contracts, think about this? Surely he would want me to receive appropriate compensation. Slamming his hand on his forehead, Azilo realized there was no escape. To avoid any scandal as a bishop, he asked what Caleb wanted. Caleb then revealed his demands, and when he obtained them, he left the temple. When Caleb returned to his team, he called out to them, "It looks like you waited for quite a while." The whole group was surprised by the things Caleb was carrying. He spread a towel on the ground, and on top of it were countless items. A magic arrow's bow, a helmet, a summer sea-scale armor, and a dagger, all magic rank items. Finally, there was also the electric shock wand, a treasure-grade item. Backattack was shocked to hear that Caleb had obtained all the items from a previous job he did in the labyrinth. The protagonist also revealed that he hadn't sold all the junk he had, so he had a few extra things. 3 of the items were rewards from the temple, the academy, and the guild. The magic arrow's bow, now held by Urnil, had the effect of granting its wielder the magic arrow ability. Backattack picked up the dagger with flame details near the handle. As Caleb explained, the dagger found in the treasure room was appraised as magic grade. It had an effect that, upon hitting a target, activated flames, setting the target on fire. Seeing how good the rewards from the first floor were, Amos asked what they would gain by conquering the third floor. Caleb then revealed why he had made a 10,000 gold coin deposit to Amos. "Make sure your firstborn attends a good school." He then handed the scale armor to the bald monk. This was an armor that provided a strange ability called Steel Parasol. With everything ready, Caleb encouraged the group. "As soon as the labyrinth opens in a few days, we're going straight to the third floor." In Caleb's hands was the treasure-grade wand. It contained the rank 1 combat magic, electric shock, as well as the combat magic superconductivity. A few days later, the group arrived at the labyrinth. Amos walked in front of the group with Backattack close to him, and Caleb and Urnil in the rear guard. In the distance, there was a sinister sound and a musty smell. No matter how many times Caleb went to the labyrinth, the feeling was always horrible. Being there not for the first time, Caleb wondered if there would ever be a day when he would get used to that feeling. Thinking of something, Caleb asked Urnil, "Aren't you using the wrist guard you won?" Urnil showed her usual glove, commenting, "That wrist guard is too expensive, so I kept it inside my glove." Caleb asked if she really needed to hide the item under another glove, and worried, Urnil nodded. "What if someone tries to steal it?" As they continued down the corridor, the group reached the portal that led to the second floor. Amos reminded everyone that they could only pass one by one, every 3 seconds. It was then that, worried, Urnil asked Caleb, "What if there are thieves waiting after the portal?" Caleb agreed with Urnil's concern. "That is very possible. Since only one person can pass at a time, the first first in the front line is always the most vulnerable. Scared, Urnal asked who among the four should go first. Caleb valued safety above all else, so he addressed Amos. I think we'll need to rely on you to take the lead. Go first and use your steel parasol ability. I'll follow right behind you, so don't worry too much. Agreeing to go first, Amos asked worriedly if Caleb really wanted to go after him. Shouldn't mages go last? Back Attack also agreed, wanting to go first. However, Caleb insisted, it will be better if I go first, as I can respond quickly if anything happens. As soon as they decided on the plan, Amos passed through the portal. Caleb was confident that Amos would not be defeated in 3 seconds. Furthermore, a prepared front line, even after passing through the portal, was difficult to deal with. As time passed, Caleb waited. He knew that the second person to pass through the portal would also be ambushed, so he ran already prepared, holding the wand in his hands. As soon as he passed through the portal, Caleb was surprised by what he saw. He hurriedly asked Amos what was happening. However, Amos absolved himself of any blame. In front of them, there were several people lying on the ground, already eliminated. Confused, Amos asked if those were people attacked by thieves. Caleb was not so sure, as thieves avoided damaging equipment when attacking, as well as hiding the bodies of those they attacked. Observing the bodies, Caleb could see that 2 members of that group had been eliminated with dagger wounds. Furthermore, there was nothing else notable. However, the other 2 were special. The third member of that group had a large tumor growing from their body. This was the result of the necromantic ability tumor erosion. The fourth member of the team had unfocused eyes, and their pupils were misaligned. Being of a bird species, that adventurer should not have eyes like that. This meant that they had been hit by the spell Soul Echo, and then finished off with a 3rd-rank necromancy spell. Caleb was worried, as a person with such abilities should not be on the 2nd floor, but on the 4th. While Caleb was observing the bodies, Urnal and Back Attack passed through the portal, and the elf asked what they should do. Caleb announced that they would continue walking. Soon, they found themselves in a completely open but somber space, a muddy swamp with giant trees. With every step Caleb took, the mud soiled his shoes, making it difficult to walk. The further they walked, the group realized the situation was serious. Everywhere they looked, there were eliminated people and monsters. In that swamp area, there were Bodianois, frog-like monsters that appeared only on the 2nd floor. All of them had been eliminated by dagger blows, just like they saw in the group they encountered upon entering the 2nd floor. Looking at the bodies, Amos was terrified. Startled, Urnal approached Caleb, trembling, holding the cloak he was wearing. The smell of rot in the area was not something any of them were used to. The tension in the group was increasing. This was not a good sign. All the way from the 2nd floor portal to the 3rd floor portal, the group found bodies on the ground. This made Caleb wonder what the goal of the necromancer who should be on the 4th floor was in doing this. Grinding his teeth, Caleb felt a bad premonition. A sense of duty arose. He wanted to stop such a lunatic necromancer before he caused more damage. Firmly, Caleb declared, "We are going straight to the 3rd floor, in formation." Previously, Caleb handed the helmet to Amos so they could go to the 3rd floor. Upon putting on the helmet, Amos agreed to go first. Caleb knew that the damned necromancer might enter right in front of the portal, so he jumped through the portal already prepared. Upon arriving behind Amos, Caleb encountered 4 people, a group, waiting in front of the portal. However, upon recognizing the group, Caleb felt disappointed. "What, it was you?" Zikal was excited to see Caleb. Likewise, the dwarf Vertanen. "Caleb, have you reached the 3rd floor already?" Seeing Vertanen, Zikal, and Emma, Urnal became excited. Zikal was also surprised to see her, barely recognizing her. Behind Vertanen, a hooded man asked, "Vertanen, do you know this adventurer?" Realizing his mistake, the dwarf introduced the team's new mage to Caleb. Caleb, however, remained silent, staring at the mage with a frown. The mage removed his hood and greeted them with a smile. "Pleased to meet you, my name is Antonelli. I have heard many rumors about the silent caster with ultra-fast casting." Antonelli took a step forward, extending his hand. "I look forward to working with you." Caleb, however, looked away. "Emma, why are you with a mage who uses necromancy and turns bodies into undeads? Aren't you a priestess?" Emma quickly replied, "Caleb, I think there's a misunderstanding. Antonelli doesn't use undead magic, which is why we travel together." The man named Antonelli nodded, confirming Emma's words. "I don't know how to use undead magic. Besides, there's no problem being with a priestess." To Caleb, his words were ridiculous. There was no way to be fooled. Soul Echo and Tumor Erosion were used on the 2nd floor. These 2 spells combined create the necromantic spell Raise Corpse. Caleb snapped, accusing Antonelli. Why did a 4th-level mage hide his magic to join Vertanen's team? Vertanen quickly stepped between Caleb and Antonelli, preventing a bigger confusion. Vertanen confirmed that Antonelli was a 4th-level mage, but they met him when he couldn't find a new team. To Caleb, these words made no sense. A 4th-level mage can't find a group? In this period where everyone is desperately trying to recruit mages who are scarce? Caleb gave Vertanen a lesson. There's no reason to let him join your team. It's extremely suspicious. What were you thinking accepting him? Vertanen Vertanen lowered his head, retreating. If we hadn't recruited Antonelli, we couldn't have reached the third floor either. To Caleb, rushing to the third floor was a huge mistake. One needed to be cautious about who they approached. Caleb now addressed Antonelli, questioning him. Let me guess why you brought a second floor team to the third. You were trying to go to the 3.5 floor, aren't you? Vertanen was surprised to hear that there was an extra floor between the 3rd and 4th floors. Caleb knew very well. 3rd floor groups refused because they knew the danger, so you tricked a 2nd floor team into bringing them to the 3rd. As a necromancer, your soul must be tempted to go to the 3.5 floor. Caleb could figure out why Antonelli wanted to go there. Recently, an adventurer named Hijikata had told him that his friend had been dragged away by the labyrinth master on the 3rd floor. This meant one thing. Antonelli, you are trying to obtain that person's soul, aren't you? All the adventurers on the 3rd floor will perish, but if you succeed, a wave of monsters will surge. Did you happen to obtain permission from the Adventurers Guild to do this? Being questioned, Antonelli smiled in silence. This irritated Caleb and he snapped, pointing his magic wand at him. Answer me. Yurnal moved when she saw Caleb's actions. She immediately raised her bow, as she knew that whenever Caleb suspected someone, that person must be dangerous. Yurnal was prepared to shoot without hesitation as soon as Caleb attacked. Vertanen quickly tried to calm the situation, also asking Yurnal to lower her bow. Yurnal didn't, waiting for Caleb, who continued to point his wand. Vertanen tried to convince them, to at least give Antonelli a chance to answer. Vertanen tried to convince the group that necromancers weren't necessarily evil. This person even received a Medal of Merit from the Adventurers Guild. He is a verified mage. Frowning, Caleb questioned the dwarf. Can you say for sure that there are no suspicious intentions? Antonelli opened his mouth for the first time, speaking about the matter. I've heard about you among the mages lately. Now I understand why they pay so much attention to you. I'll be honest, I really plan to go to the 3.5 floor. The dwarf Vertanen was shocked by Antonelli's revelation. The atmosphere grew somber and disappointment arose in Emma's eyes when she heard, Since you are new to the 3rd floor, I thought you would easily follow me if I lured you. Shocked, the priestess asked, How could you do that? Antonelli smiled, apologizing for deceiving them, but stated, I never intended to hurt you. Raising a hand, Antonelli declared he was confident in protecting everyone without anyone getting hurt. I just needed people to help me while I searched for the soul coffin. The half-wolf Zikal was furious to the point that veins popped on his forehead. Do you think we are complete idiots? As if we would follow you to the 3.5 floor. Caleb interrupted Zikal, stating, You would have followed him. Antonelli was surprised, sensing that Caleb knew something. The protagonist frowned, revealing, You don't know since it's your first time on the 3rd floor, but this place periodically inflicts confusion magic on adventurers. Priests have defensive magic, but if you slip, even for a moment, your judgment will become clouded before you know it, and you will reach the 3.5 floor. It was then that Amos understood why Caleb said he needed the helmet. The helmet possessed the combat magic torch. It granted immunity to confusion magic to the wearer, in addition to preventing cold. This time, Vertanen was convinced by Caleb and snapped, We have a problem here, Antonelli, deceiving us and planning something so dangerous. Antonelli had already drawn his magic wand without them noticing, and took a step back, still trying to pretend it was a misunderstanding. The mage lowered his head, commenting that there was another reason for him to look for the soul vessel. The protagonist continued to point the wand at Antonelli, questioning, Do necromancers have another reason to look for soul coffins, besides harvesting them? It was then that the mage revealed, You said there was an adventurer, and he is my friend. I was a member of Hijikata's group. Antonelli told a story of 3 adventurers who, many years ago, came from the east to Sohain. The leader of the group was the dual-wielding swordsman Hijikata. There was a spirit race shaman, Yuri, a goblin warrior, Gildal, and finally Antonelli, who stated, I shared the hardships with them on the 3rd floor for some time. Later, I was recruited by a 4th floor team, and I separated from them. But this became a problem after Hijikata's group lost Gildal. Amos and Backattack, who shared a similar story, paid attention. Continuing with his head bowed, Antonelli revealed that the other 2 people in Hijikata's group began to blame each other and fight, just as happened in the labyrinth's gut theory. Vertanen stroked his beard, commenting, The theory says that the labyrinth is the intestine of a giant monster. Caleb knew one of the game's stories. A monster opened the labyrinth and lured adventurers with treasures as bait. From the 1st floor to the last, several groups would be dissolved and digested, like protein melting in the stomach and the breakdown of fat in the duodenum. The labyrinth master savored the most nutritious adventurers who would survive in the end. Antonelli continued to talk about the theory. The notable aspect of this theory is that parties, when digestion has already begun, experience a series of incredible misfortunes that accelerate the dissolution of the party. At the time I left, they lost a team member in the labyrinth, and Hijikata's team started to be digested. Even under the threat of Yurnal and Caleb, the mage continued, revealing that now Hijikata was challenging the labyrinth again. With Backattack's return, the method to save Gildal had been confirmed. Antonelli snapped, pleadingly, Caleb, Hijikata is making a bet with his own life. I just want to recover the soul coffin and deliver it to him. Vertanen closed his eyes and said, stated, "Deceiving us was wrong, but if this is the reason, I will let it slide." Picking up a piece of paper, Caleb asked if he could ask Hijikata to verify the truth. Believing he would use message transmission, Antonelli didn't care. "If you still don't believe, go ahead." The protagonist immediately used the message transmission. Time passed inside the labyrinth. After waiting for so long, Vertanen asked, "We can't keep waiting. How about we meet Hijikata and ask him later?" Emma agreed with the dwarf, stating that the story didn't seem like a lie. Vertanen wanted to drop the subject, since he admitted and confessed everything. Continuing to suspect may be rude. As much time had passed, Antonelli stated, "Hijikata is from the east. He might not know how to use transmission magic." Caleb ended up wondering if he had been too cautious. Just as he was about to give in, a piece of paper appeared before him. The paper, sent by Hijikata, had a simple message. "Who is Antonelli? He is not from our group." The message immediately worried Caleb. Upon seeing the paper, Antonelli sighed. "I could have just let it go. Nowadays, even people from the East know how useless it is to transmit messages." With a malicious grin that went from ear to ear, mocking, "It seems they have fully adapted." Immediately, having already extended his wand, Antonelli shouted, "Skull armor!" However, before the spell was completed, the hourglass was activated. The protagonist sighed, as he was already sure that would happen. Necromancers needed souls to use necromancy. With the news of Bakatak's resurrection, Antonelli must have remembered the soul preservation pot on the 3.5 floor. The more exceptional the soul he absorbed, the better his necromancy would become. The strongest soul the Labyrinth Master had marked as the boss of the 3rd floor exit was the prize he coveted most. Caleb was not surprised to see the necromancer not even hesitate to use brutal methods for soul harvesting. Even if Vertanen's team was wiped out, the necromancer probably planned to use them as shields and escape alone. If a monster surge occurred, he could also just go to the 4th floor. Being obsessed with the game, Caleb knew all kinds of dirty tricks, although he wasn't proud of it. Pointing his wand at Antonelli while time was frozen, Caleb wondered, how should I humiliate him? To avoid any consequences, Caleb believed that finishing off Antonelli in a single attack was the best choice. Dust explosion wouldn't work, however, since he was too close. To defeat Antonelli at once, disarming him was the best option. Caleb started by casting superconductivity not once but 4 times. Even with the level difference, this would ensure the shock landed. Caleb also sent an instruction to Yurnal. Shoot the arrow at the wand in Antonelli's hand. As soon as he used the 4 actions, Caleb's turn ended. The superconductivity exploded in Antonelli's hand, tearing his robe and making him drop his magic wand while screaming. As soon as the wand fell to the floor, Antonelli quickly tried to bend down to pick it up. However, as soon as he put his hands on the wand, an arrow hit him in the wrist, knocking the wand down once again. Yurnal stared at the mage with a steady gaze, but with his other hand, Antonelli grabbed a second magic wand. However, before he noticed, his wrist had already been hit. Bakatak had passed by him like a swift breeze, attacking with the new dagger. While Antonelli was still trying to understand what was happening, Amos jumped toward him, carrying the large mace. With a heavy hand, Amos threw the necromancer to the ground. Amos sat on top of Antonelli, using all his weight to keep him from moving. Antonelli hastily tried to ask them to listen to him. The protagonist, however, just grabbed his cloak and pulled. With this, he found something Antonelli was hiding. Yurnal approached, curious. Caleb held a scroll, explaining that it was an escape scroll, typically used for emergencies. The escape scroll teleported the user to the staircase of a lower floor of the labyrinth. Caleb revealed to Yurnal that Antonelli must have prepared the scroll in case a monster surge occurred. He planned to flee to meet his original group, who are waiting for him on the 4th floor. Weakly, Antonelli asked to be spared. Imus allowed him to sit on the floor, now that he posed no danger. Head bowed, Antonelli stated, "Yes, I was trying to harvest souls illegally, but nothing has happened yet, right?" He tried to force a smile, claiming he hadn't hurt anyone. He hastily looked at the priestess, trying to seek her empathy. "Emma, please save me. We are on the same team. Take my side, please." Emma, however, became a businesswoman. According to the contract you signed at the Adventurers Guild, there is a clause that says any action that could put an entire floor in danger is strictly forbidden, and even if the attempt fails, the offender must be executed by their fellow adventurers. Antonelli could not believe the words he was hearing. The world seemed to be falling apart. The dwarf Vertanen closed his eyes and declared, raising an axe, "It's a shame, Antonelli." Minutes later, the axe was still stained red. Vertanen had never imagined that would happen. He had doubted Antonelli's offer, as it didn't match the group's level, but the adventurers close to him, as well as the metal he possessed, made them believe him. Furthermore, the story about Hijikata's group had convinced them anyone would be fooled. Vertanen couldn't help but feel ashamed. Caleb tried to motivate the dwarf, stating, "I understand wanting to protect a former group member, but return to the 2nd floor, Vertanen." Picking up the wands Antonelli left behind, he stated, "The 3 of you will not be safe exploring the 3rd floor without magic equipment." As soon as he put away the wands, he stated definitively, "This place is simply too dangerous for your group." Vertanen still couldn't believe that the young man in front of him had surpassed his entire team in just 1 month. Frustrated, he nodded. I understand. When we meet in the city later, I will repay you. Returning to the portal that went back to the second floor, the dwarf and the others said goodbye. Still talking about Antonelli, Amos couldn't believe that someone of that mage's caliber would do such a thing. Back attack, however, focused on Caleb. You are incredible, boss. When Caleb was about to look into Antonelli's bag, he heard a sinister laugh and looked back. You're Neil. Any problem? The elf's eyes sparkled as she declared with high self-esteem, Did you know that I was already in a battle position the moment you suspected he was a necromancer? Upon getting Caleb's attention, Yurnil became so convinced that her nose grew as she chuckled. That's right! I have absolute faith in Caleb, only I had my bowstring drawn, and that's why I was able to shoot immediately and hit him. Caleb was the only one who knew it hadn't been exactly like that. At that moment, he went back to searching Antonelli's bag and found something strange. There was a vial with a blue liquid and an eye. This was an item he had used many times while playing, the witch's eye. This was a floating reconnaissance item that can be implanted to check dangerous areas in advance. It could sneak between things and observe the enemy. With Antonelli, Caleb found 2 pieces of magic items, a soul urn and 2 wands. Internally, he smiled. As expected of a 4th floor mage, he is practically a walking treasure room. Standing up after obtaining the items, Caleb moved forward and declared, Let's return to our adventure. On the snowy peaks, Yurnil regretted, shivering for not wearing thicker clothes. Caleb told her to stay close to Imur, next to him. It would be warmer since he wore a torch helmet, an item that prevented freezing. Apologizing, Yurnil approached, practically sticking to him. The elf's ears perked up, and surprised, she warned that she had heard something. The protagonist gripped his wand, sensing the presence of hunters ahead. As they entered a frozen canyon, he alerted everyone to be careful. It wasn't long before a humanoid monster emerged from high up the gorge. The ice hunter cast a spell, frozen spikes, and a large spike was shot at the group. Imur, alert, raised his club and activated an ability that created an iron dome, blocking the attack. The impact drew the attention of the beasts surrounding them. A pack of snow wolves howled fiercely as they charged forward. Bakatek's experience helped him figure out what to do, and he guided Yurnil during the battle. Attack the hunter at the top of the gorge. The elf followed the instruction and used her triple shot ability. The 3 arrows struck the mage, who fell from above while Bakatek focused on the wolves, throwing daggers at them. As the first wolf fell, another roared furiously, bearing sharp fangs dripping with saliva. Gripping the club with both hands, Ymir took the front line and, with his ability, Crushing Gaia, hurled the animal away. Observing the situation, Caleb realized that the ice hunters seemed to have planned everything from the start. Still, he would not allow the enemy's plans to come to fruition. A large explosion, visible from hundreds of meters away, destroyed part of the canyon. When the battle ended, Bekatek was impressed. His eyes sparkled as he revealed a large mana stone. Obtained from the body of an ice wolf, Caleb smiled slightly, remembering that items like this were not found below the 3rd floor. There, the minimum profit already reached 6 digits. Bakatek also rummaged through the body of the ice hunter, and what he found was even more surprising. The mana stone was a shiny bronze color and was of rank C. Excited about the value they could obtain, everyone showed enthusiasm. Caleb thought Emos would be the only one to maintain a serious expression, but even the group's tank seemed excited in the face of such gathered value. Ernie, the lively one, called out to the team, Let's get more of them. Becca, assertive, added, We're rich. Rubbing his cheek, Caleb at least asked them to be careful. The group entered automatic hunting mode. Continuous sword cuts intertwined, hitting a monster, an ice noid. The one who had defeated it had frog legs and, fidgety, jumped around while complaining. It must be because I'm cold-blooded, even with anti-freezing magic. My feet are freezing! Holding 2 swords, Gadosme, a rogue from the Kappa tribe, a race of amphibians, was trying to warm himself up. A companion complained, Wear shoes, you idiot! However, the Kappa refused to wear any kind of footwear. Soyulo, the flame fox from the Yoro tribe, was the one advising him, but the turtle man remained proud of his heritage. The two, along with the swordsman, entered a frozen cave while chatting. They had been on that floor for 3 days and still hadn't found the stairs to the level above, as the structure of the place changed constantly. Upon reaching the end of the cave, they were surprised. The portal they found was the same one they had used to enter. They had spent 3 days walking in circles. Soyulo looked around and found the body of a well-known mage lying on the ground. Next to him, there was a note. The swordsman Ritakata picked up the paper and realized it was the message he had sent to Caleb. Soyu was surprised. This meant that his group had defeated a 4th-floor mage. Meanwhile, the foreman investigating the area shouted, "We don't have time for this! Come see!" Worried, Soyu ran to him. As they exited through the other entrance of the cave, they found dozens of dead snow wolves. Whoever had done this had also faced the ice hunters. Soyu asked Ritakata if Caleb's team hadn't been the first to reach the third floor. The swordsman wasn't sure. It was too strange. Determined to find out, the fox ran in the direction of the tracks left by the hunters so they could investigate elsewhere. By dusk, Caleb found what they were looking for. Before them was a large rectangular stone with ancient inscriptions, the Stele of Calamity. Throwing his bag on the ground, he announced that they would camp there. With a small piece of paper in hand, he used inscription magic. What he wrote on the stele was immediately transferred to the paper. Bakatek approached and commented that there were strange boxes on the stone. Caleb didn't pay much attention, believing they were part of the structure. Pointing at the paper, Emos asked if the stele had not already been translated. Caleb confirmed, saying that Professor Dastream had done that, but the code had still not been solved. To begin, Caleb rewritten the inscription using Karano, making it clearer. The message read, "The union of the silver dagger forbids meals and songs of the labyrinth. If you overcome the deep resentment of the labyrinth, the deception of the labyrinth will disappear." The union of the silver dagger referred to the agents of the master of the labyrinth and the monsters of the deep layers. As for the meals and songs of the labyrinth, they seem to indicate certain behaviors within the site. The main part was the grudge from the depths, representing the master of the labyrinth. If someone defeated him, the possessed would be freed from their false bodies and return to the original world. Thoughtfully, Caleb observed the stele. He had seen many in the game, but never one with boxes. Perhaps they were meant to reveal something if an item was placed inside them. That was why he had come here, to gather more information before contacting Amber's group or any other team. A small campfire was lit while they rested. Looking at the paper, Caleb reflected on how to solve this. Amidst his thoughts, Ernu alerted him. "Someone is coming." The group stood up, going on high alert. Godosmi led the newly arrived group. "Papa Cape, I found you." Behind him, Soyu waved. "Hi, Caleb. We've heard a lot about you. They said amazing things." Godosmi also commented, "You even defeated a fourth-floor mage." Caleb explained that it hadn't been his doing, and asked how they knew that. Ridikata replied that they had seen the message left next to the body that morning. The information surprised Caleb because the body shouldn't have been there anymore, since the incident had occurred days earlier. Ridikata explained that due to the cold on the third floor, such things were common. He also mentioned that, thanks to the reduction in the number of hunters and ice wolves, the bodies remained untouched. Still, Caleb thought it didn't make sense, since ice hunters patrolled the staircase gate all the time. "Are you saying that for 3 consecutive days, none of them passed by there?" Soyu's group suddenly had a thought about what that could mean. Ridikata was the first to question why everyone saw the body remain intact. Wasn't anyone guarding the body so the wolves wouldn't devour it? When Caleb gritted his teeth in concern, something was definitely wrong. The protagonist asked if Ridikata had noticed anything different about the mage's head. Something that indicated he had become a zombie. Ridikata was quite confused by the question, as the body they saw was completely intact. Ridikata's doubt alerted Caleb. "Damn, it's not the time to stand still." It seems Antonelli's soul went to the reliquary on the intermediate level of the third floor. Being consumed by madness happened in an instant, when Bakataki jumped through the first floor gate to save a comrade. He ended up becoming a gate boss and appeared behind Emus. If Antonelli was taken by madness before his head was severed from his body, then he too would have become a gate boss. Caleb seemed to blame himself for not realizing it sooner. Everything was too quiet. Soyu tried to find another explanation, as he had never heard of more than one adventurer being consumed by madness on the same floor. Caleb explained that if one had already emerged as a boss, it was entirely possible for another to appear as well. Remembering the battle at the beginning of the tower, Caleb asked Imus if Bakataki already had abilities like wall walking or shadow leap. Imus had never seen him use such techniques, and Bakataki himself didn't know how he had learned them. Caleb had already found it strange that the mercenary possessed so many abilities at a low level. This meant that when the Labyrinth Master transformed an adventurer consumed by madness into a gate boss, he granted him the power he desired most. What Antonelli desired most was eternal life. The liquefaction. Seriously, Caleb revealed the reason why his head was still attached to his body. It's because the liquefaction began the moment he went mad, just before being defeated. By this point, he must have already risen and descended to the intermediate floor. By his nature, Caleb believed Antonelli would try to obtain both the guild reliquary and his own. And then, a monstrous wave would soon rise. Soyu was scared and wanted to run away immediately. Godosme also seemed ready to flee. However, Ridikata stopped them. "No, Godosme Soyu, we need to go to the intermediate floor. We can't let him get his hands on the guild's reliquary." Caleb stepped forward to block the way, but it was already too late. Ridikata refused to back down. "He's a friend I have lived with since the East. You don't know how we survived here." Caleb knew this, yet he tried. To argue, "I'm not saying there's no chance, I'm saying it's already too late." In the worst-case scenario, the soul harvest could have already been completed, the reliquary stolen, and the guild turned into a boss. The situation is critical. Caleb reinforced his point. If the reliquary has already been obtained, we will have to face 2 exit bosses. And there was something worse. If a wave of monsters starts, what will you do? Don't act on impulse. At that moment, Ernold shouted, "Caleb!" She was lying on the ground, listening. "I'm hearing countless footsteps coming from the mountain. They are already heading our way." Caleb was surprised. He hadn't expected it to come so fast. The ground began to tremble. Everyone turned towards the mountains. The sound of a great march echoed through the frozen canyons. It was too close. There was no way to escape. Caleb looked at the stele and thought that if they could activate it, maybe they could contain the wave. Each stele contained magic of the 10th level, immense power. That's why, during monster waves, adventurers tried to control the area around them. Grabbing his bag, Caleb ordered everyone to gather at the stele. They quickly obeyed, and, with their backs to the stone, watched as numerous creatures emerged from the mountains. Snow wolves and ice hunters advanced together towards the group. Caleb ordered everyone to prepare and sent Amos to the front line. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed and the snow began to slide down the slope. "Cattle!" he shouted at me. "Look!" An avalanche was coming down the mountain, advancing both against the monsters and the group. Ridikata and Soyu seemed to have given up. However, Caleb reacted. "Imus, use the parasol." As Imus began the conjuration, Caleb activated the hourglass and stopped time. He used Heat Blast 4 times before ending the effect. The parasol ability was activated by Emus's club. Fire erupted between the barrier and the snow, strengthening the defense against the ice. Even so, it was not enough. Caleb then used Dust Explosion, scattering the snow and recovering energy for the hourglass. He activated the ability again, using the Dragon Hunter's aura to extend the stop time. With the extra actions, he conjured more heat blasts. Whenever time returned to normal, Soyu was in shock, trying to understand how many abilities Caleb still had. The fire attempted to carve a path through the avalanche, melting some of the snow. Minutes later, everything ceased. Only heavy breaths could be heard in a small free space. Caleb asked if everyone was okay. All around, everything had been buried. He did not hesitate. "We can't stay here. The waves will continue. There must be a staircase nearby to the intermediate floor. If Antonelli finished the ritual, he will come back that way." Before he could finish, Imus shouted, "Look, Antonelli!" He appeared. Caleb quickly turned. A shadow emerged. A cold voice echoed, "What a pleasure to see you again." A mischievous smile accompanied the words. "I finally achieved the result I was looking for. Caleb, thanks to you, I can reach the 5th floor." A crimson energy enveloped Antonelli as he floated above the snow. His skin had become like this. Sitting, Soyu began to cry, holding Ridikata's arm to keep herself upright. Her eyes sparkled and she said, her voice trembling, "I can see Gilda's soul. It's inside him." Ridicula gritted his teeth, furious. "You bastard, Caleb." Franzel, sir, realizing that Soil had used the racial ability of soul tracking. The labyrinth carried more tragedies than happy endings, and Gilda could no longer return to the world. Emus tried to calm Ridicula, who couldn't control his rage and urge to attack. "Hey, we need to eliminate him while he's still alone," Ridicula warned the entire group. However, suddenly, an attack was launched in their direction. The blow didn't hit him directly, but split into numerous cuts that ripped through the frozen ground, revealing what lay beneath. The swordsman frowned as he understood Antonelli's plan. The damned light was reviving the monsters that had been buried by the avalanche. Caleb then took the lead and ordered, "We don't have time to watch. Let's flee now." Much more powerful, Antonelli wouldn't allow the escape. A spiritual energy gathered in his hand, and the bone wall ability was conjured. A gigantic barrier arose, completely blocking the exit of the canyon. Laughing, Antonelli mocked, "Hey, hey, hey! Where do you think you're going?" He began to prepare another ability, but was interrupted by Caleb, who raised his hand and showed something he knew well. The small gourd in his hand was a soul storing jar. Antonelli frowned upon seeing the item. That soul-binding flask was the second most valuable thing to a necromancer, second only to life itself. It had become useless now that he had transformed into a light, but Caleb knew it would still attract him since it had been his for a long time. Then he did something unexpected. He threw the small jar into the gorge. The trash fell into the trap and immediately jumped back behind him to retrieve it. Taking advantage of the opening, Caleb ordered, "We need to escape now." However, the order of monsters, now transformed into zombies, advanced in pursuit of the group. One of the hunters raised his wand and conjured a spike of ice. When Caleb looked back, the attack was already upon him. Imus reacted instantly, wielding his club and smashing the spike with a precise strike, as if he were parrying a direct attack. Caleb did not hesitate and launched a lightning bolt, hitting the hunter among the wolves. Soyu also acted, chewing something before pulling out a small pearl and unleashing a foxfire spell that surged like a fiery breath towards their enemies. Caleb immediately warned, "We can't keep fighting. We need to escape first." Running without looking, he slipped and fell from a snow-covered ravine. Desperate, he tried to clutch the walls to stop his fall and managed to grab onto a rock, slowing his descent. "Watch out!" Caleb shouted. Soyu, lifting her face, saw an ice wolf jumping towards her. With her free hand, she grabbed a wand and conjured superconductivity. The discharge hit the wolf, which flew over her and plunged into the abyss. Upon realizing the height, Caleb understood he had nearly met the same fate. Arnold quickly appeared and reached out to help him up. He held on, thankful, but in the next moment, her hand was struck by a headbutt from a wolf, and they were both thrown together into the abyss. Without support, the elf screamed in desperation as "Ooh." She clung to Caleb, and they both began to fall. In the midst of the chaos, many did not notice what had happened. Back Attack was the one who alerted the rest of the group. During the fall, Caleb looked down. The height was not enough to kill them, but it would still cause serious damage. His eyes widened at the sight of the large wolf that had fallen earlier. If only the body was soft enough, it could serve as a cushion. Caleb activated the hourglass and quickly thought of a solution. Although he couldn't avoid the impact, he could still reduce the damage with a wand. He conjured move objects, making the wolf's body float under his control. When time returned to normal, both fell on it, using it as protection. Yernal stood up, dazed. "We're alive!" Caleb confirmed, but warned that it wasn't safe to relax yet. Yernal then said she had retrieved his backpack, which had fallen earlier, but light footsteps began to echo around them. Wolves and ice hunters quickly surrounded the two. If they wanted to survive, they would need to fight. Ernie pulled out the bow and knocked an arrow while Caleb held a wand. "Think of this as a final battle!" The wolves advanced growling, their red eyes fixed on them. Caleb unleashed a burst of dust, enveloping the enemies in flames. Still, there were too many, and the hourglass was still recharging. He conjured several lightning bolts, eliminating a few, but it was not enough against the number of enemies. As he tried to think of an escape, a golden light shone behind him. Ernil had activated the redistribution of Sentinel's magic. Her body was enveloped in a bright glow and became light, transforming into a small luminous point that flew over the wolves, drawing their attention. "What are you doing?" Yernal screamed. "Caleb, that was extremely risky for an archer." At that moment, a scroll appeared in front of him, attached to an arrow, and unrolled, releasing a golden glow that surrounded him. He was surrounded by dozens of wolves, and Ernil shouted, "Caleb, you need to survive. At least you—" She tried to smile, even with the evident fear in her tear-filled eyes. The spell that enveloped Caleb initiated a teleportation. He still tried to react by raising his wand to cast a wave of heat, but amidst the attack, his vision completely changed. His expression made clear his outrage. And Ernil, "You fool! What have you done?" In the next moment, he found himself in front of the entry portal of the 4th floor, a place very far from where he had been before. Bringing his hands to his head, Caleb could not believe that Ernil had sacrificed herself to save him. He still had a spell stored that might have saved his own life. He at least hoped that his heat blast had been cast before the teleport, as he was sure he had completed the incantation. He believed that everything would be all right. Even so, he hated that he had left her behind. And Ernil, when we meet again, you're going to get quite the scolding. At that moment, a fox woman appeared on the scene, complaining of pain. Surprised, Caleb recognized Soyu, who worriedly asked if he had also used a scroll to escape. As they talked, the situation in the ravine remained the same, and Ernil was completely surrounded by wolves, but an energy dome prevented the monsters from getting closer. The creatures were snarling fiercely, letting saliva drip, highlighting their hunger. Even trembling, Ernil felt satisfied that she had protected Caleb. The elf had not yet realized the dome, and found its strange feeling warmth amidst the frozen mountains. She also found it odd that the monsters weren't getting closer. Then she remembered that Caleb had cast an enchantment before disappearing. The wave of heat was at that moment that she realized. He already had a solution for that situation. The realization worried her, believing she had messed everything up, in addition to having sent Caleb far away. While she thought about what to do, a cloak entered the dome. "Finally, it's warm in here. Now I can breathe." And Ernu's eyes widened at the sight of Godosme, but without recognizing him right away, she panicked. "An angry monster," he replied. "Damn elf! We were together a minute ago. You're an idiot!" Ernu quickly apologized, explaining that she hadn't seen him before. The cloaked one crossed his arms, still annoyed. "Anyway, let's get out of here. We need to regroup with the others." Godosme revealed that he had used a scroll to get to the entrance of the 4th floor. Upon hearing this, Ernil said that Caleb had done the same, so they were probably already together. Relieved, The cloaked one asked if it was Caleb who had created that hot zone. They needed to leave before the dome disappeared, but they were surrounded. Godosmi then gripped Ernu by the arm. "Let's go together!" He activated the shadow jump and took them from the depths of the abyss back to the point from where they had fallen. Even far from the wolves, they were still surrounded by mountains, so he recommended they move cautiously while waiting for the scroll's cooldown. Shivering from the cold, Godosmi remarked that he needed some way to endure the temperature and the confusion. Then Ernu had an idea. "What if we go to the stairs of the intermediate floor?" Scared, he asked what she meant, and Ernu explained that there was a space near the portal where they could hide and, if necessary, go in to protect themselves from the cold and the confusion. Godosmi thought for a moment. It was true that there was neither cold nor confusion on the intermediate floor, but there was the risk of getting trapped and not being able to regroup with the others. And then Ernu showed a solution, raising a small pouch. She explained that she had a message transmission wand and could contact Caleb. With a confident air, she asserted, "We can gather the entire group, even separated, using the transmission." Godosma was impressed. "Oh, elf, you are more capable than I thought." And Urnil smiled, satisfied. "I'm Caleb's right hand, you know?" A few minutes later, Caleb had just sent her a message asking for several things, including for her to go to the intermediate floor. Because the instructions were difficult, he was worried. All he wanted was for her to survive. In front of him, Soyu was sitting on the floor with her ears down, showing sadness and concern. Between the two of them, a small note had been sent by Urnil. "I'm going to hide with the cape in front of the stairs among the snowdrifts." Caleb smiled slightly, catching Soyu's attention, who ran to him. "Who sent it? Any news?" He explained that Urnil was with Godosme, worried about the others, and asked if she knew anything. Soyu thought for a moment and said that Ridikata and Emus were fighting together. Since Emus had the torch helmet, the cold and confusion wouldn't be a problem. Even though they were separated, the situation wasn't the worst it could be. Still, Soyu feared the worst. "If another wave comes, we won't be able to escape. If Gilda were here, this wouldn't have happened." Caleb raised his eyebrows. Was he that strong? Soyu responded by comparing Gilda to Caleb himself, saying that with him, even advancing would be possible. Now, they couldn't even get close to the flag. Caleb was annoyed to hear this. "Wait, was there a flag on the intermediate floor?" "Yes, it was an eagle with a scared dagger." Soyu explained that no, the flag represented a monster with a human body on top and a spider body below, wearing a lab coat, while it seemed to be crying. Upon hearing this, Caleb took the paper with the message from the Steely and managed to decipher it using the order of prime numbers. 3 phrases emerged: raptor, dagger, gourmet whale, doctor, pathetic spider, the coin he had obtained on the first floor. It corresponded to the raptor. The dagger, the banner described by Soyu, represented the spider doctor. Following this pattern, Caleb concluded that the Steely spoke about places consumed by the labyrinth. The 3 boxes in front of her were meant to receive items related to each symbol. At the moment, he only had the coin from the first floor and still needed to obtain the other treasures to activate the power of the Steely. Grinding his teeth, he declared, "You bastard trash! I will end you." Twice, no, 3 times. At another point, a group led by an ogre was walking through the snow, having escaped the wave of monsters. An elf commented that the stairs were being blocked to prevent the adventurers from fleeing. The passage to the second floor would soon also be closed, so there was still time to find Antonelli and move forward. A catman looked into the distance and said, "Hey, isn't that Antonelli?" Upon seeing a figure kneeling, they ran to him. The ogre put his hand on his shoulder. "Hey, it's us! Answer!" Antonelli was murmuring repeatedly, "Souls of goblins! Souls of goblins!" He was counting the contents of the jar while repeating the phrase. Upon seeing his red eyes and altered appearance, everyone recoiled. Antonelli smiled in a distorted way. "Oh, so it was you, my companions." He opened the gourd, releasing an energy that distorted space and sucked in souls. "Let's go to the 5th floor together. I will take all of you with me." From an unknown location, Yurnal received a message. "This is Ridikata. I am with Imus and Bakatak. We're in a small cave 200 meters south of where you fell. We will hide here. Caleb will be able to find us." Knowing the protagonist well, the elf knew he would not abandon his companions. Instead of fleeing alone, he would gather everyone at a single point. She trusted he would find a way. Ernu then wrote a note and sent it to Caleb. Informing the location of Ridikata and her plan to secure the rescue was simple. Provide as much information as possible, since everyone's life now depended on the messages she sent. Next to her, Godosme merely observed, noticing how excited Irnil was to finally be able to help. Meanwhile, Caleb received the note and realized that the elf was doing exactly what he had asked. Before moving, Caleb activated the hourglass again, needing to clear a path. He faced the wolves blocking the entrance to the stairs and unleashed dust explosions. At the same time, he wrote another note to Irnil, asking her to use Godosmi's tracking abilities to locate Ridikata. After sending the message, he kept his focus on the battle until the effect of the hourglass wore off. When time returned to normal, the explosions hit the wolves. The torches illuminated the corridors, and with the help of a compass, Caleb quickly found the treasure room. Upon opening a chest, he obtained 2 new coins, each bearing a symbol, the gourmet whale and the pathetic spider doctor. Additionally, he found some potions and a hooded cloak. Despite the progress, he noticed that Soyu was not well. The fox remained in a corner, downcast and overwhelmed with apprehension, as if on the verge of collapse. Soon they found the exit gate near the treasure room. Gilda, now transformed into a boss, had recently passed through there. He was probably wandering the 3rd floor in search of whoever had stolen his relic. His footprints were enormous, deeply marked in the snow. Caleb had heard that he was over 2.5 meters tall and weighed over 200 kilos. The tracks led towards the snowy mountains, where the stele was located. There was no choice but to follow this path. Even knowing it was me, I didn't want to hear it. Caleb was straightforward. The guild can't go back to normal. The one you knew is gone. We need to face him. Tears started to stream down her face. Amid the pain, Soyu remembered when she first found the guild, still as a 2nd-floor adventurer. Her life had not been easy after leaving Wonder and restarting in Soren due to the prejudice against the fox folk. Finding a group was difficult. Even when an opportunity arose, she couldn't bring herself to trust them. Foxtails and orbs were valuable on the black market, making any approach suspect. One day, she met a group that was excited to see her. A wolfman smiled and said it would be a great help to have someone from the 2nd floor by their side. Trying to reassure her, he commented that there was no problem with her being from the fox folk, since he was a beastman too. The rest of the group reacted with good humor, creating a welcoming atmosphere. They all seemed determined to grow together and reach the 2nd floor. Soyu believed she could build trust with them over time. However, as they entered the labyrinth, something changed. Suddenly, they all exchanged their gear, wielding heavy weapons and daggers. Confused, she questioned the change. That's when a voice emerged behind her, whispering, "This is called an ambush." Soyu tried to run, but she was struck and fell. The group's mage ensnared her with vines, immobilizing her movements. Surrounded, she heard the "aw." Wolfman justified the betrayal, saying that the world was cruel and it wasn't her fault for having 3 tails. He raised his sword, explaining they could gain much from this. As the blow came down, Soyu closed her eyes, awaiting the end. However, she felt no pain. When she opened her eyes, she saw the wolfman being thrown away after receiving a devastating strike. The group panicked. An irritated voice echoed, "How dare you attack a companion from the east?" Before her, a giant approached and reassured her, enveloping her in a cloak. Next to him, Ridikata and Godosmi were having a light-hearted discussion, while Gilda, with a confident smile, claimed that goblins didn't feel cold. That's how Soyu found her true group. After finishing her story, Soyu looked at Caleb, filled with pain. A precious companion is trapped in the maze, attacking innocents. "I can't leave him like this." Caleb smiled slightly. The fox took a deep breath, regaining her determination, and said, "Caleb, this time I need your help." The protagonist agreed without hesitation and began to move towards the mountains. "It's time to save him." Ridikata still remembered the day Gilda confidently stated that goblins didn't catch colds. That was complete nonsense. Later, he ended up catching a terrible cold. In fact, he was as sensitive to the cold as Godosmi, who was only pretending otherwise. Upon hearing the story, Bakataki asked how they had separated from Gilda. The swordsman frowned as he recalled, "There was a dispute on the 3rd floor. We made an agreement for Soyu to cast cold resistance magic on them. Such agreements were common in the maze, but Ridikata's group couldn't trust it since people from the east didn't receive guild protection. They demanded immediate payment in magic stones. However, the other group refused. The argument escalated quickly. Insults were directed at Soyu. "Shut up, damn fox! If you want payment, sell your tail on the black market." Gilda couldn't tolerate that and kicked the man who insulted her, sending him flying. Then she faced the others, baring her fangs, intimidating everyone. According to Ridikata, the fight was 4 against 8. Guild faced 4 alone, but in the end he had disappeared. They searched for him, but could not find him. The firelight illuminated the swordsman's gaze, heavy with anger. "If we can't bring him back, at least I will recover his body and give him a worthy funeral. I will take care of that bastard Antonelli." Bakatake, who had gone through something similar, observed in silence. Then he asked, "Caleb will probably suggest that we regroup and go back to the 2nd floor, right?" Ridikatar agreed and asked him to look after Soil and Godosmi, as he intended to handle everything alone. He wanted to go after Guild, however. When Caleb arrived at the cave, he said exactly the opposite. "We're not going back to the 2nd floor." Imus, Bakatak, and Ridikatar were confused. Caleb explained that the portal should already be blocked. Bakatak questioned whether the exit didn't lie close to the stele, but Caleb explained that the order of the rooms had changed with Antonelli becoming one of the gate bosses. There was a significant chance that the maze had repositioned the exit. Recapitular found it strange, but Caleb knew this from experience. As proof, he recalled that they had not encountered any waves of monsters from the last exit until the cave. All had been drawn to the second-floor gate. On the other hand, the room left by Guild likely still had an exit, but if they went there now, they would face another wave. Caleb then smiled faintly. Let's activate the stele and eliminate the trash. With no time to waste, he asked for attention to the plan. Sometime later, he sent a message to Irnil. I am with Recapitular's group. We are heading to you. Appear when I signal. The second floor is blocked, so we will climb the mountain and activate the stele. Upon hearing the plan, Godosme nearly panicked, and Irnil, confused, asked why. Desperate, he replied, he wants to activate the stele. The elf, still calm, said that Caleb had probably already solved the riddle. Gatos explained to me, anxious, that there were hundreds of monsters at the top. Do you think they will wait for us to solve this? Fear appeared on Irnil's face, but she concluded that there was no alternative, no way out. Gatos grumbled to me that they were walking straight into a trap, and Irnil tried to calm him down, confident in Caleb. Irritated, he retorted, someone needs to draw the monsters away. Who is going to do that? Irnil simply replied, Caleb will figure it out. As he grew frustrated with the repetition, a note appeared. We are moving now. Gilda is also heading to the Stella. With no time for explanations, the group began to climb the mountain to keep up with Gilda. Among the available routes, Gilda was climbing the third one. With his face hidden by a straw hat, the giant goblin exhaled hot air with each step. He didn't know he was being watched. The wizard's eye, a device obtained by Caleb, allowed spying on the area from a distance. Realizing that Gilda was already advanced, Caleb understood they needed to hurry. Emus led the way, reminding everyone to be careful in the dark. He had removed the torch helmet to avoid revealing the group's position. The plan was to wait for the clash between Gilda and Antonelli at the top. Without that, facing the trash and the army of zombies would be impossible. However, there was a risk. If Antonelli defeated Gilda, he would be turned into another zombie under his control. That would be the worst-case scenario. Even tense, Caleb moved cautiously. He believed that Irnil had already detected their approach. When they were about 100 meters from the Stella, they could see the army of monsters. Caleb waited for the fight to begin to give the signal. Using the wizard's eye again, he narrowed his eyes as he noticed something strange. Gilda had disappeared from sight. At that moment, he saw Irnil at the exit of a cave. He went on high alert, as he had told her to wait for the signal. However, she seemed to be trying to warn him about something. Be careful! Caleb turned around upon hearing footsteps behind him. To his surprise, he realized something was coming down the same path they had used. This would only make sense if it were a teleportation, but it wasn't. Then, a gigantic green monster appeared, roaring loudly. Fangs jutted out of its mouth, and within its body, one could see parts of other beings. A werewolf and an elf fused into it. A whole group had been transformed into a single grotesque zombie. Now, that creature became the new threat before Caleb and his group. Caleb had seen numerous enraged zombies before. They were created by leeches to strengthen certain areas. Still, it was strange to see the fusion of 3 adventurers instead of the use of monsters. Gritting his teeth, he wondered where those individuals had come from. Waiti, orc zombie lunged with fury, swinging its axe, but the blow was blocked by Emos's club. Ritakata did not hesitate, unsheathing her katanas to join the fight. Bakatak did the same, honoring his name by attacking from behind. The impact further irritated the monster, which roared fiercely. The attackers were quick enough to maneuver around it without being hit, but gathering its strength, the zombie managed to throw Emos back. Concerned for the group's tank, Caleb cast superconductivity to halt the creature's advance. Lightning coursed through the zombie's body, which turned its attention to him. To his surprise, the level difference was too great, and the attack had no effect. Caleb then shouted, Irnil, Godosme, get out of the cave now! These are adventurers from the 4th floor. Antonelli has transformed them into allies. The elf and the thug immediately ran to the back. The army of zombies raised by the necromancer advanced, while Antonelli watched with a smile. It's good to see you again. Thanks to you, I've reached the peak of my necromancy. He floated above his subordinates, controlling them with simple gestures. Irritated, Caleb replied, That's enough. He activated the hourglass and started his turn. Since the plan had failed, he decided to change strategy. There was no time for explanations. They needed to eliminate the enraged zombie. 4 superconductivity spells were conjured at once, hitting the target. The creature howled and fell to its knees. Seizing the opening, Caleb ordered, Bekatek, grab the torch helmet and take that thing to the oil trap. Bekatek moved forward, leaning on the head of the elf fused to the body, pulling the orc by its hair. Using Shadow Leap, he took the monster with him. Caleb then shouted to the others, Buy us time! Just 10 seconds! The wolves and ice hunters quickly advanced, pressing the group against the mountain. Ridicata and Imus took the front line. The swordsman activated Berserk, releasing intense energy that strengthened his blows. His sword sliced through the air in rapid movements, leaving trails of energy and defeated enemies in its wake. Still, it wasn't enough. A wolf broke through his defense and bit his arm. Annoyed, Ridicata countered, delivering blows at unpredictable angles that eliminated several creatures at once. Even so, the number of enemies seemed endless. Fatigue began to set in. Antonelli watched everything with a smile, enjoying the group's exhaustion. Noticing the mockery, Ridicata shouted, "I'm taking you with me. You won't escape." The necromancer just smiled even wider. Suddenly, he felt danger before he could react. Gilda emerged and struck him hard, sending him to the ground. Gadosme and Soil were taken aback by the giant's arrival. Caleb seized the moment. Gilda is dealing with the trash and Ernil. Gadosme, come with me. The others fall back to the stairs on the intermediate floor and wait for the signal. Wolves leaped over Gilda, who reacted by grabbing them with his own hands. Antonelli then used body explosion, causing the wolves to detonate around the goblin. The explosions knocked him down into the snow. Ridicata screamed his name as Gadosme and Soil rushed forward, refusing to abandon him. Soil used foxfire to push the enemies back. Seeing the group act on impulse, Caleb hesitated. Then, he cast dust explosion against the wall of bones, trying to carve a path. There was no option but to activate the stela quickly. He kept using magic, struggling to overcome the barrier created by the necromancer. Ernil approached, warning about Gilda. Caleb looked back and saw the group, surrounded by wolves. Gilda then took off his straw cloak and draped it over Soil's shoulders. Surprised, she stared at him. The goblin gripped his club tightly and advanced, taking the front line as he roared against the monsters and the necromancer. Ridicata began to cry. "He remembers us," Gadosme replied, moved. "We will always be together." Caleb frowned as he realized this. A chief consumed by madness shouldn't act this way. The bonds formed over time seemed to have remained in some way. It was something he had never seen before. Continuing to batter the wall of bones until he opened a breach, Caleb plunged into thoughts. Everything that had happened showed that he still did not fully understand that world. As soon as a hole was opened in the barrier, Caleb moved closer. The opening was small, just enough for an arm to pass through, but it was sufficient. For from there he could see the star. The protagonist asked Ernil to get ready. Startled, she asked what she should do. Caleb took the vial of the wizard's eye and asked her to wait. The eye flew towards the star and, from above, adjusted its vision to provide a clearer angle. With the image perfectly reflected in the vial, he prepared himself. Then he handed a small pouch to Ernil and instructed, "Press this onto your arrow." He explained only that there was a coin inside a scroll and urged, her to hurry. Ernil complied and he continued, "Use the curved shot to hit the star beyond the barrier." Surprised, the elf hesitated, but Caleb insisted she aim as close as possible to the 3 boxes. Ernil was worried, as she couldn't see the star's position well because of the barrier. Caleb then reassured her, "I will guide you," pointing the wand through the hole. He conjured a spell that released a dense, dark smoke that quickly enveloped the star. As the cloud formed, Caleb gave new instructions. "Detect the sound of the rain, and use solar mapping to find the target." Ernil closed her eyes and concentrated. She perceived, through the light and the sounds, the movements around the star, including the rain falling on the 3 boxes. Her ears moved slightly until they fixed on the exact position. The next moment, she shot the arrow. The projectile curved over the wall of bones and struck the star. The small pouch opened upon impact, scattering the coins over the boxes. With the first part completed, Caleb began the second phase. He activated the hourglass again and, through the hole, used the wizard's eye to adjust his aim. Murmuring the magic of movement, he sent energy toward the scattered coins. With telekinesis, he began to position each of them into the correct boxes, expending his action points. In the end, he successfully completed the process and smiled contentedly. When time returned to normal, a beam of golden light struck the stele, forming a pillar of energy that could be seen from afar. Gadosme even stopped fighting to point at the light, calling Radicata and indicating that Caleb had solved the riddle. Yet, despite the intense glow, nothing seemed to happen. This led everyone to question whether the stele had truly been activated. Gadosme then used the shadow leap and approached Caleb and Ernie to check. The elf excitedly confirmed the success of the plan, but the cloaked figure was confused to realize that the monsters were still there. Upon discovering the reason, he became furious. The conjurer needs to touch the stele directly. Frustration took over him. Caleb, however, remained calm and asked him to relax, as he was already expecting this. He then pulled out a seemingly empty scroll. Gadosme didn't understand, but Caleb explained, "Even 10th level magic doesn't stay on a scroll for long, but this means it can be held for a brief moment. Using his transcription ability, he pointed through the barrier and captured the energy from the pillar of light directly onto the scroll. Ernie and Godosmi were impressed to see that. The cloaked figure finally understood. Caleb had never intended to approach the Steely. Everything had been planned from the moment he deciphered the riddle. As soon as he finished, Caleb smiled slightly and said, "Now it's ready." He then tore the scroll and declared, "Let's go home." At that very moment, the light from the Steely intensified, and the 10th level magic wide-scale annihilation was activated. While strong emotions took hold of both sides, Bakatak continued to draw the giant monster, the enraged zombie. Formed by the fusion of 3 adventurers, he pursued it relentlessly, while the rogue led her deeper into the trap. The strength of that monster was beyond the ordinary, and he knew it. Even a whole group of third-floor adventurers would have difficulty facing it. Still, remembering Caleb's instructions, Bakatak vowed to complete his mission flawlessly. Internally, he tried not to compare himself to Irnil. Unlike some little brats who can only deliver messages, "I am different." A smile appeared on his face as he reinforced his determination. "Don't worry, Brother Caleb, I'll make sure this works." Suddenly he stopped, drawing the dagger while holding the torch helmet in the other hand. He was ready. He wouldn't allow that monster to return to the light. Bakatak threw his dagger, but the zombie deflected it with a brutal swing of its axe. Then, the weapon came toward him. The rogue faced the attack without flinching. "Come on!" The blow hit the snow hard, kicking up a cloud of ice. Taking advantage of the low visibility, Bakatak swiftly moved behind the monster. Instead of attacking directly, he drew a small grenade and threw it at the creature's back. The explosion generated a fireball, and the heat melted the ice off the zombie's feet. The ground gave way, and the creature fell along with the terrain into the hole. The zombie was covered by a dark substance, oil. Bakatak approached the edge, called his dagger back, and with one last motion, threw it again. The impact caused an explosion that ignited the oil, creating an intense flame that completely engulfed the monster. It was then that a blinding light appeared in the distance. Bakatak turned his face towards the mountain where the stela was and smiled. "Oh, Brother Caleb, you did it." Also, the beam of light hit the light and all its monsters. The energy intensified, forming a gigantic pillar that seemed to descend from the heavens. The creatures could not withstand that overwhelming force. Even the adventurers had to close their eyes in the face of the brightness. Caleb raised his hand to shield his vision, as did Irnil. Gradually, the light began to wane until it completely disappeared. When Caleb opened his eyes, he saw the result. The level 10 magic had worked. All the monsters had been eliminated, and the field was empty, as if nothing had ever existed there. Godosme, still tense, asked if everything was over. Caleb, Irnil, and he looked to where Soil and the others were. No monster remained. However, among the snow, a figure rose. Antonelli, gritting his teeth. He had survived. Caleb immediately warned, "Don't relax yet." Irnil, frightened, asked how that was possible. Caleb explained that the Steely was probably created to eliminate monsters, not a boss that was originally human. That's why Antonelli was not fully affected. Without wasting any time, Caleb, Irnil, and Godosme joined the rest of the group. Imus warned, "He's still up high." The tank remained standing while the others, especially the guild, were exhausted. The goblin was coughing blood, demonstrating the severity of his injuries. Caleb understood the Trash's plan. He was not attacking because he was waiting for the guild to succumb, so he could then turn them into undead. Up high, Antonelli remained out of reach. With the undead's regeneration, only a decisive blow could defeat him. Ridicata asked anxiously if there was nothing they could do. Caleb then pointed to the light and explained, "There's a core, the vessel of life. If we destroy that, the regeneration will stop." The problem was that the object was small and well hidden within the body of the Trash. Turning to Soyu, he revealed the only way to find him. Tearing apart Gilda's soul, the instructions struck him deeply. Tears began to well up in his eyes again. She knew what this meant. Gilda's soul would disappear forever. Ridicata lowered her head, gritting her teeth, and Ernia was in shock, unable to contain his tears any longer. Caleb himself felt the weight of the decision. Still, there was no alternative. This was the only way to end everything. Even though it was cruel, that was the reality of that world. Earlier, when Caleb and Soyu were alone, the protagonist had asked her to stay strong, for only she could complete the final part of the mission. With her head down, Soyu asked what would happen if she failed. It was clear she wanted to try another way, but Caleb was straightforward. Even if we use another method, Gilda's soul will dissipate. The memory of Gilda, her companion and benefactor, weighed heavily on her. Thus, Caleb reinforced, "Let's let him rest in peace." Desperate, Soyu pleaded, "I will do anything, please help me save him." But Caleb was firm. "In the current state, no one can save him. Not cardinals nor teachers." The words shattered her hopes, yet she persisted. "Is there really no way?" Caleb hesitated before answering, "It's not exactly something you'd call a method." Hope reignited, and she asked him to explain. Caleb warned that it was risky, an uncertain gamble that could lead to severe consequences. Even so, Soyu accepted. Then he concluded, I will repeat, there is no one in this world who can save him. But what if it isn't a person? Now, at the decisive moment, it's me. She remembered that method. Everything depended on luck. Still, without Gilda, the group would lose its foundation, even if he ended up somewhere else. She would swear to find him again. Determined, she decided to act. A small pearl of energy emerged from her mouth, and the environment seemed to grow darker. A purple flame shot into the skies like an arrow. The attack struck directly at the filthy creature's chest, which couldn't react. The energy pierced through its body, creating cracks and revealing a small life sphere within. The arrow completely pierced the creature, and it fell unconscious to the ground. Radicata immediately advanced, wielding her 2 katanas and delivering cross strikes. The resolute one declared, "It's over," preparing to sheath her weapons. "Rest in peace, Guild Godosme." She tried to stop him, but there was no need. Something else had happened. Soil had disappeared. The guild cloak fell to the ground where Soil had been. Everyone looked on in confusion. Then suddenly the goblin muttered, "It's cold. Where is the resistance spell, Soil?" The group was in shock. Radicata, Godosme, Emus, and Ernil couldn't believe it. Guild was conscious. His companions rushed to him. Even Caleb was impressed. It had really worked. He quickly took control of the situation and ordered them to give a potion to Guild, as his condition was critical. Godosme grabbed a potion and handed it over. Still in shock, Radicata asked what had happened. Caleb then explained, Soil became the new exit chief. The revelation shook everyone. He continued, to become a chief, it was necessary to be the strongest on that floor, and Soil had been chosen by the labyrinth. As Light had been defeated, her desire was used as the basis for the replacement. The group was frightened to hear this, thinking Caleb had lost his mind. However, he insisted that he had calculated everything. Desperate, Godosme asked how he would find a Soil. Caleb responded with a slight smile. The room where the guild appeared must now have a new owner. The reborn soul of Soyu would be there, and Ernold was impressed with the explanation. Caleb also added that using the stairs from the intermediate floor would be the quickest way. At that moment, Bakatak returned after completing his mission. Caleb praised and thanked him. Then, he decided to split the group. Ernold, Godosme, and Bakatak, come with me. The others will guard the entrance. He handed a wand and a device to Imus to keep in touch. After that, they left immediately. Upon arrival, Godosme was surprised. You found Soyu's soul relic so quickly. Bakatak, although used to it, still showed admiration. Caleb, however, kept his focus and only asked Bakatak to accompany him. With everything going as planned, a slight discomfort arose in his mind. Everything was going too well. Only the return of Soyu's soul to the correct place remained. Upon reuniting with the group, Caleb asked Godosme to stay with the guild while he and the others advanced. Until that moment, no mistakes had occurred. Still, Caleb hoped that when they entered the final room, nothing would be out of place. As he pushed the large gate, he would finally discover the answer. A large stone hall was silently prepared within the cave. In the center, there was a throne where a young woman sat, her face shrouded in shadows. The situation resembled when Caleb found Bakatak. Radicata, who had followed them, asked what they should do. Caleb replied, when I give the signal, you two run together and subjugate Soyu. When Bakatak opens the relic close to her, she will regain her senses. Bakatak, Amos, and Radicata nodded and prepared. Soon, the signal was given, and everyone advanced. Amos and Radicata ran quickly. But as they approached Soyu, they hesitated. The nearest swordsman found the lack of reaction strange. He placed his hand on her shoulder, trying to wake her up. Caleb, watching, brought his hand to his chin, trying to understand what had gone wrong. The Bakatak, holding the locket, asked if he should open it. Caleb then considered the possibility that Soyu had been overcome by madness and asked them to check if there was a mark of the Labyrinth Master on her forehead. Radicata laid in his arms and checked, but there was nothing. Before she could warn him, a scream echoed. Bakataki was pulled by something invisible, being dragged out of the room. Imo suffered the same fate, followed by Radicata. The three were dragged toward the large door, and even Soyu, still in the swordsman's arms, was taken along. Radicata screamed for Caleb, but the door closed before him. Caleb noticed, even if just for a moment, white strands attached to the backs of them all. Ronnie, certain that the labyrinth would not be that simple, looking around, challenged. Come on! Raising his head, he shouted at the ceiling, Dr. Spider, I know it's you! Crawling sounds echoed in the darkness. A giant spider descended on a thread to stop in front of him. With a refined voice and elegant posture, Dr. Spider greeted him. "Pleasure to meet you, Caleb." He apologized for how he had handled the situation, claiming he wanted to talk privately. Caleb was straightforward and asked if he had restored the guild's soul. The doctor confirmed, praising him for noticing, and revealed he was a specialist in healing and medicine. Raising his top hat, he introduced himself. "I am Dr. Spider, the master of the third floor." Curious, Caleb wanted to know why he had helped. The doctor explained that it was a reward for activating the stele, also saying that he originally belonged to that floor, but had been cursed. With his soul fragmented and buried in the snow, the activation of the stele removed this curse. His voice then became more serious. "You were the first adventurer to try to deceive the master of the labyrinth. Using someone in despair as part of a plan was clever." Caleb rejected the accusation, comparing it to an unfair trial. The doctor clarified that it was not a criticism, but admiration. In the labyrinth, someone needed to lead, and everyone ended up becoming pieces of a larger plan. Impressed, he made a proposal. "Find my real body, and in exchange, I will reveal a secret about those who possess bodies from another world." Outside, Emus was banging on the door, calling for Caleb. Bakatak was also pleading for an answer. Soil, in Radicata's arms, began to awaken. Confused, she asked about the guild. Radicata, even more confused, asked what had happened to her. Soil remembered nothing, and looking around, asked for Caleb. Emus replied that he was on the other side of the door. Soil tried to use her magic, but Bakatak stopped her. The door then opened, and Caleb emerged with his face partially shrouded in shadows, leaving everyone apprehensive. Imos ran to him, asking what had happened. Caleb responded in a low tone, "It's nothing. If it's me, it's all right. Let's move on. This labyrinth is getting tiresome." Outside the labyrinth, in a castle, the situation was tense. A hurried voice demanded reinforcements for the third floor. Virtanen was worried about Caleb and his team while organizing help from the temple, the academy, and the guild. Professor Mudini rushed in, declaring that he would go personally. Shortly after, Bernard also appeared, saying he had received a revelation and that he needed to save his benefactor. At that moment, a light shone in the portal. Someone crossed over from the third floor. It was the guild. Bernard was surprised, but soon someone recognized him. Gilda, excited, said, "It worked?" The Radicata, the swordsman, smiled. "I guess so." Mydine was amazed to learn they had faced two bosses. More importantly, he asked about Caleb. Radicata replied with a smile, "Ah, that brilliant wizard." He shared that Caleb had overcome an avalanche, a wave of monsters, defeated a boss, and even restored the guild. Vertonen couldn't believe it and questioned how that was possible. Soyu then explained that Caleb had done almost everything on his own, while they had only assisted. Hearing this, Meldine's expression brightened, curious to know how far that young man could go. With Caleb leading, their team also crossed the portal. The session boss of the maze, who was talking to Vertanen, was the one who greeted them. "Many people were waiting for you, but it's already late at night, so everyone left. I'm really curious about the report of this expedition." Caleb, visibly tired, asked to submit the report the next day. The man agreed. "Visit the guild tomorrow." Caleb simply said goodbye and went on his way. As they walked through the streets, the exhaustion was evident, and Ernil was stumbling, leaning on Caleb's shoulder. Bakatake had a grim face on the verge of collapsing, while Emus seemed the most stable. Noticing everyone's state, Caleb decided, "Let's split the profits tomorrow." Everyone worked hard today. With the resurrection process completed, Bakatake announced that he would stay at an inn. Emus also said his goodbyes, setting a meeting at the guild. Before leaving, Bakatak teased Ernil with an unexpected comment. The elf was completely taken aback, while he just laughed and said farewell, leaving one last taunt. Annoyed, Ernil reacted, but Caleb simply continued toward the school, calling her to follow him. After preparing a hot bath, Caleb finally could rest. The steam filled the room, creating a light mist. Even while relaxing, his mind replayed everything that had happened on the third floor. He acknowledged that he had been punished for his own arrogance, especially by Dr. Arana. That hadn't been in his calculations. The monster had anticipated his actions and led him as part of a bigger plan. If he had decided to attack him, it would have all ended there. The realization of having been manipulated troubled him deeply. Emerging from the water, Caleb solidified a thought. "Next time, I will be in control." Later, Earnil knocked on the door, downcast, with her eyes hidden by her bangs. She apologized, admitting that she had acted thoughtlessly in the labyrinth, using the scroll without consulting him and causing trouble. Fearing expulsion, her voice trembled as she spoke. Caleb understood her concern. Indeed, things had gone off plan, but in the end, her decision had actually eased the situation. However, there was something that needed to be said. Earnil continued to cry, even accepting to leave the dormitory if necessary. Caleb called her by name, making her lift her gaze. Firmly, he said, "Never do that again." The elf apologized again, promising to only obey. Caleb then corrected her. "I'm not talking about that. I'm saying you should never risk your life for me." And Ironil was confused. Caleb approached and explained that he had been worried about her all along. Taking her shoulders, he asserted that he would always protect her. Surprised, Ironil was left speechless. He then added, instructing that in battles she should stay behind him. Before he could continue, Ironil completely lost emotional control. Not knowing how to react, she merely murmured something and ran out of the room. With his face completely red, Caleb, confused, wondered if he had said something wrong. The next day, the group went to the Labyrinth Guild. The place was packed. Several experienced adventurers watched with suspicion, while onlookers gathered outside. Teachers like Melgan, Easy Love, and Dollstream were already waiting, surprised by their presence. Caleb simply waved and entered, accompanied by Irnil and Bakatak. Inside the office, he was greeted by a guard with feline ears and a blond man behind a large desk. They were not ordinary staff. There was even a high-ranking authority waiting for him, the sheriff responsible for public safety. She smiled slightly upon noticing his surprise and explained that she wanted to hear about Antonelli and the incident that occurred in the labyrinth. Caleb replied that the priestess Ima had already witnessed everything and that someone connected to the goddess of justice would not lie. However, the sheriff did not seem interested only in a formal report. With a teasing smile, she revealed her true interest. Caleb had entered the labyrinth only 3 times, and in each had been involved in extreme situations. To her, that was too curious to ignore. Caleb's response was simple. They were unavoidable circumstances. But the sheriff was not satisfied. Sitting calmly, she crossed her legs and stared at him with a sharp gaze. With a slight smile, she made the request straightforwardly. "So, Caleb, can you tell me the whole story?"